Title: The Haunting of Stoner's Retreat. In the sleepy town of Oak Ridge, nestled amidst the rolling hills and dense forests of the Pacific Northwest, there stood a quaint little house at the edge of town, a place known to locals as Stoner's Retreat. It was here, in this secluded abode, that a group of friends had gathered one fateful evening for a night of revelry and relaxation. Among the group was Alex, a carefree spirit with a penchant for the supernatural, and his trusty companion, a sleek glass bong named Blaze. Little did they know, their evening of innocent fun would soon descend into a nightmare of unimaginable horror. As the night wore on, and the smoke-filled haze enveloped the room, strange things began to happen. Shadows danced in the corners of the room, whispers echoed through the halls, and a chill settled over the house like a shroud. At first, the group dismissed the eerie occurrences as nothing more than the effects of their potent herbal concoctions. But as the night progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, and an unmistakable sense of dread settled over the group, like a dark cloud. It wasn't long before they realized that something was terribly wrong, that the house itself was haunted by a malevolent force, intent on wreaking havoc upon anyone foolish enough to disturb its slumber. As the night descended into chaos, the group found themselves in a desperate struggle for survival, their minds clouded by fear and paranoia. Shadows lurked in every corner, whispers grew louder and more menacing, and the air crackled with an otherworldly energy. In the heart of the chaos stood Blaze, the once beloved bong now transformed into a vessel for the dark forces that lurked within the house. Its glassy surface glowed with an ominous light, its presence a chilling reminder of the horrors that lay in wait. With each passing moment, the group's grip on reality began to slip, their minds twisted and warped by the malevolent presence that surrounded them. They were trapped in a nightmare of their own making, with no escape in sight. And as the night drew to a close and the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, the group made a chilling discovery. They were not alone. For lurking within the shadows was the true source of their terror, an ancient evil, awakened from its slumber by the unwitting actions of those who dared to disturb its rest. In the end, Stoner's Retreat stood as a grim reminder of the dangers that lurked in the darkness, a haunted sanctuary for lost souls doomed to wander its halls for eternity. And as for Blaze, the haunted bong that had sparked the nightmare, its fate remained shrouded in mystery, its true power a chilling reminder of the horrors that lay beyond the realm of mortal comprehension. Title: The Frozen Breath of Terror. It started as a whisper, a faint chill that crept through the air, sending shivers down the spines of those who dared to venture outside. But as the hours passed and the temperature plummeted, the whisper grew into a howling gale, heralding the arrival of a terror unlike any the world had ever known. In the bustling city of Frosthaven, where skyscrapers towered like icy monoliths and the streets bustled with life, the first signs of the impending catastrophe were met with disbelief and confusion. But as the chill deepened and the air grew heavy with frost, panic gripped the city like a vice. It was as if the very breath of life had turned against them, transforming the once bustling metropolis into a frozen wasteland. People huddled together for warmth, their breath turning to mist in the frigid air, their eyes wide with terror as they struggled to comprehend the horror that surrounded them. As the hours turned to days and the days turned to weeks, the city of Frosthaven became a ghostly shell of its former self, a frozen tomb where the living dared not tread. Those who remained huddled in their homes, their bodies racked with cold, their minds consumed by fear. But amidst the desolation there were whispers of hope, a faint glimmer of light in the darkness. For deep within the heart of the city, a group of brave souls had banded together, determined to uncover the truth behind the icy apocalypse that had befallen them. Their journey led them through frozen streets and abandoned buildings, their breath turning to frost with each labored step. But as they delved deeper into the heart of the city, they uncovered a chilling truth, a malevolent force lurking in the shadows, manipulating the very fabric of reality itself. It was a being of pure ice and darkness, born from the depths of the frozen abyss, its hunger insatiable, its wrath unyielding. And as the survivors stared into the abyss, they knew that they were facing an enemy unlike any they had ever encountered. A force of nature turned malevolent, hell-bent on plunging the world into eternal winter. But even in the face of such overwhelming darkness, there remained a glimmer of hope, a flicker of defiance in the hearts of those who refused to surrender to despair. For as long as there was breath in their lungs and fire in their souls, they would fight on, united against the frozen breath of terror that threatened to consume them all. Title: The Gelid Grip of Sweet Despair. In the heart of the verdant countryside, nestled between rolling hills and babbling brooks, lay the quaint town of Sweet Vale, a place where the scent of sugar hung heavy in the air, and the streets were lined with quaint cottages adorned with colorful awnings. But one fateful morning, the townsfolk awoke to a sight that would haunt them for eternity. For as far as the eye could see, the entire town lay submerged in a vast, shimmering sea of pudding, thick, viscous, and utterly unyielding. Panic swept through the streets like wildfire as the townsfolk struggled to comprehend the horror that had befallen them. Houses and shops stood submerged up to their rooftops, their once vibrant facades now obscured beneath a layer of sickly sweet goo. As the hours turned to days and the days turned to weeks, the town of Sweetvale became a ghostly shadow of its former self, a frozen wasteland where time seemed to stand still, trapped in the gelid grip of sweet despair. But amidst the chaos, there were whispers of a curse, a dark force that had descended upon the town, seeking to consume it from within. Some whispered of an ancient ritual gone awry, while others spoke of a vengeful spirit, awakened from its slumber by the folly of mortal hands. Regardless of the cause, the townsfolk knew that they were facing a horror unlike any they had ever known. A force of nature turned malevolent, hell-bent on plunging their beloved home into eternal sweetness. And as the days turned to months, and the months turned to years, the town of Sweetvale remained frozen in time, trapped beneath the gelid surface of the pudding sea, a haunting reminder of the fragility of life and the terrifying power of the unknown. Title: The Imposter's Legacy. In the heart of Washington, D.C., where the corridors of power echoed with whispered secrets and the halls of government pulsed with the heartbeat of the nation, there lurked a shadowy figure, a man who bore a striking resemblance to the former president, George W. Bush. At first glance, the man seemed like any other impersonator, a harmless curiosity, entertaining tourists on the streets with his uncanny impression and folksy charm. But beneath the surface lurked something far more sinister, a darkness that whispered of hidden agendas and malevolent intent. As the days turned to weeks and the weeks turned to months, rumors began to swirl about the impersonator, a man who seemed to wield an uncanny influence over those who crossed his path. Some whispered of a secret cabal, pulling the strings of power from the shadows, while others spoke of a darker truth, a truth that threatened to unravel the very fabric of reality itself. But amidst the whispers and rumors, there was one who dared to uncover the truth, a determined journalist named Sarah, whose investigation led her down a dark and twisted path, where nothing was as it seemed and danger lurked around every corner. As Sarah delved deeper into the mystery of the impersonator, she uncovered a web of deceit and corruption that stretched far beyond the confines of Washington, D.C. From backroom deals to clandestine meetings, she unearthed a truth more terrifying than she could have ever imagined, a truth that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of society. But even as Sarah raced against time to expose the impersonator's dark agenda, she soon realized that she was not the only one hunting him. For lurking in the shadows was a force far more sinister, an ancient evil, awakened from its slumber by the impersonator's actions, hell-bent on plunging the world into chaos and darkness. And as Sarah found herself drawn deeper into the impersonator's web of lies and deceit, she knew that she was facing an enemy unlike any she had ever encountered, a foe whose power stretched beyond the mortal realm and whose influence could not be easily vanquished. In the end, Sarah's quest for truth would lead her to the very heart of darkness itself, a place where the lines between reality and illusion blurred, and where the fate of the world hung in the balance. And as she stood face to face with the impersonator, she knew that only one of them would emerge victorious, a showdown that would determine the fate of humanity itself. Title: The Hand in the Dish. In the bustling kitchen of La Cucina del Terrore, renowned chef Marcello was known for his culinary prowess and his unwavering commitment to perfection. But one fateful evening, as Marcello prepared his signature dish, a hearty lasagna, fate intervened in the most gruesome of ways. As Marcello deftly layered pasta, sauce, and cheese, his mind wandered, consumed by thoughts of acclaim and adulation. In his haste to complete the dish, he failed to notice the subtle shift in his surroundings, the faint whisper of a presence lurking just beyond the edge of his consciousness. But as Marcello reached for the final layer of pasta, horror washed over him like a tidal wave, a sickening realization that sent chills racing down his spine. For nestled amongst the layers of lasagna, he felt the unmistakable sensation of flesh, the soft, yielding texture of human skin. With a trembling hand, Marcello withdrew his arm from the dish, his heart pounding in his chest as he stared in disbelief at the gruesome sight before him. There, amidst the bubbling sauce and golden cheese, lay his own hand, mutilated and mangled, baked into the very dish he had prepared. Panic seized Marcello as he struggled to comprehend the horror of what had transpired. How could such a thing have happened? Had he been so consumed by his own ambition that he had failed to notice the grisly truth staring him in the face? As Marcello's mind reeled with terror, he was overcome by a primal urge, a desperate need to escape the suffocating confines of the kitchen, to flee from the scene of his macabre mistake. But as he turned to leave, he found himself frozen in place, his eyes drawn inexorably back to the lasagna, the dish that now bore witness to his darkest secret. For days, Marcello lived in a state of perpetual terror, haunted by the memory of his gruesome error. Everywhere he turned, he saw the accusing gaze of his own hand, the hand that had once wielded knives with precision and skill, now reduced to a gruesome reminder of his own fallibility. And as the days turned to weeks, and the weeks turned to months, Marcello's once celebrated restaurant fell into disarray, its reputation tarnished by whispers of scandal and horror. But amidst the chaos and despair, Marcello found a grim sense of solace, a reminder that even the most talented among us are not immune to the capricious whims of fate. For Marcello, the hand in the dish would forever serve as a chilling reminder of the fragility of life and the consequences of unchecked ambition, a cautionary tale destined to be whispered in hushed tones for generations to come. Title: The Gills of Despair. In the heart of the city, where the skyline pierced the heavens and the streets thrummed with the pulse of life, there lived a man named James, a solitary soul with a quiet demeanor and a love for solitude. But one fateful day, James found himself facing a nightmare beyond his wildest imagination, a nightmare that would change his life forever. It began innocently enough, with a routine visit to the doctor for a persistent cough that had plagued James for weeks. But as the doctor examined him, a look of horror crossed his face, and he delivered news that sent shivers down James's spine. "You have a rare and incurable condition," the doctor said gravely. "Your lungs are slowly turning into a fishbowl." James could scarcely believe what he was hearing. How could such a thing be possible? But as the days passed and the symptoms worsened, he realized that the doctor's diagnosis was all too real. At first, the changes were subtle, a faint shimmering beneath his skin, the sensation of something squirming beneath his ribcage. But as time went on, the transformation became more pronounced, until finally, James could feel the unmistakable sensation of water filling his lungs, the weight of it pressing down on his chest like a leaden weight. With each passing day, James found himself struggling to breathe, the air growing thinner and thinner as his lungs slowly gave way to the relentless onslaught of the disease. Desperate for relief, he sought out specialists and experts, hoping against hope for a cure, but all to no avail. As the weeks turned to months and the months turned to years, James found himself slipping further and further into despair. His once active lifestyle became a distant memory, replaced by endless days spent tethered to an oxygen tank, his world shrinking with each labored breath. But amidst the darkness and despair, James clung to a glimmer of hope, a hope that someday, somehow, he would find a way to break free from the prison of his own body, to reclaim his life and his humanity once more. For James, the journey was far from over, a journey of struggle and sacrifice, of pain and perseverance in the face of unimaginable odds. But with each passing day, he vowed to fight on, to defy the darkness that threatened to consume him and emerge victorious against all odds. Title: The Wager of Shadows. In the quaint town of Willowbrook, where the streets were lined with ancient oak trees and the whispers of forgotten secrets lingered in the air, there lived a group of friends who delighted in testing the boundaries of fate. Among them was Alex, a charismatic young man with a penchant for mischief and a reckless streak that often led him into trouble. One fateful evening, as the friends gathered around a flickering campfire in the heart of the woods, the conversation turned to dares and challenges, a game of chance that would forever alter the course of their lives. Amidst the laughter and camaraderie, Alex made a bold wager, a bet that he could spend an entire night alone in the abandoned mansion on the outskirts of town, a place rumored to be haunted by the spirits of those who had met untimely ends within its walls. At first, his friends scoffed at the idea, dismissing it as mere folly. But as the night wore on and the fire burned low, a sense of unease settled over the group, their laughter fading into nervous whispers as the darkness pressed in around them. With a cocky grin and a sense of bravado, Alex set out alone into the night, his footsteps echoing through the empty halls of the mansion as he ventured deeper into its shadowy depths. But as the hours passed and the darkness closed in around him, a sense of foreboding crept over him, a feeling that he was not alone, that something sinister lurked in the shadows, watching and waiting. As the clock struck midnight, Alex found himself face to face with the source of his terror, a figure cloaked in darkness, its eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. With a scream of horror, he turned to flee, but it was too late. The darkness enveloped him, swallowing him whole as he vanished into the abyss. For days, Alex's friends searched the mansion and the surrounding woods, desperate to find any trace of their lost companion. But all they found were whispers on the wind, echoes of a wager gone terribly wrong, a bet that had cost Alex his life and left his friends to ponder the true cost of tempting fate. And as the years passed and the memory of Alex faded into legend, the abandoned mansion stood as a grim reminder of the dangers that lurked in the shadows, a warning to all who dared to test the boundaries of fate and the consequences of losing a bet with the darkness itself. Title: The Unraveling. In the heart of the bustling city, amidst the towering skyscrapers and the endless sea of faces, there lived a man named David, a mild-mannered office worker with a quiet demeanor and a love for routine. But one fateful day, David's life took a terrifying turn, a turn that would forever alter the course of his existence. It began innocently enough, with David settling into his cubicle at the sprawling office complex where he spent his days toiling away in anonymity. But as the clock struck noon and the lunch hour approached, a strange sensation washed over him, a sensation of unease and disquiet that sent shivers down his spine. With a sudden lurch, David's body began to convulse, his muscles rippling and bulging beneath his skin as he doubled over in pain. Panic surged through him as he watched in horror as his arms and legs stretched and elongated before his eyes, his body expanding in size until he towered over his desk like a giant among men. Terrified and disoriented, David stumbled out of his cubicle and into the chaotic frenzy of the office floor, his newfound size drawing startled gasps and horrified whispers from his co-workers. But as he struggled to make sense of his grotesque transformation, a sense of dread settled over him, a feeling that he was no longer in control of his own body, that something dark and malevolent lurked within him, waiting to be unleashed. With each passing moment, David's body continued to swell and distort, his skin stretching taut over his expanding frame as he grew larger and larger with each passing second. Desperate to escape the prying eyes of his co-workers and the suffocating confines of the office, he fled into the streets, his mind reeling with fear and confusion. But as he wandered the city streets, a sense of isolation washed over him, a feeling of being utterly alone in a world that had become too small to contain him. And as the sun set on the horizon, casting long shadows across the empty streets, David realized with a sinking heart that he was no longer human, that he had become a monster, condemned to wander the earth for all eternity, trapped in a body that no longer belonged to him. For David, the horror of his transformation was a fate worse than death, a nightmare from which there could be no escape, no redemption. And as he roamed the deserted streets, his heart heavy with despair, he knew that he would forever be haunted by the memory of the day when his life unraveled before his eyes, leaving nothing but darkness in its wake. Title: The Shrinking Voyage. In the vast expanse of the open sea, where the horizon stretched out into infinity and the waves whispered secrets to the wind, there sailed a magnificent cruise ship, the jewel of the ocean, a floating paradise of luxury and opulence. But on one ill-fated journey, the ship's grandeur would be overshadowed by a terrifying phenomenon that defied all logic and reason. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the passengers aboard the jewel of the ocean settled in for a night of revelry and relaxation, unaware of the horror that awaited them. But as the hours passed and the moon rose high overhead, a strange sensation washed over the ship, a sensation of unease and disquiet that sent shivers down the spines of all who sailed upon her decks. With a sudden lurch, the ship began to tremble and shake, its massive hull groaning and creaking as it began to shrink before their very eyes. Panic erupted among the passengers as they watched in horror as the once grand vessel dwindled in size, its towering decks collapsing in on themselves like a house of cards. Desperate to escape the shrinking confines of the ship, the passengers scrambled for the lifeboats, their screams of terror echoing through the night as they fought to save themselves from certain doom. But no matter how fast they ran or how far they fled, the shrinking ship pursued them relentlessly, its walls closing in around them with each passing moment. As the ship continued to shrink, the passengers found themselves trapped in a nightmare of claustrophobic terror, their once grand surroundings reduced to a suffocating prison of shrinking corridors and dwindling cabins. With each passing hour, the ship grew smaller and smaller, until finally it vanished entirely beneath the waves, leaving behind nothing but a frothy wake and a haunting sense of dread. For those who survived the ordeal, The memory of that fateful night would haunt them for the rest of their days, a reminder of the horrors that lurked beneath the surface of the sea, waiting to claim their next unsuspecting victims. And as they sailed away from the shrinking ship, their hearts heavy with loss and despair, they knew that they would never again set foot upon the open sea without fearing the wrath of the shrinking voyage. Title: Sorry, Not Sorry. In the quiet town of Millwood, where the streets were lined with ancient oaks and the air was thick with the scent of pine, there lived a group of friends who stumbled upon an old board game buried deep within the dusty confines of an attic, a game that would unleash a nightmare beyond their wildest imagination. The game was called Sorry, a seemingly innocent pastime of chance and strategy. But as the friends gathered around the worn game board, they soon realized that Sorry was no ordinary game. It was a gateway to a realm of darkness and despair. As they rolled the dice and moved their pieces around the board, the air crackled with an electric energy, and the room filled with the sound of whispers and murmurs that seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves. With each roll of the dice, the game grew more intense, the stakes higher than ever before. But as the players navigated the treacherous twists and turns of the game board, they soon realized that Sorry was not just a game. It was a living, breathing entity with a will of its own. With each move, the players found themselves drawn deeper into the heart of the game, their fates intertwined with the whims of the mysterious forces that governed its every twist and turn. As the hours stretched into days and the days into weeks, the players struggled to break free from the clutches of Sorry, but the game would not release its grip. It twisted their desires and manipulated their fears, turning friend against friend in a desperate bid for survival. With each passing turn, the game grew more malevolent, its challenges more insidious, until finally, the players realized with horror that they were trapped within the game itself, a twisted labyrinth of darkness and despair from which there could be no escape. Forced to confront their deepest fears and darkest secrets, the players fought desperately to find a way out, but the game would not be cheated. It demanded payment for the sins of the past, and it would not rest until it had claimed its due. In the end, only one player emerged from the twisted depths of Sorry, a hollow shell of their former self, haunted by the memories of the horrors they had witnessed and the price they had paid for their folly. And as the game lay silent and still once more, its secrets buried beneath the ashes of the past, the town of Millwood returned to its quiet slumber, unaware of the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface, waiting to claim its next unsuspecting victim.
Chapter 1. The Tragedy Unveiled. In the quiet suburbs of Ravenswood, Henry sat alone in his dimly lit apartment, the weight of grief heavy upon his shoulders. It had been 2 agonizing years since the tragic accident that claimed the life of his beloved brother Mark. The memories of that dreadful night haunted him like specters in the darkness, whispering of a time when laughter filled the air and their bond seemed unbreakable. But that bond shattered on that fateful evening when Mark's life was cruelly taken by a hit-and-run driver who callously fled the scene, leaving behind nothing but devastation and unanswered questions. Despite the best efforts of the authorities, the culprit remained at large, leaving Henry consumed by a thirst for justice that could never be quenched. As he sat in the silence of his apartment, Henry couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched, a sensation that sent shivers down his spine. He dismissed it as paranoia, a byproduct of his grief-stricken mind, but deep down, he knew that something was amiss. That night, as Henry drifted into an uneasy sleep, he found himself plagued by nightmares of the accident that claimed his brother's life. He relived the moment of impact, the screeching of tires, and the sickening thud of metal against flesh, over and over again until he jolted awake, drenched in a cold sweat. Chapter 2. The Haunting. As the days turned into weeks, Henry's sense of unease only intensified. his sleep plagued by visions of death and despair. But it was during the waking hours that the true horror began. Strange occurrences plagued Henry's apartment. Objects moved of their own accord. Strange noises echoed through the halls in the dead of night, and an icy chill lingered in the air that no amount of heating could dispel. But it was the apparition that appeared before him one fateful night that sent Henry's world spiraling into darkness. As he lay in bed, unable to sleep, Henry saw a figure standing at the foot of his bed. A ghostly apparition with hollow eyes that seemed to pierce his very soul. With a blood-curdling scream, Henry scrambled from his bed, his heart pounding in his chest as he realized the true nature of the entity that haunted him. It was the ghost of the man who killed his brother, his spectral form twisted with rage and despair as he reached out to Henry with spectral hands. Frozen in terror, Henry watched as the ghost disappeared into the darkness, leaving him alone with his fear and his guilt. Chapter 3: Confrontation. Determined to unravel the mystery of the ghostly apparition that haunted him, Henry embarked on a quest for answers, delving into the dark underbelly of the city in search of the truth. With each clue he uncovered, he felt himself drawn closer to the source of his torment. A dilapidated warehouse on the outskirts of town, where shadows danced in the moonlight and whispers echoed through the darkness. As he entered the warehouse, Henry's heart raced with anticipation, his senses heightened by the fear that gripped him. But as he ventured deeper into the labyrinthine corridors, he realized that he was not alone. The ghost of the hit-and-run driver stood before him, his eyes burning with an otherworldly light as he confronted Henry with the truth of his brother's death. With a heavy heart, Henry listened as the ghost recounted the events of that fateful night. The moment of impact, the sound of screeching tires, and the fleeting glimpse of a face twisted with fear and desperation. In that moment, Henry realized the true extent of his guilt, the knowledge that he had failed to protect his brother, that he had allowed him to become another victim of the city's unforgiving streets. With tears streaming down his face, Henry begged for forgiveness, but the ghost remained silent, his spectral form fading into the darkness as the echoes of his brother's final moments lingered in the air. And as Henry emerged from the warehouse, haunted by the ghosts of his past, he knew that he would carry the weight of his brother's death with him for the rest of his days, a reminder of the fragility of life and the consequences of his own actions. But little did he know that the horrors of that haunted warehouse would follow him wherever he went, lurking in the shadows, waiting to claim his soul once more. As Henry stepped out into the moonlit streets of Ravenswood, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched, a sensation that sent shivers down his spine. And as he turned to look behind him, he saw the ghostly apparition of the hit-and-run driver, his eyes burning with an otherworldly light as he reached out to Henry with spectral hands. With a blood-curdling scream, Henry fled into the night, his heart pounding in his chest as he realized that he was trapped in a nightmare from which there was no escape. And as the echoes of his scream faded into the darkness, the ghostly apparition disappeared into the night, leaving Henry alone with his fear and his guilt, forever haunted by the specter of death that lurked just beyond the shadows. In the heart of the solemn town of Ravenwood, where the clouds seemed to linger a little longer and the whispers of the wind carried tales of forgotten horrors, there stood a cemetery that held within its depths a darkness that defied comprehension. It was a place of sorrow and despair, where the dead did not rest in peace, but instead rose from their graves to wreak havoc upon the living. The cemetery, known simply as Oakwood Cemetery, stretched across acres of land, its gravestones standing like silent sentinels amidst the tangled undergrowth and gnarled trees. It was a place steeped in history, its weathered headstones bearing the names of generations long gone and the stories of lives lived and lost. But as the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness descended upon the town, the atmosphere in Oakwood Cemetery shifted, the air thick with a sense of foreboding and the chill of the grave. It was on nights like these that the dead were said to stir from their slumber, their restless spirits roaming the earth in search of release from their eternal torment. It was into this atmosphere of dread that the cemetery workers ventured each night, their footsteps echoing through the silent graveyard as they went about their grim task. Armed with shovels and lanterns, they moved with practiced efficiency, their faces set in grim determination as they dug yet another grave for burial. But as they worked, a sense of unease settled over them, a feeling that they were being watched by eyes that glowed with an otherworldly light. Ignoring their instincts, they pressed on, their minds clouded by the monotony of their task and the pressing need to finish before the night grew too dark. Suddenly, without warning, the ground began to tremble beneath their feet, the earth splitting open with a deafening roar to reveal row upon row of rotting corpses clawing their way to the surface. With blood-curdling screams, the workers stumbled back in horror, their hearts pounding in their chests as they realized the true horror of what lay before them. The corpses, their bodies twisted and decayed, lumbered forward with a hunger that could not be sated, their empty eye sockets fixed upon the trembling figures before them. With a ravenous ferocity, they descended upon the workers, tearing flesh from bone with savage abandon as they feasted upon their still warm bodies. The screams of the workers echoed through the night, a symphony of agony that reverberated through the cemetery like a curse. But amidst the chaos and carnage, there was no one to hear their cries for help, no one to come to their aid as they were dragged down into the depths of darkness that awaited them. As the last of the workers fell silent, their bodies nothing more than mangled corpses strewn across the blood-soaked ground, the undead turned their attention to the helpless police officers who had arrived on the scene. With weapons drawn and hearts heavy with dread, the officers stood frozen in fear as the nightmare unfolded before their eyes, their minds struggling to comprehend the true horror of what they were witnessing. No amount of bullets could stop the relentless advance of the undead, their rotting bodies absorbing the gunfire with an eerie resilience as they closed in on their prey. Helpless to intervene, the police officers could only watch in horror as their comrades were torn apart before their eyes, their screams of agony drowned out by the cacophony of moans and screams that filled the air. In the end, the cemetery became a charnel house of death and despair, its once hallowed grounds now a breeding ground for unspeakable horrors. And as the sun rose over Ravenwood, casting long shadows across the blood-stained earth, the true extent of the nightmare that had unfolded within its walls became painfully clear. A reminder of the fragility of life and the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface of the world, waiting to consume all who dared to tread upon its path. In the small, isolated town of Ravenwood, nestled deep within the mist-shrouded forests of the Pacific Northwest, a darkness lurked beneath the surface, a darkness that hungered for blood and thrived on fear. It was on a moonless night, as the shadows danced beneath the flickering streetlights, that a group of teenagers dared to venture into the heart of the forest, their laughter echoing through the darkness as they sought the thrill of the unknown. Among them was Sarah, a fearless young woman with a thirst for adventure that burned brighter than the stars above. With her friends in tow, she led the way deeper into the woods, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of fallen leaves that blanketed the forest floor. But as they ventured deeper into the darkness, a sense of unease settled over the group, a feeling that they were being watched by eyes that glowed with a malevolent light. Still, they pressed on, driven by a reckless curiosity that blinded them to the dangers that lurked just beyond the trees. It was then that they stumbled upon it, a dilapidated cabin hidden deep within the forest, its windows boarded up and its doors hanging off their hinges. Against their better judgment, the teenagers pushed open the door and stepped inside, their hearts pounding with excitement and fear. But as they explored the darkened interior of the cabin, they soon realized that they were not alone. Strange symbols adorned the walls, painted in blood that still glistened wetly in the dim light. And in the center of the room, surrounded by flickering candles, lay a grotesque altar fashioned from human bones. Horror washed over the group as they realized the true nature of the cabin, a place of unspeakable evil, where dark rituals were performed in the name of a forgotten god. But before they could flee, a presence stirred in the shadows, its eyes burning with a hunger that sent shivers down their spines. With a deafening roar, the creature emerged from the darkness, a twisted abomination with jagged claws and a mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. It lunged at the teenagers with a feral fury, its howls echoing through the forest as it tore through flesh and bone with savage abandon. Sarah watched in horror as her friends were torn apart before her eyes, their screams of agony drowned out by the creature's bloodthirsty roar. With nowhere left to run, she prepared to meet her own gruesome fate, resigned to the fact that she would never escape the darkness that had claimed her friends. But just as the creature closed in for the kill, a blinding light filled the cabin, banishing the darkness and sending the creature recoiling in agony. Through the haze of pain and fear, Sarah saw a figure emerge from the shadows, a lone survivor, armed with a weapon forged from silver and blessed by holy water. With a single stroke, the survivor dispatched the creature back to the depths of hell from whence it came, its screams of anguish echoing through the forest as it vanished into the darkness. And as the dawn broke over Ravenwood, Sarah emerged from the cabin, the sole survivor of a nightmare that would haunt her dreams for the rest of her days. Once upon a time, in a forgotten corner of the world, there existed a small village nestled deep within a forest so dense that sunlight struggled to penetrate its ancient canopy. The villagers whispered of dark legends and unspeakable horrors that lurked among the shadows, but none were as chilling as the tale of the Whispering Tree. The Whispering Tree stood at the edge of the village, its gnarled branches twisting skyward like skeletal fingers clawing at the heavens. Legend had it that the tree was cursed, its roots anchored in soil stained with the blood of innocence, its branches home to restless spirits doomed to wander the earth for all eternity. Every night, as the moon rose high in the sky and the village fell silent, the Whispering Tree came alive with the sound of whispered secrets and ghostly moans that echoed through the darkness. Those who dared to venture too close claimed to hear the anguished cries of the dead, their voices carried on the wind like a mournful lament. But it was the children of the village who were most affected by the tree's sinister presence. Night after night, they lay awake in their beds, trembling with fear as the whispers grew louder, their imaginations running wild with tales of the horrors that lay just beyond their bedroom windows. One fateful night, a young boy named Thomas dared to defy the warnings of the villagers and crept out of his bed to investigate the source of the haunting whispers. With trembling hands and a racing heart, he made his way through the darkened streets until he reached the edge of the forest, where the Whispering Tree loomed like a specter in the night. As Thomas approached the tree, the whispers grew louder, swirling around him like a malevolent fog. He reached out a hand to touch its gnarled bark, but as his fingers made contact, he was consumed by a wave of icy terror that chilled him to the bone. Suddenly, the branches of the Whispering Tree began to writhe and twist, their skeletal fingers reaching out to ensnare Thomas in their grasp. He screamed for help, but his cries were drowned out by the cacophony of whispers that surrounded him, their voices filling his mind with visions of unspeakable horror. In the morning, the villagers found Thomas lying unconscious at the base of the Whispering Tree, his face twisted in a silent scream of terror. They carried him back to the safety of the village, but his mind was forever haunted by the nightmares that lurked within the darkness, a chilling reminder of the horrors that lay hidden in the shadows of the Whispering Tree. In the remote wilderness of the Canadian Rockies, where the pines stood tall and the mountains loomed like silent sentinels, there lay a desolate stretch of forest haunted by the presence of a dead moose. It was said that the moose had once been a majestic creature, its antlers towering above the treetops as it roamed the pristine wilderness in search of food. But one fateful winter's night, tragedy struck, and the moose met its end in a violent collision with an oncoming vehicle on the lonely highway that cut through the heart of the forest. For weeks, the carcass lay undiscovered, hidden among the snow-covered trees, until one day, a group of hikers stumbled upon the grisly scene. The moose's body lay twisted and mangled, its once proud form now a grotesque mockery of its former self. Despite the frigid temperatures and biting wind, the hikers couldn't tear their eyes away from the dead moose. There was something unnerving about the way its glassy eyes seemed to follow their every move, as if it were silently pleading for release from its icy prison. As night fell and the temperature plummeted, the hikers made camp nearby, their flickering campfire casting long shadows across the snow-covered ground. But no matter how hard they tried to ignore it, the presence of the dead moose loomed over them like a specter in the night. As the hours passed, strange noises began to echo through the forest, ominous rustlings in the underbrush, mournful howls carried on the wind, and the distant sound of snapping twigs. The hikers huddled closer to the fire, their nerves fraying with each passing moment. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the stillness of the night, sending shivers down their spines. They turned to see a figure emerging from the darkness, a twisted, spectral form with antlers that seemed to stretch up to the heavens. It was the dead moose, risen from its icy grave to seek vengeance upon those who had disturbed its eternal slumber. With eyes blazing with an otherworldly light, it charged towards the camp, its hooves pounding against the frozen ground. In a panic, the hikers fled into the forest, their screams echoing through the trees as they raced to escape the wrath of the undead creature. But no matter how fast they ran, they could never outrun the haunting presence of the dead moose, whose ghostly form haunted the wilderness for all eternity. In the heart of the bustling metropolis stood an unassuming apartment building, its weathered facade concealing the dark secrets that lurked within its walls. It was here, in apartment 404, that Sarah found herself ensnared in a nightmare from which she could not escape. Sarah had moved into apartment 404, seeking a fresh start, eager to leave behind the memories of her troubled past. But from the moment she crossed the threshold, she knew that something was amiss. The air felt heavy with a sense of foreboding, and strange whispers echoed through the empty rooms when she thought she was alone. At first, Sarah dismissed the whispers as nothing more than a trick of her overactive imagination. But as the days turned into weeks, the whispers grew louder, their voices taunting her with fragments of long-forgotten memories and twisted fantasies. Unable to shake the feeling of unease that gripped her, Sarah sought solace in the company of her neighbors, hoping to find some semblance of normalcy in their presence. But each encounter only served to deepen her sense of dread, as she discovered that her neighbors shared her obsession with apartment 404, their eyes haunted by the same haunted look of fear and despair. Desperate for answers, Sarah embarked on a quest to uncover the truth behind the sinister forces that plagued apartment 404. With each clue she unearthed, she found herself drawn deeper into a labyrinth of madness and deception, where reality and illusion blurred into one. As Sarah delved deeper into the darkness, she began to lose her grip on reality, her mind consumed by a maelstrom of paranoia and fear. Shadows danced at the edge of her vision, whispering secrets that only she could hear, while strange symbols appeared etched into the walls of her apartment, their meaning shrouded in mystery. In a desperate bid to escape the nightmare that had consumed her life, Sarah fled into the labyrinthine corridors of apartment 404, pursued by the ghostly whispers that echoed in her mind. But no matter how fast she ran, she could never outrun the darkness that lurked within, waiting to claim her soul as its own. In the end, Sarah realized that there was no escape from the horrors of apartment 404, for in the twisted depths of her own mind, she had become a prisoner of her own making, condemned to wander the halls of her own personal hell for all eternity. In the heart of the solemn town of Ravenwood, where the clouds seemed to linger a little longer and the whispers of the wind carried tales of forgotten horrors, there stood a cemetery that held within its depths a darkness that defied comprehension. It was a place of sorrow and despair, where the dead did not rest in peace, but instead rose from their graves to wreak havoc upon the living. The cemetery, known simply as Oakwood Cemetery, stretched across acres of land, its gravestones standing like silent sentinels amidst the tangled undergrowth and gnarled trees. It was a place steeped in history, its weathered headstones bearing the names of generations long gone and the stories of lives lived and lost. But as the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness descended upon the town, the atmosphere in Oakwood Cemetery shifted, the air thick with a sense of foreboding and the chill of the grave. It was on nights like these that the dead were said to stir from their slumber, their restless spirits roaming the earth in search of release from their eternal torment. It was into this atmosphere of dread that the cemetery workers ventured each night, their footsteps echoing through the silent graveyard as they went about their grim task. Armed with shovels and lanterns, they moved with practiced efficiency, their faces set in grim determination as they dug yet another grave for burial. But as they worked, a sense of unease settled over them, a feeling that they were being watched by eyes that glowed with an otherworldly light. Ignoring their instincts, they pressed on, their minds clouded by the monotony of their task and the pressing need to finish before the night grew too dark. Suddenly, without warning, the ground began to tremble beneath their feet. the earth splitting open with a deafening roar to reveal row upon row of rotting corpses clawing their way to the surface. With blood-curdling screams, the workers stumbled back in horror, their hearts pounding in their chests as they realized the true horror of what lay before them. The corpses, their bodies twisted and decayed, lumbered forward with a hunger that could not be sated, their empty eye sockets fixed upon the trembling figures before them. With a ravenous ferocity, they descended upon the workers, tearing flesh from bone with savage abandon as they feasted upon their still warm bodies. The screams of the workers echoed through the night, a symphony of agony that reverberated through the cemetery like a curse. But amidst the chaos and carnage, there was no one to hear their cries for help, no one to come to their aid as they were dragged down into the depths of darkness that awaited them. As the last of the workers fell silent, their bodies nothing more than mangled corpses strewn across the blood-soaked ground, the undead turned their attention to the helpless police officers who had arrived on the scene. With weapons drawn and hearts heavy with dread, the officers stood frozen in fear as the nightmare unfolded before their eyes, their minds struggling to comprehend the true horror of what they were witnessing. No amount of bullets could stop the relentless advance of the undead, their rotting bodies absorbing the gunfire with an eerie resilience as they closed in on their prey. Helpless to intervene, the police officers could only watch in horror as their comrades were torn apart before their eyes, their screams of agony drowned out by the cacophony of moans and screams that filled the air. In the end, the cemetery became a charnel house of death and despair, its once hallowed grounds now a breeding ground for unspeakable horrors. And as the sun rose over Ravenwood, casting long shadows across the blood-stained earth, the true extent of the nightmare that had unfolded within its walls became painfully clear. A reminder of the fragility of life and the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface of the world, waiting to consume all who dared to tread upon its path. In the heart of a small town, nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there stood an old bookstore known simply as The Enigma. It was a place shrouded in mystery, its faded sign barely visible amidst the overgrown vines that snaked their way up its weathered facade. Despite its dilapidated appearance, The Enigma drew visitors from far and wide, drawn by rumors of the strange and unusual books that lay hidden within its walls. But little did they know that the true horror of The Enigma lay not in its books, but in the secrets that lurked within its depths. It was on a foggy autumn evening that Sarah, a curious young woman with a penchant for the macabre, stumbled upon The Enigma while wandering through the town square. Intrigued by the shop's mysterious allure, she pushed open the creaking door and stepped inside, her senses assaulted by the musty smell of old paper and ink. As Sarah explored the dimly lit aisles, her eyes fell upon a strange book sitting atop a dusty pedestal in the center of the room. It was unlike any book she had ever seen before, a thick tome bound in cracked leather, its pages seemingly blank save for a single inscription on the cover, "The Book with No Pages." Intrigued by the book's enigmatic title, Sarah reached out to touch its weathered surface, her fingers tingling with a strange energy as she flipped open the cover. But to her surprise, the pages were indeed blank, devoid of any text or illustrations save for the faint outline of letters that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. Undeterred by the book's apparent lack of content, Sarah decided to purchase it and take it home with her, eager to unravel the mysteries that lay hidden within its pages. But little did she know that the true horror of The Book with No Pages was yet to reveal itself. That night, as Sarah lay in bed with the book by her side, strange things began to happen. Whispers echoed through the darkness, their words unintelligible yet filled with a sense of malevolence that sent shivers down her spine. And as she drifted off to sleep, she was plowed by nightmares, visions of shadowy figures looming overhead, their eyes burning with an otherworldly light. When Sarah awoke the next morning, she found herself unable to remember the events of the previous night, her mind clouded by a fog of confusion and fear. But as she reached for the book with no pages, she recoiled in horror as she realized that it was no longer blank. Instead, its pages were filled with strange symbols and sigils, their meaning incomprehensible yet undeniably sinister. Terrified by what she had unleashed, Sarah sought out the help of a local scholar who specialized in occult studies, hoping that he could shed some light on the mysteries of the book with no pages. But when she arrived at his home, she found it deserted, its windows shattered and its walls covered in strange symbols that seemed to writhe and twist in the moonlight. With nowhere else to turn, Sarah returned to the enigma, desperate to find answers before it was too late. But as she stepped inside, she was greeted by an empty room, its shelves barren and its air heavy with the stench of decay. And as Sarah stood alone in the darkness, surrounded by the echoes of whispers and the shadows that danced along the walls, she realized with growing horror that she had become trapped within the pages of the book with no pages, a prisoner of the darkness that lurked within its depths, doomed to wander its endless corridors for all eternity. In the small coastal town of Frostwood, nestled beneath the icy embrace of the Arctic Circle, there existed an old antique shop called Whispers of Time. Within its dimly lit interior, among shelves cluttered with curiosities of ages past, sat a peculiar item, a haunted Polaroid camera. The camera, with its sleek black body and faded silver accents, seemed innocuous enough at first glance. But those who dared to peer through its viewfinder discovered its sinister secret, a glimpse into the realm of the supernatural, where shadows danced and specters lurked. It was said that the camera had once belonged to a renowned photographer, who had disappeared under mysterious circumstances while on an expedition to capture the ethereal beauty of the northern lights. Legend whispered that his spirit now inhabited the camera, forever bound to wander the icy landscapes he once sought to immortalize. The camera passed from owner to owner over the years, leaving a trail of tragedy and despair in its wake. Each time a photograph was taken, the souls of the captured subjects were said to become trapped within the confines of the instant film, condemned to wander the icy tundra for all eternity. One fateful day, a young woman named Eliza stumbled upon the antique shop during a visit to Frostwood. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, she found herself standing before the haunted Polaroid camera, its lens gleaming with an otherworldly light. Despite the warnings of the shopkeeper, Eliza couldn't resist the allure of the camera. Ignoring the whispers of doubt that echoed in her mind, she purchased the cursed device and set out to unravel its mysteries. As Eliza ventured into the frozen wilderness surrounding Frostwood, she began to document her journey with the camera, capturing images of the stark landscapes and the eerie beauty of the northern lights. But with each click of the shutter, she felt a growing sense of unease, as if unseen eyes were watching her every move. One night, as she huddled in her tent beneath the swirling colors of the aurora, Eliza decided to take one final photograph. She aimed the camera at the sky and pressed the shutter button, the flash illuminating the darkness with an otherworldly glow. But as the image slowly developed before her eyes, Eliza gasped in horror at what she saw. A spectral figure dancing among the stars, its eyes filled with a longing that chilled her to the core. Terrified, Eliza fled into the night, abandoning the cursed camera in her haste to escape. But no matter how far she ran, she could never escape the haunting memory of that final photograph, a reminder of the darkness that lurked within the icy heart of Frostwood. In the quaint town of Willow Creek, nestled amidst rolling hills and dense forests, lived a couple named Emily and James. Their love was the envy of the town, their bond seemingly unbreakable as they walked hand in hand through the cobblestone streets, their laughter echoing through the crisp autumn air. But beneath the surface of their idyllic life, a dark secret lurked, waiting to be unearthed. One stormy night, as Emily sat by the fire reading a book, James returned home from a late shift at the hospital where he worked as a doctor. His face was pale, his hands trembling as he removed his coat and collapsed into a nearby armchair. Concerned, Emily rushed to his side, but James brushed off her inquiries with a forced smile, insisting that he was simply tired from a long day's work. But as the days turned into weeks, Emily couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Late one night, unable to sleep, Emily found herself rummaging through James's belongings, searching for any clue to explain his sudden change in behavior. It was then that she stumbled upon a dusty old journal hidden at the back of his closet. A journal filled with entries detailing their life together, their hopes and dreams, and their deepest fears. But as Emily flipped through the pages, her heart froze in her chest as she realized the horrifying truth. Every entry in the journal ended on the same date, 5 years ago. Confused and terrified, Emily confronted James, demanding an explanation for the journal's contents. But as she looked into his eyes, she saw no recognition, no trace of the man she had once loved. Desperate for answers, Emily turned to the townsfolk for help. but none could offer an explanation for James's mysterious past. It was as if he had simply appeared out of thin air, with no memory of the life he had once lived. Driven by a gnawing sense of dread, Emily delved deeper into James's past, uncovering long-buried secrets and forbidden truths that threatened to tear their world apart. And as she pieced together the fragments of their shattered reality, she realized with growing horror that James had been dead all along, a ghostly apparition trapped in a never-ending cycle of love and loss. Haunted by the realization that she had been living a lie, Emily fled into the night, leaving behind the empty shell of the man she had once called husband. And as she disappeared into the darkness, she couldn't shake the feeling that James's ghostly presence lingered, watching her every move with hollow eyes filled with longing and despair. Once upon a time, in a sleepy village nestled deep within the forest, there lived a little girl named Lily. Lily was a curious child, always eager to explore the woods that surrounded her home, despite the warnings of her parents to never venture too far into the darkness beyond. One fateful night, as the moon hung low in the sky and the stars twinkled like distant eyes watching from above, Lily found herself unable to sleep. Restless and curious, she slipped out of bed and tiptoed quietly out of the house, drawn by an irresistible urge to explore the forest under the cover of darkness. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the trees seemed to loom taller, and the shadows grew darker, casting strange shapes upon the forest floor. But Lily was undeterred, her heart filled with a sense of excitement as she ventured further and further from the safety of her home. Suddenly, a soft voice called out to her from the darkness, a voice that seemed to whisper her name on the wind, beckoning her to follow. Intrigued, Lily followed the sound, her footsteps quickening as she pushed deeper into the heart of the forest. But as she rounded a bend in the path, Lily stumbled upon a clearing bathed in moonlight, a clearing unlike any she had ever seen before. At the center of the clearing stood a tall, twisted tree, its branches reaching out like gnarled fingers grasping for the sky. And there, hanging from the branches of the tree, were dozens of dolls, old, worn, and tattered, their eyes empty and lifeless as they swayed gently in the breeze. Lily's breath caught in her throat as she realized with growing horror that each doll bore a striking resemblance to the children who had disappeared from the village over the years, their faces frozen in expressions of terror and despair. As she backed away in terror, Lily heard a soft rustling behind her, a sound like footsteps creeping closer and closer, accompanied by the faint whisper of a lullaby drifting through the air. With a cry of fear, Lily turned and fled from the clearing, her heart pounding in her chest as she raced back towards the safety of her home. But as she glanced back over her shoulder, she saw a figure lurking in the shadows, a figure cloaked in darkness, with glowing eyes that seemed to pierce her very soul. And in that moment, Lily knew that she was not alone in the forest, that something sinister lurked just beyond the edge of her vision, waiting to ensnare her in its grasp and drag her down into the depths of the darkness below. And so, as Lily huddled beneath her blankets, trembling with fear and unable to shake the feeling of eyes watching her from the shadows, she knew that she would never forget the horrors she had witnessed in the forest that night, a nightmare from which she could never truly awaken. In the heart of a bustling metropolis, where the lights never dimmed and the streets teemed with life, there lived a man named Ethan. Ethan was a struggling artist, his dreams of fame and fortune overshadowed by the harsh realities of life. But all of that was about to change when he made a deal that would alter the course of his destiny forever. It was on a dark and stormy night that Ethan found himself at the crossroads of fate, his heart heavy with desperation and despair. As he wandered the rain-soaked streets, his mind consumed by thoughts of failure and defeat, he stumbled upon a curious shop nestled in the shadows, a shop that seemed to beckon to him with whispered promises of power and glory. Intrigued by the shop's mysterious allure, Ethan ventured inside, his eyes widening in wonder as he beheld the treasures that lay within. There, sitting behind the counter, was a figure cloaked in darkness, his eyes gleaming with a malevolent light as he offered Ethan a deal that would change his life forever. For a price, the figure promised Ethan wealth, fame, and success beyond his wildest dreams. All he had to do was sign his name on the dotted line and relinquish his soul to the darkness that lurked within. Despite the warning bells ringing in his mind, Ethan couldn't resist the allure of the offer before him. With trembling hands, He signed away his soul, his heart filled with hope and anticipation as he awaited the fulfillment of his desires. And fulfill them it did. Almost overnight, Ethan's life was transformed, his art gaining widespread acclaim and his bank account overflowing with riches beyond his wildest imagination. Everywhere he went, he was hailed as a genius, his name spoken in hushed tones of awe and admiration. But as the days turned into weeks, Ethan began to notice strange changes within himself, changes that filled him with a sense of unease and dread. His once vibrant art became twisted and macabre, his paintings depicting scenes of horror and despair that seemed to seep from the darkest recesses of his soul. And then there were the nightmares, horrible, visceral nightmares that plagued Ethan's sleep, leaving him drenched in sweat and gasping for air. In his dreams, he was tormented by visions of demons and monsters, their blood-red eyes burning into his very soul as they whispered promises of eternal damnation. As the horrors of his deal began to close in around him, Ethan realized with growing horror the true cost of his newfound success. For in selling his soul to the darkness, he had unwittingly opened a door that could never be closed, a door that led straight to the depths of hell itself. Desperate to break free from the grip of the darkness that consumed him, Ethan sought out the mysterious figure who had offered him the deal in the first place, hoping against hope that he could find a way to reclaim his soul and undo the horrors he had unleashed. But when he returned to the shop, he found it empty, the door locked and barred against him as if it had never existed at all. And as Ethan stood alone in the darkness, his heart heavy with regret and despair, he realized with a sinking feeling that he was truly and irreversibly damned. For in selling his soul to the darkness, Ethan had traded away everything that made him human, leaving behind nothing but a hollow shell of the man he once was, a man condemned to walk the earth for all eternity, haunted by the horrifying implications of his fateful decision. In the heart of the bustling city, where the noise of traffic and the glow of neon signs drowned out the whispers of the night, there stood a decrepit dive bar known only as the Devil's Den. It was a place where the lost and the broken sought refuge from the harsh realities of the world, drowning their sorrows in cheap liquor and fading hopes. Among the regulars was Doreen, a man haunted by a past he could not escape and demons he could not confront. Night after night, he found himself drawn to the bar like a moth to a flame, seeking solace in the dimly lit confines of the smoke-filled room, his mind drowning in a sea of alcohol-fueled oblivion. But it was on a fateful night, much like any other, that Darren's life would take a terrifying turn. As he stumbled into the dimly lit bathroom, the stench of stale beer and cigarette smoke assaulted his senses, mingling with the faint whispers that seemed to emanate from the shadows themselves. Unaware of the danger that lurked within, Darren made his way to the farthest stall, his footsteps echoing in the empty room like a death knell. With a shaky hand, he pushed open the door and stepped inside, the creak of the hinges reverberating through the silence like a warning. As he closed the door behind him, a chill ran down Darren's spine, a feeling of unease that seemed to seep into his very bones. Ignoring the sensation, he approached the graffiti-covered walls, his reflection staring back at him with hollow eyes that seemed to pierce his soul. But as he reached out a trembling hand to touch the mirror, it rippled like water, distorting his reflection into a grotesque mockery of himself. With a gasp of horror, Darren stumbled backwards, his heart pounding in his chest as he realized that he was not alone in the bathroom. Shadows danced at the edge of his vision, twisting and writhing like living things as they closed in around him, suffocating him in their icy embrace. Desperate to escape the nightmare that had consumed him, Darren clawed at the door, his screams drowned out by the cacophony of whispers that filled the air. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from the grasp of the haunted bathroom stall, its malevolent presence suffusing his very soul with darkness. As the hours passed and the night wore on, Darren found himself locked in a battle for his very existence, his mind fractured by the horrors that lurked within the shadows. But just when all hope seemed lost, a glimmer of light pierced the darkness. A lone figure standing at the entrance to the bathroom, armed with a weapon forged from silver and blessed by holy water. With a defiant roar, the figure charged into the bathroom, its eyes blazing with righteous fury as it confronted the malevolent presence that had ensnared Darren's soul. And as the echoes of their battle reverberated through the bar, Darren felt a sense of peace wash over him, a sense of redemption born from the ashes of despair. In the end, Darren emerged from the bathroom a changed man, his soul cleansed by the fires of hell and his spirit reborn in the crucible of adversity. And as he stepped out into the neon-lit streets of the city, he knew that he would never be the same again, a survivor of a nightmare that would haunt his dreams for all eternity. But little did he know that the horrors of that haunted bathroom stall would follow him wherever he went, lurking in the shadows, waiting to claim his soul once more. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled in the heart of the countryside, there lived a young girl named Emily. Emily was a sweet and innocent child, with bright eyes and a heart full of wonder. But her life was about to take a dark and terrifying turn that would haunt her for the rest of her days. It all began on a stormy night, when Emily's parents left her alone in their old creaky house while they went out to run errands in town. As the wind howled and the rain beat against the windows, Emily huddled under her blankets, feeling a sense of unease creeping over her. But it wasn't just the storm that made Emily uneasy. It was the feeling of being watched, of something sinister lurking just beyond the shadows. Try as she might, Emily couldn't shake the feeling that she was not alone in the house. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door, echoing through the empty halls like a death knell. Emily froze in fear, her heart pounding in her chest as she listened to the sound of footsteps approaching from the other side. With trembling hands, Emily crept towards the door, her breath catching in her throat as she slowly turned the handle and pulled it open. What she saw on the other side sent chills down her spine. A figure cloaked in darkness, with glowing eyes that seemed to pierce her very soul. Before Emily could react, the figure lunged forward, its icy hands wrapping around her throat as it dragged her into the darkness. Emily screamed for help, but her cries fell on deaf ears as the figure dragged her further and further away from the safety of her home. As Emily struggled against her captor, she caught a glimpse of its face, a face twisted with malice and cruelty, its features contorted into a grotesque mask of evil. And in that moment, Emily knew that she was not dealing with a mere mortal, but something far more sinister. A creature of the night, hungry for her soul. Hours passed, and still Emily remained trapped in the clutches of the creature, its grip tightening around her with each passing moment. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded for mercy, but the creature showed no signs of relenting, its eyes burning with a hunger that could not be quenched. Just when all hope seemed lost, Emily heard the sound of her parents' car pulling into the driveway, their voices calling out her name in desperation. With a burst of strength born from fear and desperation, Emily broke free from the creature's grasp and raced towards the safety of her parents' arms. But as she looked back over her shoulder, she saw the creature vanish into the darkness, its laughter echoing through the night like a sinister lullaby. And in that moment, Emily knew that she would never be the same again, that the horrors she had witnessed would haunt her for the rest of her days, a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edges of the world. In the idyllic suburban neighborhood of Willowbrook, where children played on tree-lined streets and neighbors greeted each other with smiles, there lurked a darkness that few dared to acknowledge, a darkness embodied by a seemingly innocent golden retriever named Max. Max had been a beloved member of the Johnson family for years, his gentle nature and wagging tail endearing him to all who knew him. But beneath his cheerful facade lay a malevolence that would soon reveal itself in the most horrifying of ways. It began one sweltering summer evening when the Johnsons returned home from a day out to find Max behaving oddly. Instead of bounding eagerly to greet them as usual, he stood in the living room, his fur bristling and his teeth bared in a snarl that sent a chill down their spines. Confused and alarmed by Max's sudden aggression, the Johnsons attempted to approach him, but he lunged at them with a ferocity that was uncharacteristic of their beloved pet. His eyes gleamed with a primal madness, and a low growl rumbled deep in his throat as he backed them into a corner. Terrified, the Johnsons retreated to the safety of their bedrooms, locking themselves inside as Max prowled the halls outside, his menacing presence filling the house with an oppressive dread. As the days passed, Max's behavior only grew more erratic. He refused to eat or sleep, his once bright eyes now dull and lifeless as he lurked in the shadows, watching and waiting with a predatory intensity. Then, one fateful night, the Johnsons awoke to the sound of blood-curdling screams echoing through the neighborhood. Rushing downstairs, they were met with a scene of unimaginable horror. Max standing over their neighbor's lifeless body, his jaws dripping with blood and his eyes burning with a savage hunger. With a guttural snarl, Max turned his attention to the Johnsons, his teeth bared in a feral grin as he stalked towards them, his once familiar bark replaced by a sinister growl that chilled them to the bone. In a blind panic, the Johnsons fled from the house, their hearts pounding in their chests as they raced through the streets in search of safety. But no matter how fast they ran, they could feel Max's presence looming behind them, his relentless pursuit driving them to the brink of madness. In the end, the Johnsons were forced to leave Willowbrook behind, their once peaceful neighborhood now tainted by the memory of the horror that had unfolded within its walls. And as they drove away, they couldn't shake the feeling that Max's malevolent spirit still lingered, waiting to unleash its terror upon the unsuspecting souls who dared to cross its path. Title: Echoes of a Dream, The Haunting of John Lennon. In the heart of New York City, amidst the bustling streets and towering skyscrapers, there stood an old apartment building with a storied past. It was here, in the dimly lit corridors and dusty rooms, that the legendary musician John Lennon had once made his home. A sanctuary where he sought solace from the chaos of fame and fortune. But as the years passed and Lennon's fame grew, so too did the whispers of something sinister lurking within the walls of his apartment, a darkness that would soon come to light in the most chilling of ways. It was a quiet evening in December when Michael, a young music enthusiast and aspiring journalist, moved into the apartment building where Lennon had once lived. Drawn by the allure of living in the same space as his idol, Michael was determined to uncover the truth behind the rumors that had plagued Lennon's former home for decades. As he settled into his new apartment, Michael couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, a sensation that grew more pronounced with each passing day. Strange noises echoed through the halls at night, and shadows seemed to dance in the corners of his vision, whispering secrets that he couldn't quite make out. Determined to unravel the mystery of Lennon's haunted past, Michael began to research the history of the building, uncovering a series of chilling tales that sent shivers down his spine. Stories of strange occurrences and unexplained phenomena, of ghostly apparitions and restless spirits trapped between worlds. But it wasn't until one fateful night that Michael's investigation took a terrifying turn. As he lay in bed, lost in thought, he heard the faint strains of music drifting through the air, a haunting melody that seemed to beckon to him from the depths of the darkness. Following the sound, Mikhail found himself drawn to the abandoned apartment where Lennon had once lived, his heart pounding in his chest as he pushed open the door and stepped inside. What he found there defied all logic and reason. A spectral figure bathed in an ethereal light, standing before him with outstretched arms. It was John Lennon himself, or so it seemed, a ghostly apparition trapped in a never-ending loop of sorrow and regret, forever haunted by the memories of a life cut tragically short. And as Michael looked into Lennon's eyes, he saw the pain and anguish that lay hidden beneath the surface, a reminder of the toll that fame and fortune had taken on the legendary musician. With a cry of terror, Michael fled from the apartment, his mind reeling with disbelief at the horrors he had witnessed. But the echoes of Lennon's haunting melody followed him wherever he went, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edge of reality. And as Michael gazed up at the apartment building, its windows dark and foreboding in the moonlight, he couldn't help but wonder if Lennon's restless spirit still wandered its halls, trapped in a never-ending nightmare from which there was no escape. In the heart of a bustling city, where the streets buzzed with life and the buildings loomed like giants, there stood a small dollar store known as Cheap Thrills. Despite its unassuming exterior and modest interior, the store held a certain charm for the locals. A place where they could find everything from household items to quirky novelties, all for just $1 or less. But beneath its fluorescent lights and rows of neatly stacked shelves, Cheap Thrills concealed a dark secret. A secret that would soon shatter the illusion of safety and security that the store provided to its patrons. It was a dreary Tuesday afternoon, the sky heavy with clouds and the air thick with humidity, when the murder occurred. The store was unusually quiet, with only a handful of shoppers meandering through the narrow aisles, their footsteps echoing softly against the linoleum floor. Among them was Emily, a young woman with a penchant for bargain hunting and a keen eye for a good deal. As she wandered through the aisles, Her gaze flickered from one item to the next, her mind racing with thoughts of the treasures she might uncover amidst the chaos of discount goods. But her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden commotion coming from the back of the store. A muffled scream followed by the sharp sound of shattering glass. Instinctively, Emily's heart leaped into her throat as she turned to investigate, her footsteps quickening with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. What she found was a scene straight out of a nightmare. A man sprawled on the floor, his body twisted in an unnatural position and surrounded by shards of broken glass and pools of blood. Panic gripped Emily as she recoiled in horror, her mind struggling to comprehend the horror of what lay before her. As chaos erupted around her, Emily's gaze flickered to the figure standing nearby, a man with wild eyes and a knife clenched tightly in his hand, his clothes stained with blood and his lips twisted into a malevolent grin. With a sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach, Emily realized that she was face to face with a killer, a predator lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike when least expected. With adrenaline coursing through her veins, Emily turned and fled from the store, her heart pounding in her chest as she raced through the streets in search of safety. But no matter how fast she ran, she could feel the killer's presence looming behind her, his footsteps echoing in her ears like the ominous beat of a funeral drum. In the end, Emily managed to escape with her life, but the memory of that fateful day would haunt her for the rest of her days, a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface of the world, waiting to strike when least expected. And as she glanced back at Cheap Thrills, its doors now closed and its windows darkened, she couldn't help but wonder what other horrors lay hidden within its walls, waiting to be revealed to those who dared to venture inside. In the heart of a bustling city, where the neon lights cast long shadows and the streets pulsed with the rhythm of life, there existed a darkness that lurked just beneath the surface, a darkness that few dared to acknowledge, for fear of what lay beyond. It was in this city that Sarah found herself drawn to a mysterious stranger who frequented the local nightclub where she worked as a bartender. He was tall and handsome, with piercing eyes that seemed to see straight into her soul. His name was Alex, and from the moment he walked into the club, Sarah felt an inexplicable pull towards him, a pull that she couldn't quite explain. As they struck up a conversation, Sarah found herself captivated by Alex's charm and charisma, his words weaving a spell around her that she couldn't break. And when he asked her out on a date, she didn't hesitate to say yes, eager to unravel the mystery that surrounded him. Their first date was like something out of a fairy tale. Romantic dinners, long walks along the river, stolen kisses under the stars. Sarah felt like she was living in a dream, her heart soaring with happiness as she fell deeper and deeper in love with Alex. But as the days turned into weeks, Sarah began to notice strange things about Alex. Things that didn't quite add up. He never seemed to eat or drink, and he always avoided sunlight as if it were poison. And when Sarah asked him about his past, he would grow evasive, changing the subject with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Despite her growing unease, Sarah brushed off her suspicions, chalking them up to paranoia and insecurity. But deep down, a nagging voice whispered in the back of her mind, warning her that there was something off about Alex, that he was hiding secrets darker than she could ever imagine. It wasn't until one fateful night that Sarah discovered the truth about Alex, a truth that would shatter her world and plunge her into a nightmare from which she could not escape. As they walked home from a late-night movie, Sarah noticed a strange look in Alex's eyes, a look of hunger and longing that sent a shiver down her spine. And when he leaned in to kiss her, she recoiled in horror as she felt the sharp prick of his fangs against her neck. With a gasp of disbelief, Sarah pushed Alex away, her mind reeling with shock and betrayal. And as she looked into his eyes, she saw the truth reflected back at her, a truth that she could no longer deny. Alex was a vampire, a creature of the night, cursed to wander the earth in search of blood to satisfy his insatiable hunger. And now, Sarah was his next victim, trapped in a web of darkness from which there was no escape. With a cry of terror, Sarah fled from Alex's grasp, her heart pounding in her chest, as she raced through the empty streets, desperate to outrun the monster that hunted her. But no matter how fast she ran, she could feel his presence looming behind her, his icy breath sending chills down her spine as he closed in for the kill. In the end, Sarah was never seen again, her disappearance shrouded in mystery and speculation. Some say that she met a grisly end at the hands of the vampire who had stolen her heart, while others believe that she still wanders the streets at night, a ghostly specter trapped between the worlds of the living and the dead. But one thing is for certain. Sarah's story serves as a chilling reminder of the dangers that lurk in the shadows, waiting to ensnare those who dare to venture too close to the darkness. And as the night falls and the city sleeps, the echoes of her screams still haunt the streets, a warning to all who dare to tempt fate and dance with the devil in the pale moonlight. Gather round, my friends, and draw close to the crackling fire, for I have a tale to chill your bones on this moonlit night. In the heart of the dense forest, there lay an old, forgotten campground where whispers of the past lingered like shadows in the night. Locals spoke of its cursed history, warning travelers to steer clear of its overgrown paths and dilapidated cabins. Legend had it that many years ago, a group of campers ventured into these woods seeking adventure. They set up their tents beneath the ancient trees, unaware of the darkness that lurked just beyond the flickering flames of their campfire. As the night deepened, strange noises echoed through the forest, ominous rustlings, ghostly whispers, and the mournful howls of unseen creatures. But the campers brushed aside their fears, attributing the sounds to nothing more than the wild imaginings of an overactive mind. However, as the hours passed, an eerie fog crept into the campground, enveloping the tents in a shroud of mist. Soon, the campers found themselves disoriented, unable to discern friend from foe in the dense haze. One by one, they vanished into the darkness, swallowed whole by the sinister secrets of the forest. Their cries for help echoed through the trees, only to be swallowed by the oppressive silence of the night. Only one camper remained, a lone survivor who stumbled out of the woods at dawn, his eyes wide with terror and his mind forever scarred by the horrors he had witnessed. He spoke of shadowy figures lurking in the trees, of ghostly hands reaching out from the fog to drag unsuspecting victims into the abyss. From that day forth, the campground was abandoned, left to decay beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient forest. But those who dared to venture too close claimed to hear the echoes of ghostly laughter on the wind, a chilling reminder of the darkness that dwelled within. And so, my friends, as you sit by this fire on this haunted night, remember to heed the warnings of those who came before. For in the heart of the forest, where the shadows dance and the whispers linger, the spirits of the lost still roam, waiting to claim their next victim. In the heart of the bustling city, amidst the towering skyscrapers and bustling streets, Jake and Will found themselves drawn to a quaint apartment building with an eerie history that whispered of dark secrets and restless spirits. Little did they know that their decision to move into apartment 13B would plunge them into a nightmare from which they could not escape. From the moment they set foot inside the apartment, Jake and Will sensed that something was amiss. The air felt heavy with a sense of foreboding, and strange noises echoed through the empty rooms in the dead of night. But despite their reservations, they brushed off their fears, chalking it up to the stresses of moving to a new place. But as the days turned into weeks, the strange occurrences only intensified. Objects moved of their own accord, strange shadows danced across the walls, and an icy chill lingered in the air that no amount of heating could dispel. But it was the feeling of being watched that unsettled Jake and Will the most, a sensation that followed them wherever they went, lurking in the shadows like a malevolent presence. Desperate for answers, Jake and Will reached out to their neighbors in search of information about the apartment's dark past. It was then that they learned the chilling truth. The previous tenant, a troubled soul with a penchant for the occult, had met a grisly end within the walls of apartment 13B, his body found mutilated and bloodied in a ritualistic fashion. Determined to uncover the truth behind the haunting, Jake and Will delved into the apartment's history, uncovering a tangled web of tragedy and despair that stretched back decades. But as they pieced together the fragments of the past, they unwittingly awakened something dark and malevolent that lurked within the shadows, waiting to claim their souls as its own. Night after night, Jake and Will were tormented by visions of terror and despair, their dreams haunted by the ghostly apparitions of those who had met their demise within the walls of apartment 13B. They tried to flee, but the apartment seemed to have a hold on them, a grip that tightened with each passing day, dragging them deeper into the darkness with every step they took. In a desperate bid for salvation, Jake and Will turned to a team of paranormal investigators, hoping to rid themselves of the malevolent presence that plagued their lives. But as the investigators delved into the apartment's dark history, they uncovered a horrifying truth, a truth that threatened to consume them all. For within the walls of apartment 13B, a portal to the underworld had been opened, a gateway through which unspeakable horrors lurked, waiting to be unleashed upon the world. And as Jake and Will stood on the precipice of oblivion, they realized with growing horror that their fate had been sealed from the moment they set foot inside the apartment. In the end, Jake and Will vanished without a trace, their fate a mystery that would haunt the city for years to come. And as the sun set on another day, apartment 13B stood silent and empty, its dark secrets hidden from prying eyes, waiting for the next unsuspecting soul to fall victim to its insatiable hunger for despair. In the quiet town of Willow Creek, nestled amidst the rolling hills and dense forests of the Pacific Northwest, there existed a legend that sent shivers down the spines of even the bravest souls, the tale of the ghost of Frederick Finnegan. Frederick Finnegan was a wealthy landowner who lived in Willow Creek in the late 19th century. He was known for his reclusive nature and his penchant for dark dealings, rumored to have made a deal with the devil himself to amass his fortune. But as Frederick's wealth grew, so too did his enemies. Resentful of his success and envious of his riches, they conspired to bring about his downfall, spreading vicious rumors and lies that tarnished his reputation and threatened to destroy everything he had worked so hard to achieve. In a fit of rage and desperation, Frederick retreated to his mansion on the outskirts of town, vowing to exact revenge upon those who had wronged him. But as the whispers of betrayal grew louder, Frederick's mind began to unravel, consumed by a madness that drove him to commit unspeakable acts of violence in the dead of night. It was on a moonless night, much like any other, that tragedy struck. Frederick's mansion went up in flames, consuming everything in its path and leaving nothing but ash and ruin in its wake. And as the flames licked at the night sky, Frederick's ghost was said to rise from the ashes, his eyes burning with an otherworldly light as he roamed the streets of Willow Creek in search of vengeance. For years, the ghost of Frederick Finnegan haunted the town, his spectral form appearing in the dead of night to terrorize those who dared to cross his path. Witnesses spoke of strange noises echoing through the darkness, of flickering lights and shadowy figures that seemed to materialize out of thin air. But it was the children of Willow Creek who were most affected by Frederick's ghostly presence. Night after night, they lay awake in their beds, trembling with fear as they listened to the whispers of the wind and the creaking of the floorboards, wondering if Frederick's ghost would come for them next. As the years passed, the legend of Frederick Finnegan faded into obscurity, relegated to nothing more than a cautionary tale told to scare children into obedience. But there are those who still believe that Frederick's ghost lingers in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to exact his revenge upon those who wronged him. And as the sun sets on another day in Willow Creek, the whispers of the past echo through the darkness, a chilling reminder of the true horror that lies beneath the surface of this seemingly idyllic town.
Title: The Malevolent Artistry. Dr. Victor Harlow was a renowned plastic surgeon, celebrated for his unparalleled skill in the delicate art of facial reconstruction. Patients flocked to his exclusive clinic, drawn by the promise of beauty beyond imagination. However, beneath the polished surface of Dr. Harlow's success, a sinister darkness lurked. Known for his enigmatic demeanor, Dr. Harlow carefully selected a few patients, those who sought perfection beyond the ordinary. These chosen individuals were ushered into a secret chamber within the clinic, a room concealed from prying eyes. Under the guise of revolutionary procedures, Dr. Harlow began experimenting with a mysterious concoction, a serum that promised unparalleled transformations. With each injection, the patient's appearances altered drastically, veering away from the realm of beauty into the grotesque and otherworldly. As the once hopeful patients emerged from the secret chamber, they bore faces that defied the laws of nature, distorted features, contorted expressions, and eyes that seemed to reflect the shadows of their tortured souls. Dr. Harlow reveled in the malevolent artistry he had unleashed upon the unsuspecting. whispers of the clinic's dark secrets circulated among the afflicted patients. Those who dared to confront Dr. Harlow were met with a chilling smile, a manifestation of the doctor's satisfaction in their irreversible transformations. The once prominent surgeon reveled in the power he wielded over those who sought his expertise. Patient after patient succumbed to the horrors of Dr. Harlow's experiments, their lives forever marred by the irreversible alterations. The town, once enchanted by the allure of the clinic, became a ghostly landscape of those who dared to seek perfection in the hands of a madman. Unbeknownst to Dr. Harlow, the dark energy he harnessed in his serum fed on the despair and suffering of his victims, growing stronger with each distorted face. The clinic itself seemed to absorb the malevolence, casting an ever-present pallor over the once prosperous establishment. One fateful night, a lone investigative journalist delved into the shadows that enveloped Dr. Harlow's clinic. Uncovering the horrifying truth, the journalist faced the grotesque faces of the victims, frozen in silent agony. Determined to expose the doctor's malevolent artistry, the journalist confronted Dr. Harlow in a final, chilling showdown. As the truth unraveled, the clinic collapsed into the abyss of its own malevolence, swallowing Dr. Harlow and his monstrous creations. The once exclusive sanctuary of beauty became a haunting memory, a cautionary tale of the consequences that befell those who dared to play with the delicate threads of human appearance. And as the town gradually recovered from the nightmare that unfolded within the clinic's walls, the victims, forever altered, became the spectral guardians of a chilling warning. The pursuit of perfection in the hands of a malevolent artist comes at a price too ghastly to bear. Title: Shades of Terror. In the heart of a bustling city, amid the neon lights and throngs of people, there lay a forgotten pair of sunglasses, a relic of a bygone era, its lenses tinted with a darkness that seemed to swallow the very light around them. And as fate would have it, those sunglasses would soon become the catalyst for unspeakable terror. The sunglasses were discovered by a young woman named Mia, drawn to their mysterious allure as she perused the wares of a dusty thrift store. Intrigued by their vintage design and eerie aura, she slipped them on without a second thought, unaware of the horrors that lay in store. At first, Mia felt a sense of unease wash over her, a prickling sensation on the back of her neck, a chill that seemed to seep into her very bones. But as she adjusted to the darkness of the tinted lenses, she found herself drawn deeper and deeper into their malevolent embrace. With each passing moment, Mia's perception of the world around her began to warp and distort, as if the sunglasses were casting a shadow over reality itself. Shapes shifted and twisted in her vision, colors bled together in a kaleidoscope of terror, and whispers echoed in her ears, their words too faint to comprehend. Yet despite the mounting sense of dread that gripped her, Mia could not bring herself to remove the sunglasses from her face. It was as if they had become a part of her, their darkness seeping into her very soul and consuming her from within. As Mia wandered the streets of the city, her mind clouded by the sunglasses' sinister influence, she began to see things that should not have been possible. Ghastly apparitions lurking in the shadows, grotesque figures lurking just beyond the edge of her vision, their eyes gleaming with malice. Terrified and alone, Mia knew that she had to find a way to rid herself of the cursed sunglasses before it was too late. But with each passing moment, their grip on her mind and soul grew stronger, their darkness threatening to consume her completely. And so, as the shadows lengthened and the darkness closed in around her, Mia found herself facing a choice between surrendering to the sunglasses' malevolent influence or fighting back with every ounce of strength she had left. But as she reached for the cursed lenses, she realized with horror that it was already too late. The sunglasses had claimed her soul for their own, condemning her to an eternity of darkness and despair. Title: embraced by darkness. In the final moments of my mortal existence, I found myself enveloped in a suffocating darkness, a darkness that seemed to seep into every fiber of my being, swallowing me whole and dragging me down into the depths of despair. As my life slipped away, I felt the icy grip of death tightening around me, pulling me inexorably towards an unknown fate. Then, suddenly, I was no longer in the realm of the living. Instead, I found myself in a place beyond imagining, a place of torment and suffering, where the very air was thick with the stench of decay and despair. This was hell, a realm of eternal damnation, where the souls of the damned languished in eternal agony. As I gazed upon the desolate landscape before me, I felt a sense of overwhelming dread wash over me, a sense of doom that threatened to consume me whole. Everywhere I looked, I saw faces twisted in anguish, their eyes filled with a primal terror that mirrored my own. The air was hot and stifling, as if the very flames of hell licked at my skin, leaving me blistered and raw. Demonic figures prowled the shadows, their grotesque forms dancing in the flickering light of the inferno, their eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. But it was not just the physical torment that filled me with horror. It was the knowledge that this was my eternal fate, an eternity of suffering and despair with no hope of reprieve. Every misdeed, every sin I had committed in life now came back to haunt me, tormenting me with their relentless accusations. I cried out in anguish, begging for mercy, but my pleas fell on deaf ears. There was no escape from the clutches of hell, no redemption for the souls condemned to its fiery embrace. And as I writhed in agony, I knew that I was doomed to suffer for all eternity, a prisoner of my own sins. But even in the darkest depths of hell, there was a glimmer of hope, a faint flicker of light that refused to be extinguished. It was a spark of defiance, a refusal to surrender to the darkness that threatened to consume me. And though it may have been small, it was enough to give me the strength to endure, to cling to the hope that one day, somehow, I might find a way to escape the horrors of hell and find peace at last. Title: The Deceptive Gates. The transition from life to death unfolded like a delicate dance. My final breath, a waltz into the unknown, left me suspended in a moment of tranquil uncertainty. As I closed my eyes, I awaited the embrace of heavenly realms, picturing celestial gates adorned with pearl and streets paved with gold. But as my eyes fluttered open once more, the anticipated vision gave way to a disconcerting reality. A dense mist, heavy and foreboding, clung to the air, obscuring the desolate expanse before me. There were no celestial gates. There were no streets of gold. Instead, a barren wasteland unfolded, stretching infinitely beneath a sky that seemed devoid of both stars and hope. Confusion mingled with disappointment as I traversed the haunting landscape. The tranquility I expected in the afterlife transformed into an eerie disquiet. Where were the harmonious melodies of angels? Where were the loved ones whose embrace I longed to feel once more? The landscape seemed to conspire against my understanding, revealing a company of shadows. Distorted figures lurked in the periphery, their forms twisted and contorted in grotesque imitation of humanity. Eyes aglow with malevolence followed my every move, and faint whispers of torment carried on the ethereal breeze, echoing through the desolation. Reality set in, an unsettling revelation that this was not heaven, but a twisted mockery of paradise, a realm of darkness masquerading as the divine. The promises of eternal bliss had been nothing more than a siren's call, a deceptive lure leading souls astray into a web spun by forces beyond mortal comprehension. As I grappled with this unsettling truth, a profound sense of dread settled within me. How had I been led astray? What sinister forces had conspired to bring me to this realm of despair? The landscape itself seemed to conspire against me, its gloom pressing in, suffocating me with an oppressive chill. Desperation seized my soul, and my pleas for release echoed into the empty silence. Resigned to an unfathomable fate, I wandered through the desolation, a prisoner of my own misguided beliefs, ensnared in a nightmarish tapestry of my creation. The darkness swallowed me whole, and as I traversed the desolate expanse, the twisted mockery of heaven played out its haunting refrain, an eternal symphony of despair. Each step seemed to echo with the collective suffering of those who, like me, had been deceived by the deceptive gates of an afterlife that offered no solace, only an eternity of haunting desolation. Title: Propelled into Darkness. In the heart of a small airfield, beneath the eerie glow of the moon, a lone aircraft stood silent and imposing. Its propeller, a menacing blur of motion, sliced through the still night air with a deadly precision. And as fate would have it, it was beneath this very propeller that the horror would unfold. The man's name was David, a mechanic tasked with performing routine maintenance on the aircraft before its next flight. With a wrench in hand and a sense of purpose in his heart, he approached the plane, unaware of the sinister fate that awaited him. As David worked tirelessly beneath the shadow of the aircraft, a sense of unease washed over him, a premonition of the terror that lurked just beyond his field of vision. But before he could react, a sudden gust of wind caught him off guard, sending him stumbling toward the whirring propeller. With a sickening lurch, David found himself ensnared in the deadly embrace of the propeller, its blades tearing through flesh and bone with a savage ferocity. He screamed in agony as he was pulled inexorably toward the spinning blades, his pleas drowned out by the deafening roar of the engine. In a matter of seconds that stretched into an eternity of torment, David's body was torn asunder by the merciless blades of the propeller, his screams echoing through the night air as his life was extinguished in a whirlwind of blood and gore. But the horror did not end there, for as David's lifeless body lay crumpled on the tarmac, a sinister presence stirred within the aircraft. Shadows danced in the darkness, whispering secrets too terrible to comprehend, as the plane itself seemed to come alive with a malevolent energy. And as the night wore on, and the airfield fell silent once more, those who dared to approach the aircraft would swear they heard the ghostly wails of the mechanic trapped forever in the twisted machinery of the plane, a haunting reminder of the horrors that lurked beneath the surface of the seemingly mundane. Title: The Melancholy Strings. In the heart of a small town, tucked away in the attic of an old Victorian mansion, there lay a forgotten relic, an antique guitar with a haunting presence. Its weathered wood and tarnished strings whispered tales of sorrow and despair, echoing through the halls with a melancholy melody that chilled the soul. The guitar's origins were shrouded in mystery, its history lost to the passage of time. But those who dared to pluck its strings soon discovered the truth, a truth that would haunt them until their dying breath. The first to fall under the guitar's spell was a young musician named Ethan. Drawn by the instrument's siren song, he stumbled upon it during an estate sale, its forlorn appearance tugging at his heartstrings. Ignoring the warnings of the old woman who sold it to him, Ethan brought the guitar home, eager to unlock its secrets. At first, Ethan's music flourished under the guitar's guidance. Its haunting melodies seemed to flow effortlessly from his fingertips, captivating audiences with their ethereal beauty. But as time passed, Ethan began to notice a change, a darkness that lingered beneath the surface of the music, whispering of unspeakable horrors yet to come. Haunted by visions of a spectral figure that lurked in the shadows, Ethan's sanity began to unravel. He became obsessed with the guitar, unable to tear himself away from its malevolent influence. And as the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, Ethan's music took on a sinister quality, its melodies weaving a tapestry of madness and despair. But Ethan was not the only one to fall victim to the guitar's curse. One by one, those who crossed its path met with untimely ends, tragic accidents and unexplained disappearances that left the town reeling with fear. As the darkness closed in around him, Ethan realized the truth. The guitar was not a mere instrument, but a vessel for the tormented souls of those who had come before him. Their anguished cries echoed through the strings, their sorrowful melodies, a testament to the horrors they had endured. In a final act of defiance, Ethan resolved to break free from the guitar's grip, determined to rid himself of its cursed influence once and for all. With trembling hands, he smashed the instrument to pieces, its shattered remains lying scattered on the floor like broken dreams. But even as the last echoes of the guitar's haunting melody faded into silence, Ethan knew that the darkness would never truly be vanquished. For the spirits trapped within its strings would forever haunt his dreams. Their mournful wails, a constant reminder of the price paid for unlocking the secrets of the haunted guitar. Title: The Threefold Curse. In the heart of a sprawling desert, where the sun beat down relentlessly upon the shifting sands, there lay buried an ancient secret, a tarnished lamp, its surface etched with age-old runes, concealing within it a creature of boundless power. It was to this forgotten relic that a man named Jacob stumbled upon, unaware of the horrors that awaited him. With trembling hands, Jacob unearthed the lamp, his fingers tracing the intricate patterns that adorned its surface. And as he rubbed the lamp, a cloud of shimmering smoke billowed forth, coalescing into the form of a towering genie, its eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. "3 wishes I shall grant thee," boomed the genie's voice, echoing across the vast expanse of the desert. "Choose wisely, for the power I bestow comes with a price." Eagerly, Jacob accepted the genie's offer, his mind racing with visions of wealth, power, and eternal glory. For his first wish, he asked for riches beyond imagining, a fortune so vast that he would never want for anything again. Instantly, the genie obliged, showering Jacob with gold and jewels, treasures beyond his wildest dreams. But as Jacob reveled in his newfound wealth, a sense of unease gnawed at his soul. For amidst the glittering riches lay a hollow emptiness, a void that no amount of gold could ever fill. Undeterred, Jacob turned to his second wish, craving power to rival that of kings and emperors. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the genie to grant him dominion over nations, to wield authority unmatched by mortal men. And once again, the genie obliged, bestowing upon Jacob the might of armies and the sway of empires. But as Jacob surveyed the world from his lofty throne, he felt a creeping sense of isolation, as if the weight of his power threatened to crush him beneath its burden. For what good was authority without the love and loyalty of those he ruled over? And so, for his third and final wish, Jacob sought the ultimate prize: immortality, to live forever untouched by the ravages of time and decay. The genie hesitated, warning Jacob of the consequences of such a wish, but Jacob would not be dissuaded. With a solemn nod, he spoke the words that would seal his fate for all eternity. Instantly, Jacob felt a surge of power course through his veins, invigorating him with a vitality that transcended mortal limits. But as the years stretched into centuries, and the centuries into millennia, Jacob soon realized the true nature of his immortality, a curse that condemned him to wander the earth forever, an eternal outcast shunned by the passage of time. Driven mad by his endless existence, Jacob roamed the desolate wastes of the world, a specter of his former self, cursed to wander in perpetual agony. And as the sands of time continued to slip away, Jacob came to understand the true cost of his wishes, the loss of his humanity, the decay of his soul, and the eternal torment of a life without end. Title: The Pact with Desire. In the heart of a bustling city, where the neon lights cast shadows that danced with deceit, there lived a man named Daniel. He was a man consumed by desire, longing for the touch of a woman who existed only in his dreams. Night after night, Daniel wandered the dimly lit streets, his heart heavy with longing as he searched for a love that always seemed just out of reach. But try as he might, he could never find her, the woman who haunted his every thought, the object of his deepest desires. Until one fateful evening, when Daniel stumbled upon a shadowy figure lurking in the alleyways, a being cloaked in darkness, its eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. It was a demon, ancient and malevolent, who offered Daniel a deal that would change his life forever. "I can grant you the woman of your dreams," the demon whispered, its voice a seductive melody that sent shivers down Daniel's spine. "But in exchange, you must give me your soul." At first, Daniel hesitated, the gravity of the demon's offer weighing heavily on his mind. But the allure of his deepest desires proved too powerful to resist, and with a trembling hand, he accepted the demon's bargain. Instantly, Daniel felt a surge of power course through his veins, invigorating him with a newfound sense of purpose. And as he walked the streets once more, he felt a presence beside him, a woman, radiant and beautiful, whose eyes sparkled with a hunger that mirrored his own. But as the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Daniel began to realize the true cost of his bargain. For his love was not of this world, but a creature of darkness, a succubus who fed on his very essence, draining him of his vitality with each passing moment. Haunted by visions of his own demise, Daniel watched helplessly as his life spiraled out of control, his body wasting away beneath the weight of his desires. And as the darkness closed in around him, he knew that he had been damned from the moment he made his pact with desire. In the end, Daniel was left with nothing but regret, a hollow shell of a man, consumed by the very passions that had once driven him to seek out his heart's deepest desires. And as he lay dying in the arms of his demon lover, he realized the true horror of his fate, that some desires are better left unfulfilled, for they come at a price too terrible to bear. Title: The Shadowy Heights. In the heart of the city, where the concrete jungle reached towards the heavens, there lived a young man named Alex, a parkour enthusiast who thrived on the thrill of leaping from one rooftop to the next. With each daring jump, he felt alive, as if defying gravity itself. But one fateful night, as Alex prowled the rooftops in search of his next challenge, he stumbled upon a building unlike any he had seen before. An ancient structure shrouded in darkness, its windows boarded up and its walls crumbling with age. Intrigued by the abandoned building, Alex decided to explore its shadowy depths, his heart pounding with excitement as he raced across the rooftop towards his destination. With a graceful leap, he landed on the crumbling ledge of the building, his breath catching in his throat as he peered into the darkness below. As he descended into the bowels of the building, Alex felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of unease that seemed to permeate the very air around him. But he pushed aside his fears, his curiosity driving him ever onwards into the unknown. But as he delved deeper into the abandoned building, Alex soon realized that he was not alone. Shadows danced in the corners of his vision, whispering secrets too terrible to comprehend, as a sense of dread settled over him like a suffocating blanket. With mounting unease, Alex tried to find his way out of the labyrinthine corridors, but the building seemed to shift and change around him, its layout twisting and distorting with each passing moment. Panic seized his heart as he realized that he was trapped, a prisoner of his own reckless curiosity. And then, as if summoned by his darkest fears, a figure emerged from the shadows, a specter cloaked in darkness, its eyes gleaming with malevolence. With a blood-curdling scream, Alex turned and ran, his heart pounding in his chest as he raced towards the nearest exit. But the building seemed to conspire against him, its corridors stretching on endlessly, as if to mock his futile attempts to escape. And as the specter drew ever closer, Alex realized the terrible truth, that he had stumbled upon a place not meant for the living, a realm of darkness and despair where nightmares lurked around every corner. With one final leap, Alex hurled himself towards the nearest rooftop, his fingers grasping desperately for purchase as he pulled himself to safety. And as he lay gasping for breath on the cold concrete, he knew that he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. A reminder that some heights are better left unexplored, for they are haunted by shadows too terrible to comprehend. Title: The Woods Beyond. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Emily. With her vibrant red cloak and a basket of goodies in hand, she set out one fateful day to visit her grandmother who lived deep within the woods. As Emily skipped along the forest path, the dense canopy of trees loomed overhead, casting eerie shadows upon the forest floor. But Emily paid no mind to the ominous atmosphere, her youthful innocence shielding her from the dangers that lurked within. But as Emily ventured deeper into the woods, a sense of unease began to gnaw at her. The once familiar path twisted and turned, leading her further and further from the safety of the village. And as the shadows grew thicker and the trees loomed taller, Emily realized that she was lost. With a sinking feeling in her heart, Emily pressed on, her footsteps echoing through the silent woods. But as she rounded a bend in the path, she stumbled upon a clearing unlike any she had ever seen before. In the center of the clearing stood a dilapidated cottage, its windows boarded up and its doors hanging from their hinges. A sense of foreboding washed over Emily as she approached the cottage, the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. With a trembling hand, Emily pushed open the creaking door and stepped inside. The interior was shrouded in darkness, the air thick with the scent of decay. And as Emily's eyes adjusted to the dim light, she saw a figure lying motionless on the floor, a figure wrapped in a tattered cloak, much like her own. With a sinking feeling in her stomach, Emily approached the figure, her heart pounding in her chest. But as she drew closer, she realized the terrible truth. The figure was her grandmother, her once vibrant spirit snuffed out by the darkness that lurked within the woods. Before Emily could react, a low growl echoed through the cottage, and she turned to see a pair of glowing eyes staring at her from the shadows. A wolf, its fur matted with blood, and its fangs bared in a menacing snarl. With a shriek of terror, Emily turned and fled from the cottage, the echoes of the wolf's howls following her through the silent woods. And as she ran, she knew that she would never forget the horrors she had witnessed, that the woods beyond held secrets too terrible to comprehend, and that Little Red Riding Hood's tale had taken a darker turn than she could have ever imagined. Title: The Hound of Night's End. In the quiet town of Night's End, where the streets grew empty and the shadows deepened with each passing hour, there roamed a dog, a creature of darkness, its fur as black as the night itself. None knew from whence it came, nor to whom it belonged, but its presence struck fear into the hearts of all who crossed its path. They called it the Hound of Night's End, a spectral guardian that prowled the streets under the cover of darkness, its eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. Some whispered tales of a curse that had befallen the creature, while others spoke of a darker origin, a creature born of the shadows themselves, sent to haunt the town until the end of days. But regardless of its origins, one thing was certain: the hound brought with it a sense of unease, a feeling that lingered in the air long after it had passed. And as the nights grew longer and the town's inhabitants locked their doors tight, the hound continued its solitary vigil, its presence a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edge of town. But as the years passed and the legend of the Hound of Night's End faded into memory, a darkness began to spread throughout the town, a darkness that seemed to seep into every corner, twisting the hearts and minds of its inhabitants. And then, one fateful night, a young girl named Lily ventured out into the streets, her curiosity driving her to seek out the truth behind the town's most infamous legend. With each step she took, the darkness seemed to close in around her until she found herself standing face to face with the hound itself. With a trembling hand, Lily reached out to touch the creature, expecting to feel the chill of death upon its fur. But to her surprise, the hound nuzzled against her hand, its eyes filled with an unexpected warmth. And in that moment, Lily understood the true nature of the Hound of Night's End. It was not a creature of darkness, but a guardian of light, sent to protect the town from the horrors that lurked in the shadows. With a sense of awe and reverence, Lily followed the hound as it led her through the streets of Night's End, its presence a beacon of hope in a town consumed by darkness. And as the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, the hound disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind a town forever changed by its silent vigil. Title: The Endless Abyss. In the heart of a bustling city, where the streets teemed with life and the neon lights cast a vibrant glow, there lived a man named Samuel, a man with a secret that would change his life forever. For within the depths of his coat pocket lay an infinite abyss, a bottomless void that defied the laws of nature. It all began one fateful day when Samuel stumbled upon an old antique shop tucked away in a forgotten corner of the city. Intrigued by the shop's mysterious aura, he ventured inside, his eyes drawn to a dusty coat hanging on a rack in the corner. As Samuel reached out to touch the coat, he felt a strange sensation wash over him, a feeling of weightlessness, as if he were being pulled into another world. With a start, he pulled his hand back, but the sensation lingered, beckoning him to explore further. And so, with a sense of trepidation, Samuel slipped the coat on, its fabric cool against his skin. But as he reached into the pocket, his hand disappeared into the darkness, swallowed up by an abyss that seemed to stretch on for eternity. With a mixture of fear and fascination, Samuel delved deeper into the pocket, his fingers brushing against objects of all shapes and sizes: a keychain, a wallet, a small trinket box, all swallowed up by the endless void. But as Samuel continued to explore the depths of his pocket, he soon realized that the abyss was not just a repository for forgotten objects, but a gateway to a realm beyond comprehension, a realm inhabited by creatures of darkness and despair. With each passing day, Samuel felt the pull of the abyss growing stronger, its insatiable hunger consuming his thoughts and desires. And as he struggled to resist its temptations, he found himself drawn deeper and deeper into its depths, unable to escape its grasp. But it was not just Samuel who fell victim to the abyss's allure. For as word spread of his newfound power, others flocked to him, eager to partake in its forbidden pleasures. And as the city descended into chaos, Samuel realized the true nature of his curse, a curse that threatened to consume not just him, but all who dared to peer into the darkness. With a heavy heart, Samuel knew that he had to find a way to close the abyss before it was too late. But as he searched for answers, he found himself confronted by a truth more terrifying than he could have ever imagined: that the abyss was not just a physical entity, but a manifestation of his own darkest desires, a reflection of the darkness that lurked within his own soul. With a sense of determination, Samuel resolved to confront the abyss head-on, to face the darkness within himself and emerge victorious. And as he stood on the brink of oblivion, he reached into the depths of his pocket one final time, drawing forth the strength he needed to seal the abyss once and for all. With a mighty effort, Samuel closed his eyes and cast the abyss back into the darkness from whence it came, sealing it away for eternity. And as he emerged from the depths of his own despair, he knew that he had finally found redemption, that the darkness could never again consume him, as long as he held fast to the light within. Title: The Wanderer with No Shoes. In the heart of a desolate town, where the buildings stood abandoned and the streets lay empty, there wandered a man with a beard so tangled it seemed to merge with the shadows themselves. He was known only as the Wanderer, a figure of mystery and dread, his footsteps echoing through the silent streets like a whisper of impending doom. The townsfolk whispered tales of the Wanderer, of how he had emerged from the depths of the forest with no memory of who he was or where he had come from. Some said he was a lost soul, condemned to wander the earth for all eternity, while others believed him to be a harbinger of darkness, a creature born of nightmares and despair. But regardless of the rumors that surrounded him, the Wanderer continued his solitary journey, his eyes fixed on the horizon, as if searching for something he could never hope to find. And as he walked, the townsfolk watched from the safety of their homes, their hearts filled with a sense of unease at the sight of the mysterious figure in their midst. But one fateful night, as the moon hung low in the sky and the stars glimmered like distant beacons of hope, the Wanderer arrived at the edge of town. With each step he took, the air grew colder, the shadows deeper, until he found himself standing at the threshold of a forest that seemed to stretch on for eternity. With a sense of trepidation, the Wanderer stepped into the darkness, his bare feet sinking into the soft earth as he ventured deeper into the heart of the forest. But as he walked, he felt a presence watching him from the shadows, a presence that sent shivers down his spine and set his heart pounding with fear. With each passing moment, the forest grew darker and more oppressive, its twisted branches reaching out like gnarled fingers to ensnare him in their grasp. And as the Wanderer pressed on, he realized that he was not alone, that something sinister lurked in the depths of the forest, waiting to claim him as its own. But try as he might to escape, the Wanderer found himself drawn deeper into the darkness, his footsteps echoing through the silent woods like a dirge for the damned. And as he stumbled through the underbrush, his heart heavy with despair, he knew that he had fallen prey to the very darkness he had sought to escape. With a final cry of anguish, the Wanderer collapsed to the forest floor, his body consumed by the shadows that surrounded him. And as the last vestiges of his consciousness slipped away, he knew that he had become a part of the forest, a lost soul condemned to wander its depths for all eternity, a warning to all who dared to venture into the darkness. Title: The Saucy Addiction. In the heart of a bustling city where the streets thrummed with the rhythm of life and the air was thick with the scent of fried delights, there lived a man named Brian. He was an ordinary man with an extraordinary addiction, a craving so intense it threatened to consume him whole. It all began innocently enough, with a visit to a fast food chain known as Chick-fil-A. Brian had heard whispers of a sauce so divine, it could elevate even the most mundane of meals to heavenly heights. And so, with curiosity piqued, he ordered a side of Chick-fil-A sauce to accompany his meal. From the moment he dipped his first fry into the golden elixir, Brian knew that he had found his true calling. The sauce was unlike anything he had ever tasted, tangy and sweet, with a hint of smoky goodness that left him craving more. And so began Brian's descent into madness, a relentless pursuit of the elusive sauce that consumed his every waking thought. He found himself making excuses to visit Chick-fil-A multiple times a day, spending hours in line just to get his fix. But as Brian's addiction grew, so too did the toll it took on his life. His bank account dwindled to nothing, his relationships withered and died, and his health deteriorated with each passing day. But still, he could not resist the siren call of the sauce, its tantalizing aroma beckoning him ever closer to the edge of sanity. And then, one fateful night, Brian's obsession reached its breaking point. Desperate for a taste of the sauce that had consumed his soul, he broke into the local Chick-fil-A in the dead of night, his hands trembling with anticipation as he raided the kitchen for his precious treasure. But as he gorged himself on the stolen sauce, a darkness began to creep into his mind, a darkness born of guilt and shame, a realization of the depths to which he had sunk in pursuit of his addiction. With a cry of anguish, Brian collapsed to the floor, his body racked with sobs as he realized the true cost of his obsession. And as the police arrived to take him away, he knew that he had lost everything: his freedom, his dignity, and his soul, all for a taste of the sauce that had promised him heaven but delivered only hell. Title: Abandoned Echoes, Lost on the Moon. In the unfathomable depths of space, where the vastness of the cosmos stretched endlessly, 3 astronauts embarked on a perilous journey to the moon. Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins were the chosen few, their names destined to be forever etched in the annals of human history. Their mission was simple yet daunting: to set foot on the lunar surface and pave the way for mankind's exploration of the cosmos. But as their spacecraft descended towards the moon's desolate landscape, a sense of unease settled over them, a premonition of the horrors that awaited them in the void beyond. The landing was smooth, the lunar dust swirling around the landing module as it touched down on the surface. But as the astronauts emerged onto the alien landscape, their sense of triumph quickly turned to dread. A malfunction in their spacecraft left them stranded, their only lifeline to Earth severed, their chances of survival dwindling with each passing moment. Alone in the cold expanse of space, the astronauts faced a future filled with uncertainty and fear. With limited supplies and no means of communication, they were at the mercy of the merciless void that surrounded them. Back on Earth, President Richard Nixon stood before the nation, his voice heavy with sorrow as he delivered the news of the astronauts' plight. "My fellow Americans," Nixon began, his words echoing through the somber silence. "It is with a heavy heart that I must announce that our brave astronauts, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins, have been stranded on the surface of the moon. Despite our best efforts, we have been unable to bring them home." As the nation watched in horror, Nixon continued, his words a chilling reminder of the fragility of human life in the face of the unknown. "We mourn the loss of these courageous men who ventured into the depths of space in search of knowledge and discovery. Their sacrifice will never be forgotten, and their legacy will live on in the annals of human history." But even as Nixon spoke, the astronauts on the moon faced a fate far worse than death. Alone in the darkness, they were haunted by the eerie silence of their surroundings, the echoes of their own footsteps reverberating through the desolate landscape like a dirge for the damned. With each passing day, their sanity began to unravel, their minds plagued by hallucinations and nightmares born of their isolation. They saw shadowy figures lurking in the darkness, heard whispers on the solar wind, felt the oppressive weight of the void pressing down upon them like a suffocating blanket. And as the days turned into weeks, and the weeks turned into months, they realized that they were not alone on the moon, that something sinister lurked in the shadows, waiting to claim them as its own. But even in the face of unimaginable horror, the astronauts clung to a sliver of hope, a hope that someday, somehow, they would find a way to escape the clutches of the moon's merciless embrace. But as the days stretched on into eternity, their hope began to wane, their faith in humanity's ability to rescue them fading with each passing moment. Alone in the darkness, with only the cold light of the stars to guide them, the astronauts faced a fate worse than death, a fate of eternal solitude, condemned to wander the desolate landscape of the moon for all eternity, their voices lost to the void, their cries for help swallowed by the silence of space. Title: The Curse of Jasper and Juniper. In the secluded town of Phillipsburg, nestled deep within the dense forests of Maine, there existed a chilling legend passed down through generations. a tale of two enchanted monkeys whose presence brought nothing but fear and despair to the unsuspecting inhabitants. Jasper and Juniper, the cursed primates, were said to have been bound to the town by an ancient spell, their origins shrouded in mystery and darkness. Legend had it that they were once ordinary monkeys, but when a traveling circus passed through Phillipsburg long ago, a sinister force twisted their spirits, imbuing them with supernatural powers beyond comprehension. At first, the townsfolk welcomed the monkeys with open arms, charmed by their playful antics and seemingly harmless demeanor. But as time went on, the true extent of Jasper and Juniper's malevolence became apparent. It started subtly, with strange occurrences that could be dismissed as mere coincidence, a misplaced item here, a mysterious noise there. But as the days turned into weeks, the mischief of the monkeys grew increasingly sinister, their presence casting a shadow of fear over the town. Homes were ransacked in the dead of night, their inhabitants waking to find their belongings scattered and destroyed. Crops withered and died, livestock vanished without a trace, and whispers of curses and hexes spread like wildfire through the terrified community. But it was not until the night of the full moon that the true horror of Jasper and Juniper was unleashed upon Phillipsburg. As the moon cast its eerie glow over the town, the monkeys' powers reached their zenith, twisting reality itself to their dark whims. Shadows danced in the moonlight, taking on grotesque forms that seemed to mock the very concept of life and death. The air grew thick with an oppressive aura of dread, suffocating the townsfolk with its suffocating grip. And then, with a blood-curdling scream that echoed through the night, Jasper and Juniper descended upon Phillipsburg like avatars of pure malevolence. Buildings crumbled in their wake, their occupants consumed by a primal fear that defied all reason. Streets ran red with blood as the monkeys rampaged through the town, their eyes gleaming with unholy light as they reveled in the chaos they had wrought. By the time dawn broke over the horizon, Phillipsburg lay in ruins, a ghost town haunted by the lingering echoes of Jasper and Juniper's malevolence. The survivors, if any remained, fled into the forest, their minds shattered by the horrors they had witnessed. But even as they fled, they could sense that the curse of Jasper and Juniper was far from over. For somewhere in the depths of the forest, the monkeys lurked in the shadows, their laughter echoing through the trees like a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked within. And as long as they remained, Phillipsburg would never know peace again. Title: The Studio of Shadows. In the heart of the city, amidst the towering skyscrapers and bustling streets, there stood an old film studio, a relic of a bygone era, its faded sign bearing the name Shadowland Studios. For years, rumors had swirled about the studio's dark past, whispers of tragic accidents and unexplained disappearances that haunted its halls. Aspiring filmmakers were drawn to Shadowland Studios by the promise of cinematic glory, but those who dared to step foot within its shadowed corridors soon found themselves ensnared in a nightmare from which there was no escape. It was said that the studio was cursed, a place where the boundaries between reality and fiction blurred, and the spirits of the past lingered, trapped within the celluloid frames of forgotten films. And as the years passed, the studio's dark reputation only grew, its name whispered in hushed tones by those who dared to speak of it at all. The latest group of filmmakers to venture into Shadowland Studios were determined to uncover the truth behind its sinister reputation. Led by the ambitious director Sarah and her dedicated crew, they set out to create their magnum opus, a horror film that would rival the greatest classics of the genre. But from the moment they arrived on set, they knew that something was terribly wrong. The air was heavy with an oppressive sense of dread, and shadows seemed to dance in the corners of their vision, twisting and contorting into sinister shapes. As filming began, strange occurrences plagued the production, Equipment malfunctioned, actors fell mysteriously ill, and unexplained noises echoed through the empty halls. But it was during the filming of a particularly intense scene that the true horror of Shadowland Studios was unleashed. As the cameras rolled and the actors performed their lines, a chill wind swept through the studio, extinguishing the lights and plunging the set into darkness. From the shadows emerged a figure, a spectral apparition clad in tattered clothing, its eyes burning with an otherworldly light. The cast and crew watched in terror as the ghostly figure stalked through the set, its ethereal form casting a pall of fear over all who beheld it. Desperate to escape, they fled deeper into the studio, only to find themselves ensnared in a labyrinth of twisting corridors and hidden passageways. As they stumbled through the darkness, pursued by unseen forces, they came face to face with the studio's darkest secrets, a history of tragedy and betrayal that had long been buried beneath the facade of glamour and fame. But even as they uncovered the truth behind Shadowland Studios, they realized that their fate had been sealed from the moment they had set foot within its walls. For the studio was not merely haunted by the ghosts of its past. It was a living, breathing entity, a malevolent force that fed on the fears and desires of all who dared to enter its domain. As the last of the filmmakers succumbed to the darkness, their screams echoing through the empty halls, Shadowland Studios faded into obscurity once more, its secrets buried beneath the weight of centuries. And as the city slept, the shadows stirred, waiting patiently for the next unsuspecting soul to wander into their grasp. Title: The Confinement. In the dim light of an abandoned warehouse, amidst the dust and debris of forgotten industry, there sat a small wooden box, a relic of a forgotten era, its origins shrouded in mystery and despair. And within its cramped confines, a man found himself trapped, his cries for help falling on deaf ears as he struggled to comprehend the nightmare that had befallen him. It began innocently enough, with a fleeting curiosity that led him to explore the depths of the abandoned warehouse. But as he ventured deeper into its shadowed recesses, he stumbled upon the small wooden box, a seemingly innocuous object that held within its narrow walls a malevolent power beyond comprehension. As he reached out to touch the box, he felt a sudden surge of dizziness wash over him, his vision blurring as the world around him faded into darkness. When he awoke, he found himself trapped within its cramped confines, his limbs pressed tightly against his body as he struggled to breathe in the stifling air. At first, he thought it was a cruel prank, a twisted joke played at his expense by unseen forces. But as the hours turned into days and the days into weeks, he realized the horrifying truth. He was truly alone, trapped in a prison from which there was no escape. Desperate to free himself from his confinement, he clawed at the walls of the box, his nails splintering against the rough wood as he screamed for help into the empty darkness. But no matter how hard he tried, his efforts were in vain. The box seemed to stretch on for eternity, its narrow confines becoming increasingly suffocating with each passing moment. As the days turned into weeks and his screams grew hoarse from exhaustion, the man began to lose hope. He felt the tendrils of madness creeping into his mind, twisting his thoughts into a maelstrom of fear and despair. He knew that he was slowly losing himself to the darkness, doomed to spend eternity trapped within the confines of the box. But just when all seemed lost, a glimmer of hope appeared on the horizon, a faint light that pierced through the darkness, beckoning him toward salvation. With renewed determination, he clawed at the walls of the box, his fingers finding purchase on a small crack in the wood. With a final burst of strength, he forced his way through the narrow opening, his body racked with pain as he emerged into the blinding light of day. Blinking against the harsh glare, he stumbled to his feet, his heart pounding in his chest as he realized that he was finally free. But as he looked back at the small wooden box lying empty on the warehouse floor, he knew that he would never truly escape its grasp. For even as he walked away from the darkness that had consumed him, he could feel its cold touch lingering on his skin, a reminder of the horror he had endured within its suffocating confines. Title: The Malevolent Meatball. In the heart of Willow Creek, where the trees whispered secrets and the shadows danced with unseen entities, there stood a mansion like no other, the infamous Meatball Manor. Its crumbling facade loomed over the town, casting a pall of dread over all who dared to gaze upon its decaying grandeur. Legend spoke of the mansion's cursed past, of a once-renowned chef known only as the Meatball Maestro, whose culinary creations were said to possess an otherworldly allure. But as his fame grew, so too did the whispers of his dark deeds. Rumors of forbidden ingredients and vanished guests, swallowed whole by the sinister allure of his infamous meatballs. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the town, a young couple, Sarah and Michael, found themselves drawn to Meatball Manor by an irresistible curiosity. Ignoring the warnings of the townsfolk, they ventured inside, the heavy wooden doors creaking ominously behind them. The air inside the mansion was thick with the scent of decay, and a sense of unease settled over Sarah and Michael as they stepped into the dimly lit foyer. Shadows danced along the walls, and the faint echo of distant whispers seemed to follow them as they explored the labyrinthine corridors. But it was when they stumbled upon the abandoned kitchen that they felt the first chill of fear creep into their bones. There, amidst the rusted pots and pans, sat a single meatball, a grotesque orb of flesh and sinew, pulsating with a malevolent energy that sent shivers down their spines. As they watched in horror, the meatball began to roll across the floor, its movements slow and deliberate. Sarah and Michael backed away, their hearts pounding in their chests. But no matter how far they fled, the meatball followed, its sinister gaze fixed upon them with unyielding intensity. With each passing moment, the mansion seemed to come alive around them. Whispers grew louder, shadows twisted and contorted into grotesque shapes, and the air grew thick with the stench of decay. And through it all, the meatball pursued them relentlessly, its hunger for their souls driving it ever closer. Desperate to escape the malevolent entity that stalked them, Sarah and Michael fled deeper into the mansion, their footsteps echoing through the empty halls. But no matter where they turned, the meatball was always there, its presence a constant reminder of the horrors that awaited them. As the night wore on, their fear grew, consuming them like a ravenous flame. They knew that they were trapped within the mansion's twisted embrace, doomed to wander its haunted halls for all eternity. And as the darkness closed in around them, they realized that there was no escape from the malevolent meatball that hunted them, a relentless force of evil that would never rest until it claimed their souls for its own. Title: The Malevolent Machine. In the bustling city of Crestview, where the streets hummed with the rhythm of modern life, there stood a sleek, black sedan, an embodiment of luxury and sophistication that promised its owner the ultimate driving experience. But behind its shiny exterior lurked a sinister presence, a malevolent force that would soon unleash a nightmare upon its unsuspecting driver. The car had been sitting in the dealership for months, untouched and unclaimed, until one fateful day when a young man named Alex stumbled upon it. Drawn in by its sleek lines and polished finish, he couldn't resist the allure of the shiny new sedan, and before he knew it, he found himself signing the paperwork and driving it off the lot. At first, everything seemed perfect. The car purred like a contented cat as it glided through the city streets, its powerful engine a testament to its superior craftsmanship. But as the days passed, Alex began to notice strange occurrences, unexplained rattles and creaks, mysterious malfunctions that seemed to defy logic. Then, one night, as he was driving home from work, the car suddenly veered off course, its steering wheel wrenching violently from his grasp. Alex's heart pounded in his chest as he struggled to regain control, but it was no use. The car seemed to have a mind of its own, its tires screeching as it careened down the deserted road. Terrified, Alex slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a shuddering halt on the side of the road. But as he sat there, trembling with fear, he realized that he was not alone. A cold chill ran down his spine as he felt a presence in the car with him. A malevolent force that seemed to emanate from the very walls of the sedan. From that moment on, Alex's life became a living nightmare. Everywhere he went, the car followed, its sinister presence looming over him like a dark cloud. No matter how far he drove or how fast he went, he could never escape the clutches of the malevolent machine that had ensnared him. As the days turned into weeks, Alex's sanity began to unravel. He could feel the car's influence creeping into his mind, twisting his thoughts and desires into something dark and sinister. He knew that he was no longer in control, that he was nothing more than a puppet dancing to the tune of the malevolent machine. In the end, Alex could take no more. With a final desperate act of defiance, he drove the car off a cliff, plunging into the abyss below in a fiery explosion of metal and flame. And as the flames consumed him, he knew that he had finally escaped the clutches of the malevolent machine. But at what cost? Title: The Curse of the Hamster. In the sleepy town of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and verdant forests, there lived a woman named Emily. A quiet, unassuming soul who harbored a secret that would soon unravel her life in ways she could never have imagined. It began innocently enough, with a visit to an eccentric old woman who claimed to possess the power to grant wishes. Intrigued by the old woman's tales of magic and mystery, Emily made a wish for a life free from the burdens and responsibilities that weighed her down. But as the days passed, Emily began to notice strange changes taking place within her body. At first, it was subtle, a twitch of her nose here, a squeak of her voice there. But soon, the changes became more pronounced, until one fateful night, Emily awoke to find herself transformed into a small, furry creature, a hamster. Terrified and alone, Emily tried to make sense of her new reality. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not reverse the curse that had befallen her. Trapped within the confines of her own body, she was powerless to escape the nightmare that had consumed her life. As the days turned into weeks, Emily's despair grew until it consumed her completely. She found herself relegated to a life of solitude, trapped within a tiny cage in the corner of her own home, her only companionship the sound of her own frantic heartbeat. But as the weeks turned into months, Emily began to notice strange occurrences taking place within the house. Objects moved of their own accord, shadows danced along the walls, and the air grew thick with a sense of unease. And through it all, Emily felt a presence watching her, a malevolent force that seemed to feed off her fear and despair. With each passing day, Emily felt herself slipping further and further away from humanity, until she was little more than a shell of her former self, a broken, shattered soul trapped within the body of a small, helpless creature. And as she gazed out at the world from behind the bars of her cage, she knew that she would never escape the curse of the hamster, a curse that had condemned her to a life of eternal torment and despair. Title: The Cephalopod Catastrophe. In the quaint coastal town of Seabrook, where the salty breeze carried the whispers of the sea and the cries of seagulls echoed through the air, there came a storm unlike any other, a tempest of terror that would unleash a nightmare upon the unsuspecting residents. It began on a dark and stormy night, with thunder rumbling ominously in the distance and lightning illuminating the sky with its jagged tendrils. The townsfolk huddled in their homes, seeking shelter from the wrath of the storm, unaware of the horrors that lay in wait. As the winds howled and the rain poured down in sheets, something sinister stirred within the churning depths of the ocean. A swarm of octopuses, driven mad by the fury of the storm, were ripped from their aquatic sanctuary and hurled through the air with terrifying force. With each gust of wind, the octopuses rained down upon Seabrook, their writhing tentacles lashing out in all directions as they wreaked havoc upon the unsuspecting town. Buildings crumbled beneath their weight, cars were overturned, and the streets ran red with the blood of those who dared to stand in their path. The townsfolk fled in terror, their screams drowned out by the howling wind and the cacophony of destruction that surrounded them. But no matter where they turned, the octopuses were there, their malevolent presence a constant reminder of the nightmare that had befallen them. As dawn broke over the shattered remains of Seabrook, the storm finally began to wane, its fury spent. But the scars it left behind would never fully heal, the town forever haunted by the memory of the cephalopod catastrophe that had torn through their lives with merciless abandon. And as the residents picked up the pieces of their shattered community, they knew that they would never forget the horror that had befallen them on that dark and stormy night. A night when the forces of nature had unleashed a terror beyond imagination upon the unsuspecting town of Seabrook. Title: Echoes of the Abyss. In the coastal town of Coral Cove, where the azure waves danced under the watchful gaze of the sun, there lived a man named Thomas, a marine biologist with a passion for the secrets of the sea. Little did he know that his quest for knowledge would lead him down a path of unimaginable terror. It began innocently enough, with Thomas venturing out to sea on his research vessel, eager to study the behavior of dolphins in their natural habitat. But as he dove into the crystal-clear waters, he felt a strange sensation wash over him, a feeling of weightlessness and euphoria that seemed to engulf his very being. Before he knew what was happening, Thomas found himself surrounded by a pod of dolphins, their sleek bodies gliding effortlessly through the water. But as he reached out to touch one of the majestic creatures, he felt a sharp pain shoot through his body, and everything went dark. When he awoke, Thomas found himself trapped within the body of a dolphin, his human form replaced by that of the very creature he had sought to study. Panic surged through him as he struggled to comprehend his new reality, his thoughts muddled and confused. As days turned into weeks, Thomas struggled to come to terms with his bizarre predicament. He found himself trapped in a world of darkness and silence, his human mind trapped within the confines of a dolphin's body. And as he swam through the endless expanse of the ocean, he felt a growing sense of dread, a feeling that he was not alone. For lurking in the depths of the abyss, there was something sinister, a malevolent presence that seemed to watch his every move with unblinking eyes. And as Thomas delved deeper into the mysteries of the sea, he soon realized that he was not the only one who had been trapped within the body of a dolphin. As he encountered other unfortunate souls like himself, Thomas uncovered a dark secret, a secret that threatened to consume him whole. For within the depths of the ocean, there lay a creature of unimaginable horror, a being of ancient evil that had been awakened by the arrival of the trapped souls. With each passing day, Thomas felt the darkness closing in around him, its icy tendrils reaching out to drag him down into the depths of despair. And as he struggled to find a way to escape his watery prison, he knew that he was running out of time, that the creature lurking in the shadows would stop at nothing to claim his soul for its own. Title: Depths of Despair. In the murky depths of the ocean, where the darkness seemed to stretch on for eternity, there lived a creature of unspeakable terror, a being known only as the Sea Witch. Hidden away in her lair of twisted coral and jagged rocks, she wielded dark magic that struck fear into the hearts of all who dared to venture into her domain. Far above, in a bustling coastal town, there lived a young mermaid named Ariel, a creature of ethereal beauty with long, flowing hair and eyes that shone like the moonlight on the water. But beneath her innocent facade lay a heart filled with longing and desire, a longing to escape the suffocating confines of the ocean and walk among the creatures of the land. Driven by her insatiable curiosity, Ariel made a dangerous pact with the sea witch, trading her voice for a chance to walk upon the shores of the world above. But as she emerged from the depths, she soon realized that she had made a deal with a creature far more sinister than she could have ever imagined. For the sea witch's dark magic had twisted Ariel's form into something grotesque and monstrous, a creature of nightmares with jagged teeth and razor-sharp claws. Horrified by her own reflection, Ariel fled into the night, her anguished cries lost to the howling winds and crashing waves. As she wandered the desolate shores, Ariel discovered the true cost of her bargain, a cost paid in blood and suffering. For everywhere she went, she left a trail of destruction in her wake, her monstrous form striking fear into the hearts of all who beheld her. Driven by a hunger she could not control, Ariel lurked in the shadows, preying upon unsuspecting sailors and fishermen who dared to venture too close to the shore. And as the bodies piled up, the coastal town became gripped by a wave of terror, its residents living in constant fear of the monstrous creature that lurked just beyond the waves. But even as the town cowered in fear, Ariel found herself consumed by guilt and remorse, a prisoner of her own monstrous form, trapped in a nightmare from which she could not escape. And as the sun set on the horizon, casting long shadows across the desolate shores, Ariel knew that her fate was sealed, a fate destined to be forever entwined with the darkness of the ocean depths. Title: The Malevolent Trousers. In the picturesque town of Millbrook, where the winding streets whispered secrets of days gone by and the scent of nostalgia lingered in the air, there stood a quaint thrift shop known as Second Chance. Among the racks of forgotten clothes and dusty trinkets, an innocuous pair of khaki pants waited patiently, a seemingly benign garment with a malevolence that lurked beneath its surface. Lila, a young college student with an affinity for vintage fashion, discovered the thrift shop on a dreary afternoon. The allure of hidden treasures drew her in, and amidst the eclectic array of garments, her eyes fell upon the khaki pants, a perfectly preserved pair that seemed to beckon her with an otherworldly charm. However, from the moment she slipped them on, Lila felt an unsettling chill run down her spine, a palpable sense of unease that clung to the fabric like a lingering shadow. Dismissing it as mere imagination, she purchased the pants and brought them home, blissfully unaware of the nightmarish ordeal awaiting her. That night, as the clock struck midnight, a soft rustling emanated from Lila's closet, an eerie symphony of fabric against fabric. Drawn by an inexplicable force, she approached the closet, a sense of foreboding thick in the air. Upon opening the door, she discovered the khaki pants in a grotesque heap on the floor, their legs contorted in unnatural shapes. To her horror, the pants began to move, a sinister dance orchestrated by some unseen malevolence. Like a serpent, they slithered across the floor, pockets bulging with an unknown intent. Mesmerized and paralyzed with fear, Lila could only watch as they approached, their movements synchronized with an unsettling precision. With a sudden, horrifying lurch, the pants lunged at Lila, their fabric tightening like a vice around her legs. Panic seized her as she struggled against the relentless grip, but the malevolent trousers held fast. As they dragged her towards the closet, she glimpsed an otherworldly abyss within, a darkness that seemed to devour everything in its path. Desperation clawing at her, Lila fought against the pants' inexorable pull, but the struggle was futile. The closet swallowed her whole, leaving nothing but an unsettling silence in its wake. And as the door creaked shut, The malevolent trousers lay in a sinister heap, patiently awaiting their next unsuspecting victim. A cursed garment destined to haunt the town of Millbrook for generations to come. Title: The Canine Curse. In the sleepy town of Evergreen Hollow, where the trees whispered secrets and the streets lay silent under the moon's watchful gaze, there lived a solitary figure known only as the Stranger, a mysterious wanderer whose arrival heralded a darkness that would consume the unsuspecting residents. It began on a stormy night, with thunder rumbling ominously in the distance and lightning illuminating the sky with its jagged tendrils. Amidst the chaos of the tempest, a lone dog wandered the streets, a creature of fur and fangs, its eyes gleaming with a primal hunger that belied its innocence. As the townsfolk huddled in their homes, seeking shelter from the storm, the dog prowled the streets with a relentless determination, its senses honed in on a single target: the Stranger. Drawn by an inexplicable force, it sought out the enigmatic figure, its rabid instincts driving it forward with an insatiable bloodlust. And then, in a flash of lightning and a deafening roar of thunder, the unthinkable happened. The dog transformed before their very eyes, its body contorting and shifting until it stood upright on two legs, its snarling muzzle replaced by a twisted visage of malice and madness. With a triumphant howl, the creature known as the Stranger emerged from the darkness, a grotesque fusion of man and beast, its eyes burning with a hunger that could never be satisfied. As it stalked through the streets of Evergreen Hollow, terror seized the hearts of the townsfolk, their screams drowned out by the fury of the storm. Driven by a primal instinct, the Stranger hunted its prey with a merciless efficiency, its rabid fury leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. But as the night wore on and the storm began to wane, a glimmer of hope flickered in the darkness, a lone figure standing against the tide of terror, armed with nothing but courage and determination. With a final desperate struggle, the townsfolk rallied together, their bravery standing as a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. And as the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, the Stranger vanished into the shadows, defeated but not destroyed, a haunting reminder of the horrors that lurked within the depths of Evergreen Hollow. Title: The Abyssal Secret. In the depths of the ocean, where the darkness reigns supreme and the silence is deafening, there swam a creature unlike any other. A fish with a secret that lurked in the shadows of the abyss. It began with whispers among the denizens of the deep, a tale of a fish with an otherworldly allure, its scales shimmering with an ethereal glow that drew creatures from far and wide. But beneath its enchanting exterior lay a darkness that defied comprehension, a secret that threatened to consume all who dared to uncover it. As the rumors spread, a lone diver named Alex was drawn to the depths in search of the elusive creature. Armed with nothing but a sense of curiosity and a determination to uncover the truth, Alex descended into the murky depths, oblivious to the horrors that awaited below. But as he ventured deeper into the abyss, Alex soon realized that he was not alone. Strange shadows danced on the ocean floor, their movements betraying an intelligence that was both sinister and otherworldly. And at the center of it all, the fish with the secret lurked, its eyes gleaming with a malevolence that sent shivers down Alex's spine. Driven by a relentless curiosity, Alex approached the creature, unaware of the danger that lurked beneath its mesmerizing exterior. But as he drew closer, he felt a strange sensation wash over him, a feeling of unease that seemed to emanate from the very depths of his soul. And then, in a flash of blinding light, the fish revealed its secret, a darkness so profound that it threatened to consume everything in its path. With a deafening roar, the ocean erupted in chaos as monstrous creatures emerged from the depths, their eyes burning with an insatiable hunger. Trapped in the grip of terror, Alex fought desperately to escape the clutches of the abyss. But as the darkness closed in around him, he realized that there was no escape, that he was destined to become just another victim of the fish's sinister secret. As the ocean swallowed him whole, Alex knew that he had uncovered a truth far more terrifying than he could have ever imagined. A secret that would haunt the depths of the abyss for eternity. Title: Playtime's Revenge. In the quiet suburb of Willowbrook, where the streets were lined with neatly trimmed lawns and the laughter of children filled the air, there existed a toy store unlike any other. A place where the shelves were stocked with treasures that promised endless hours of joy and amusement. But beneath the surface of innocence lay a darkness that lurked within the heart of the toys, a malevolence that threatened to shatter the tranquility of Willowbrook and unleash a nightmare upon its unsuspecting residents. It began innocently enough, with the arrival of a shipment of new toys at the store, a collection of dolls, action figures, and board games that seemed to beckon to the children with an otherworldly allure. But as the toys found their way into the hands of their owners, a sinister transformation took place, a transformation that would forever change the lives of those who dared to play with them. In the dead of night, when the world lay silent and still, the toys came alive, their plastic bodies contorting and shifting with a malevolent intent. With eyes that gleamed with an unholy light, they crept from their hiding places, their movements silent as shadows as they sought out their unsuspecting owners. And then, with a sudden terrifying lurch, the toys sprang into action, their innocent facades melting away to reveal the true extent of their malice. Dolls with porcelain smiles turned into twisted visages of horror, their tiny hands grasping at the air with a hunger that could never be satisfied. Action figures with plastic weapons became instruments of torment, their painted faces twisted into grimaces of pain and suffering. As the night wore on, the toys unleashed a reign of terror upon the residents of Willowbrook, their victims powerless to resist their relentless onslaught. Children screamed in terror as their beloved playthings turned against them, their innocent games transformed into nightmares from which there was no escape. Trapped in a waking nightmare, the residents of Willowbrook fought desperately to rid themselves of the malevolent toys. But no matter how hard they tried, the toys always returned, their sinister laughter echoing through the night as they continued their relentless pursuit of torment and suffering. And as dawn broke over the horizon, casting long shadows across the quiet streets of Willowbrook, the residents knew that their lives would never be the same, that the innocence of childhood had been forever tainted by the darkness that lurked within the heart of their toys. Title: The Curse of the Bowling Alley. In the heart of the bustling city of Crestwood, there stood a bowling alley known as Rolling Thunder, a haven for bowlers of all ages to gather and enjoy a night of friendly competition and camaraderie. But within the dimly lit lanes and echoing halls of the alley lay a darkness that lurked beneath the surface, waiting to ensnare those who dared to challenge fate. It was on a chilly autumn evening that Sarah, a young woman with a passion for bowling, found herself drawn to the allure of Rolling Thunder. With her friends in tow, she entered the alley with a sense of excitement and anticipation, eager to test her skills against the polished lanes and gleaming pins. As the night wore on and the games grew more intense, Sarah found herself locked in a fierce battle with her rival, a seasoned bowler known only as Jack. With each roll of the ball, tension hung thick in the air, the outcome of the game hanging in the balance. But as Sarah prepared to take her final shot, disaster struck. A sudden gust of wind swept through the alley, knocking her off balance and sending her hand hurtling towards the pins with a sickening crunch. In an instant, the room fell silent, the echo of Sarah's agonized screams ringing in the ears of all who bore witness to the horrific scene. As Sarah lay crumpled on the ground, clutching her mangled hand in disbelief, a sense of dread washed over the alley, a feeling that something sinister had been awakened by the tragedy that had unfolded. And as the weeks turned into months, strange occurrences began to plague Rolling Thunder. A shadowy figure glimpsed in the corner of the eye, whispered voices echoing through the halls in the dead of night. Haunted by the memory of that fateful evening, Sarah returned to Rolling Thunder in search of answers, determined to uncover the truth behind the tragedy that had befallen her. But as she delved deeper into the secrets of the alley, she soon realized that some curses were meant to remain buried, that the darkness lurking within the lanes of Rolling Thunder was far more sinister than she could have ever imagined. Trapped in a nightmare from which there seemed to be no escape, Sarah fought desperately to break free from the clutches of the curse that had claimed her hand. But as the darkness closed in around her, she knew that she was powerless to resist, that the price of her folly would be paid in blood and suffering for all eternity. Title: The Cursed Brew. In the heart of the bustling city, where the aroma of freshly ground coffee mingled with the sounds of traffic and chatter, there stood a quaint little cafe known as Brew Haven. It was here that Mia, a young barista with a passion for all things caffeinated, had recently started working. But as Mia settled into her new job, she began to notice strange occurrences. Customers would complain of a bitter taste in their coffee, and the air in the cafe seemed to grow heavy with an unexplained chill. However, it wasn't until she encountered the cursed cup of coffee that she realized the true extent of the haunting. It started innocently enough, with a customer ordering a simple black coffee. As Mia poured the steaming brew into a cup, she felt a sudden chill run down her spine, a feeling of unease that she couldn't shake. But before she could think twice, she handed the cup to the customer and watched as they took a sip. And then, with a look of horror, the customer recoiled, clutching their throat as if they were being choked. Mia rushed to their side, but it was too late. The customer collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide with fear as they gasped for breath. Terrified, Mia tried to flee from the cafe, but the door slammed shut behind her, trapping her inside with the malevolent presence that lurked within the cursed cup of coffee. With nowhere left to run, she was forced to confront the source of the haunting head-on. As she ventured into the kitchen, she was met with a chilling sight. The coffee machine was alive with dark energy, its metal frame twisting and contorting as if possessed by some unseen force. And there, at its center, was the cursed cup of coffee, its contents swirling with malevolent intent. Desperate to rid the cafe of the cursed brew, Mia grabbed a fire extinguisher and sprayed it at the coffee machine, hoping to extinguish the dark energy that fueled its power. But as she did, the machine roared to life, its metal arms reaching out to grab her in a vice-like grip. In a desperate bid for survival, Mia fought back, smashing the coffee machine to pieces with the fire extinguisher. And as she did, a brilliant light filled the cafe, banishing the cursed brew back into the darkness from whence it came. As the dust settled and the cafe returned to normal, Mia knew that she had faced true terror and emerged victorious. And as she looked out at the city streets, she couldn't help but shudder at the thought of what other dark forces might be lurking in the shadows, waiting to claim their next victim. Title: The Forgotten Wing. In the heart of the sprawling city, where towering skyscrapers stretched towards the sky and the streets pulsed with the rhythm of urban life, there stood an imposing building known as the Greystone Manor. Once a grand mansion, it had long since been converted into a hospital, its halls filled with the echoes of countless lives lost and saved. But amidst the bustle of the hospital's main corridors lay a forgotten wing, an abandoned section of the building that had been sealed off from the rest of the world for decades. It was here that the darkness lurked, waiting patiently for unsuspecting souls to wander into its depths. Among those drawn to the hospital was a young nurse named Emily, who had recently started working at Greystone Manor in search of a fresh start. Eager to prove herself, she volunteered to help clean out the forgotten wing, unaware of the horrors that lay hidden within its walls. As Emily ventured into the abandoned section of the building, she felt a sense of unease settle over her, a feeling that she was being watched by unseen eyes. Ignoring her growing fear, she pressed on, determined to complete her task and prove herself worthy of her new position. But as she explored the forgotten wing, she began to notice strange things, whispers echoing through the empty halls, shadows flickering in the corners of her vision, and a chill wind that seemed to blow from nowhere. And then, as she reached the end of a long corridor, she stumbled upon a room unlike any she had ever seen before. The room was filled with old medical equipment, covered in dust and cobwebs from years of neglect. But what caught Emily's eye was the figure lying on the bed, a patient who had been left behind when the wing was sealed off, forgotten by the world, and left to rot in the darkness. As Emily approached the bed, she felt a sudden chill run down her spine, a feeling of dread that she couldn't shake. And then, with a gasp of horror, she realized that the patient was still alive, their eyes staring blankly into the distance as they reached out to her with skeletal hands. With a cry of terror, Emily turned to flee from the room, but the door slammed shut behind her, trapping her inside with the patient and whatever other horrors lurked within the forgotten wing. With nowhere left to run, she huddled in the corner of the room, her heart pounding in her chest as the darkness closed in around her. And as the echoes of her screams faded into the night, Greystone Manor stood silent and still once more, its forgotten wing reclaiming its place as a tomb for the lost and the damned. And there, in the darkness, the patient waited patiently for the next unsuspecting soul to wander into its grasp, their fate sealed by the darkness that lurked within the abandoned halls of the forgotten wing. Title: Arthur's Descent. In the annals of television history, there exists a forgotten and cursed episode of the beloved children's show, Arthur. This lost episode, hidden from the public eye, is said to hold a dark secret that has driven those who have watched it to the brink of madness. It all began when a disgruntled former animator, dismissed from the production team, sought revenge by creating an episode that would forever tarnish the innocence of Arthur and his friends. The episode, known as Arthur's Descent, was never intended for broadcast, but whispers of its existence spread among the darkest corners of the internet. The story unfolds with Arthur and his friends discovering a mysterious door in their school's basement, a door that had never been there before. Intrigued, they decide to open it, revealing a staircase leading down into a pitch-black abyss. Despite warnings from an eerie, disembodied voice, Arthur and his friends descend into the unknown. As they navigate the dark corridors, strange and unsettling occurrences befall them. The characters' faces contort into grotesque expressions, their voices distorted into haunting echoes. The animation style becomes increasingly erratic, with colors bleeding into twisted shapes that defy the cheerful aesthetic of the show. The once vibrant world of Elwood City descends into a nightmarish hellscape as the characters are confronted by their worst fears and insecurities. The disembodied voice taunts them with cryptic messages, whispering forbidden truths about the nature of their existence. In a climactic scene, Arthur is faced with a distorted version of himself, a grotesque and malevolent doppelganger that mirrors his every move. The doppelganger whispers dark secrets into Arthur's ear, promising him power and control if he succumbs to the darkness. As the episode reaches its conclusion, Arthur is left standing alone in the basement, surrounded by the twisted remnants of his friends and the haunting echoes of the disembodied voice. The screen fades to black, leaving viewers with an unsettling sense of dread and an unshakable feeling that they have glimpsed into the abyss. Legends abound of those who claim to have watched Arthur's Descent, describing sleepless nights haunted by disturbing visions and an unshakable paranoia. The lost episode is said to have a curse that lingers in the minds of those who dare to seek it out, a curse that whispers of darkness and descent into the unknown. Whether Arthur's descent is a mere urban legend or a sinister reality hidden from the public eye, the story persists as a cautionary tale, a reminder that even the most innocent and cherished childhood memories can be tainted by the shadows that lurk beneath the surface. Title: The Haunting of Tom Hanks. In the heart of Hollywood, where the glitz and glamour of the silver screen dazzled all who passed through its gates, there lived a legendary actor named Tom Hanks. Renowned for his talent and charm, Tom was beloved by millions around the world, but little did they know that behind his affable facade lay a dark and sinister secret. It all began with a film shoot in an abandoned mansion on the outskirts of town, a location rumored to be haunted by the restless spirits of its former inhabitants. Ignoring the warnings of locals and the tales of disappearances that surrounded the mansion, Tom and his crew pressed on, eager to capture the perfect shot. But as the days turned into weeks, strange things began to happen on set. Lights flickered and dimmed of their own accord, props went missing only to reappear in odd places, and members of the crew reported feeling an eerie presence lurking in the shadows. At first, Tom dismissed these occurrences as mere quirks of the old mansion, a product of its decaying infrastructure and the overactive imaginations of his crew. But as time went on, he couldn't shake the feeling that something sinister was at play. One fateful night, as the crew worked late into the evening to finish a crucial scene, they heard a chilling sound echoing through the halls of the mansion, a sound like the laughter of a child, echoing from the darkness below. Curiosity getting the better of him, Tom ventured into the depths of the mansion, determined to uncover the source of the eerie laughter. But as he descended into the basement, he was met with a sight that chilled him to the core: a group of ghostly children, their eyes hollow and their faces twisted into malevolent grins. With a cry of terror, Tom tried to flee from the basement, but the door slammed shut behind him, trapping him inside with the vengeful spirits. Desperate for escape, he pleaded with the children to let him go, but they only laughed and taunted him with promises of eternal torment. As the night wore on and the darkness closed in around him, Tom knew that he was trapped in a nightmare from which there was no escape. And as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, casting its warm glow upon the abandoned mansion, Tom's screams echoed through the halls, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked within the heart of Hollywood's most beloved star. Title: The Haunting of Tom Hanks. In the heart of Hollywood, where the glitz and glamour of the silver screen dazzled all who passed through its gates, there lived a legendary actor named Tom Hanks. Renowned for his talent and charm, Tom was beloved by millions around the world, but little did they know that behind his affable facade lay a dark and sinister secret. It all began with a film shoot in an abandoned mansion on the outskirts of town, a location rumored to be haunted by the restless spirits of its former inhabitants. Ignoring the warnings of locals and the tales of disappearances that surrounded the mansion, Tom and his crew pressed on, eager to capture the perfect shot. But as the days turned into weeks, strange things began to happen on set. Lights flickered and dimmed of their own accord, props went missing only to reappear in odd places, and members of the crew reported feeling an eerie presence lurking in the shadows. At first, Tom dismissed these occurrences as mere quirks of the old mansion, a product of its decaying infrastructure and the overactive imaginations of his crew. But as time went on, he couldn't shake the feeling that something sinister was at play. One fateful night, as the crew worked late into the evening to finish a crucial scene, they heard a chilling sound echoing through the halls of the mansion, a sound like the laughter of a child, echoing from the darkness below. Curiosity getting the better of him, Tom ventured into the depths of the mansion, determined to uncover the source of the eerie laughter. But as he descended into the basement, He was met with a sight that chilled him to the core, a group of ghostly children, their eyes hollow and their faces twisted into malevolent grins. With a cry of terror, Tom tried to flee from the basement, but the door slammed shut behind him, trapping him inside with the vengeful spirits. Desperate for escape, he pleaded with the children to let him go, but they only laughed and taunted him with promises of eternal torment. As the night wore on, and the darkness closed in around him, Tom knew that he was trapped in a nightmare from which there was no escape. And as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, casting its warm glow upon the abandoned mansion, Tom's screams echoed through the halls, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked within the heart of Hollywood's most beloved star. Title: The Sinister Origins of Pop-Tarts. In the quiet town of Frosted Falls, nestled amidst rolling hills and lush forests, there stood a small bakery known as Sweet Delights. It was here, in the year 1963, that a young pastry chef named Harold stumbled upon a recipe that would forever change the course of history, the recipe for what would become known as Pop-Tarts. Harold, eager to create a new and innovative treat for the townsfolk, experimented tirelessly in his kitchen, combining flour, sugar, and other ingredients in search of the perfect pastry. But as he delved deeper into his experiments, he unwittingly unleashed forces far beyond his control. Legend has it that Harold's quest for the perfect pastry led him to strike a Faustian bargain with a mysterious figure, a being of darkness and chaos who promised him fame and fortune in exchange for his soul. Blinded by ambition, Harold agreed, sealing his fate and unleashing a curse upon his creation. As Harold presented his new creation to the people of Frosted Falls, they were immediately enamored by the delicious taste and convenient packaging of the Pop-Tarts. But little did they know that with each bite, they were consuming a piece of Harold's soul, forever binding them to his dark pact. As the years passed, Pop-Tarts grew in popularity, spreading far beyond the borders of Frosted Falls and into the homes of millions around the world. But with their success came a price paid in blood and suffering, as those who indulged in the sweet treat found themselves plagued by nightmares and strange afflictions. Rumors began to spread of people who had consumed Pop-Tarts falling ill with mysterious illnesses, their bodies wasting away as they were consumed from within by the dark magic that lurked within the pastry. And as the death toll rose, so too did whispers of Harold's dark bargain, his soul forever bound to the cursed creation that bore his name. To this day, the true origins of Pop-Tarts remain shrouded in mystery and fear, a cautionary tale of the dangers of ambition and the price of selling one's soul for fame and fortune. And as people around the world continue to indulge in the sweet, sinister treat, they do so at their own peril, unaware of the darkness that lurks within each delicious bite. Title: The Drive-Thru Stalker. It was a chilly autumn evening, the kind of night where the darkness seemed to seep into your bones and the air crackled with a sense of foreboding. Jake, exhausted from a long day at work, found himself craving a quick bite to eat before heading home. With the nearest fast food joint being Taco Bell, he decided to swing by and grab a couple of tacos to satisfy his hunger. As he pulled into the Taco Bell drive-thru, Jake noticed something unsettling about the atmosphere. The usual warm glow of the restaurant's lights seemed muted, and a cold breeze swept through the air, sending a shiver down his spine. Ignoring the feeling of unease creeping up on him, he rolled down his window and waited for the intercom to crackle to life. "Welcome to Taco Bell. How may I help you?" came the voice of a young woman, her tone polite but tinged with an eerie undertone that Jake couldn't quite place. Ignoring his instincts, Jake placed his order and pulled up to the window to collect his food. As he handed over his payment, he caught a glimpse of the server, a young woman with a wide smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. There was something off about her, something that made the hairs on the back of Jake's neck stand on end. "Here you go," she said, passing him his bag of food, with a smile that sent a chill down his spine. "Enjoy your meal." Jake nodded politely and drove away, eager to put the strange encounter behind him. But as he bit into his taco, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched, that the young woman from the drive-through window was still lurking in the shadows, her eyes following his every move. Over the next few days, Jake found himself returning to the Taco Bell drive-through more frequently than usual, each time greeted by the same unsettling smile from the young woman. No matter what time of day he visited or how busy the restaurant was, she was always there, watching him with an intensity that bordered on obsession. At first, Jake tried to brush off the encounters as mere coincidence, a figment of his overactive imagination fueled by late-night cravings and too much caffeine. But as the encounters grew more frequent and the server's behavior more erratic, he couldn't ignore the feeling that he was being stalked. The young woman seemed to know everything about him: his favorite menu items, the time of day he usually visited, even his license plate number. She would greet him by name as he pulled up to the window, her smile widening with each visit, as if she were taunting him with her knowledge of his every move. As the days turned into weeks, Jake's unease turned to fear. He started to notice strange things happening whenever he visited the Taco Bell. His food would be cold, his order would be wrong, and the atmosphere would grow increasingly oppressive with each visit. One night, as Jake pulled up to the drive-through window, he found himself face to face with the server once again. But this time, her smile was gone, replaced by a look of cold determination that sent a wave of terror coursing through his veins. "You shouldn't have come back, Jake," she said, her voice icy and menacing. "You belong to me now." With a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach, Jake realized that he was in grave danger. He tried to drive away, but the server's hand shot out and grabbed his arm with an iron grip, pulling him back towards the window. In a panic, Jake fought back, struggling to break free from the server's grasp. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape her clutches. And then, with a sinister laugh, she leaned in close and whispered in his ear, "Enjoy your meal, Jake. You'll be eating here forever." With a final, desperate cry for help, Jake slammed his foot on the gas pedal and sped away from the drive-thru, leaving the Taco Bell behind him in a cloud of dust. But as he glanced in the rearview mirror, he saw the server standing in the window, her eyes burning with a dark fire that chilled him to the bone. And so, Jake's harrowing encounter with the Taco Bell drive-thru stalker came to an end, or so he thought. For in the days and weeks that followed, he found himself haunted by the memory of the server's sinister smile, forever reminded of the danger that lurked behind the fast food facade. And as he drove past the Taco Bell late at night, he couldn't shake the feeling that she was still there, waiting for him to return to her clutches once again. Title: The Weight of Dunkin' Donuts. In the heart of a sleepy suburban town, nestled between quaint shops and cozy cafes, stood a Dunkin' Donuts that beckoned to passers-by with the promise of warmth and comfort. Its cheerful exterior, adorned with vibrant signage and the inviting aroma of freshly brewed coffee, concealed a dark secret that would soon plunge the town into a nightmare of unimaginable proportions. It all began innocently enough, with the arrival of a new line of pastries at the Dunkin' Donuts, a tempting array of confections that seemed to shimmer with sugary delight. The townsfolk, always eager for a sweet treat, flocked to the store in droves, drawn in by the promise of indulgence and satisfaction. At first, everything seemed normal. Customers would enter the Dunkin' Donuts with smiles on their faces, eager to sample the delectable pastries that lined the display cases. But as the days passed, a subtle change began to take hold, a change that would soon spiral out of control. It started with whispers among the townsfolk, rumors of people gaining weight at an alarming rate after visiting the Dunkin' Donuts. At first, it seemed too absurd to be true, dismissed as mere gossip by those who couldn't fathom such a bizarre phenomenon. But as the whispers grew louder and the evidence became undeniable, panic began to spread like wildfire through the town. People who had been regulars at the Dunkin' Donuts for years suddenly found themselves packing on the pounds, their once trim figures ballooning to twice their size in a matter of days. Desperate attempts to diet and exercise proved futile as the weight continued to pile on, leaving the victims feeling helpless and out of control. Concerned citizens launched an investigation into the Dunkin' Donuts and its mysterious pastries, determined to uncover the truth behind the sudden weight gain epidemic. What they discovered sent shockwaves through the community. The pastries were laced with a potent concoction of chemicals and additives designed to trigger rapid weight gain in anyone who consumed them. But by the time the truth came to light, it was too late. The Dunkin' Donuts had already claimed its victims, leaving behind a town filled with people who were trapped in bodies they no longer recognized. The once bustling store now stood as a grim reminder of the horrors that had unfolded within its walls. Its windows darkened, and its doors chained shut to prevent anyone else from falling victim to its curse. And as the townsfolk looked back on the events that had unfolded, they couldn't help but wonder what other secrets lay hidden in the shadows, waiting to be uncovered. For in the heart of their once peaceful town, the weight of Dunkin' Donuts would forever haunt their memories. A reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of even the most innocent of places. Title: The Haunting of Walgreens. In the heart of a small town, nestled between quaint shops and bustling streets, stood an ordinary Walgreens, the kind of place where locals went to pick up prescriptions, grab a snack, or browse the aisles for household essentials. But as the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon cast its pale glow upon the world, the ordinary facade of this Walgreens gave way to something altogether more sinister. It all began with whispers among the townsfolk, rumors of strange occurrences within the walls of the Walgreens. Employees reported hearing disembodied footsteps echoing through the empty aisles, shelves mysteriously rearranging themselves overnight, and strange shadows darting just out of sight. At first, the stories were dismissed as mere superstition, the product of overactive imaginations and late-night shifts. But as the incidents grew more frequent and the atmosphere within the store grew increasingly oppressive, it became clear that something was amiss. Employees began to avoid certain sections of the store, claiming to feel an overwhelming sense of dread whenever they ventured into the back storeroom or passed by the deserted pharmacy counter. Customers, too, reported feeling uneasy as they perused the aisles, as if unseen eyes were watching their every move. It wasn't long before the rumors reached the ears of the town's paranormal enthusiasts, who flocked to the Walgreens in search of answers. Armed with cameras and EVP recorders, they ventured into the store's darkest corners, determined to uncover the truth behind the haunting. What they discovered sent shivers down their spines. Ghostly apparitions lurking in the shadows, spectral voices whispering from unseen depths, and inexplicable cold spots that chilled them to the bone. It seemed that the Walgreens was home to restless spirits, trapped between the worlds of the living and the dead. As the paranormal activity escalated, the Walgreens became a hotspot for thrill seekers and ghost hunters from far and wide. But despite their best efforts to unravel the mystery of the haunting, the truth remained elusive, buried beneath layers of forgotten history and lost souls. And so the Walgreens stood as a beacon of terror in the heart of the town, a place where the living dared not tread after dark, lest they become ensnared in the clutches of the restless spirits that lurked within its walls. And as the moon cast its eerie glow upon the deserted aisles, the Walgreens whispered secrets that would never be forgotten, its haunted halls echoing with the voices of the dead. Title: The Haunted 2i4. In a quiet suburban neighborhood, nestled among rows of tidy houses and neatly trimmed lawns, there stood an ordinary 2x4, a simple piece of lumber that had been left behind after a construction project had long since been completed. But as the days turned into weeks and the weeks turned into months, the 2x4 began to exhibit strange and unsettling behavior that defied all rational explanation. It started innocently enough, with the occasional creaking and groaning that could be dismissed as the natural settling of wood. But soon, residents of the neighborhood began to notice something off about the 2x4, a sense of malevolence that seemed to emanate from its very core. People who passed by the 2x4 reported feeling a sense of unease, as if they were being watched by unseen eyes. Some claimed to hear whispered voices emanating from the wood, while others reported feeling a cold chill in the air whenever they ventured too close. As the rumors spread, fear gripped the neighborhood, and soon, the 2x4 became the subject of countless tales and legends. Some said that it was cursed by an angry spirit, while others claimed that it was possessed by the devil himself. But regardless of the explanation, one thing was clear: the 2x4 was no ordinary piece of lumber. As the days passed, the 2x4's influence began to spread, infecting the minds of those who came into contact with it. People reported experiencing vivid nightmares and unexplained bouts of paranoia, their thoughts consumed by thoughts of the haunted piece of wood. And then, one fateful night, a group of brave souls decided to confront the 2x4 head-on, determined to uncover the truth behind its sinister nature. Armed with flashlights and cameras, they ventured into the darkness, their hearts pounding with fear and anticipation. As they approached the 2x4, they felt a wave of malevolent energy wash over them, sending shivers down their spines. But undeterred, they pressed on, determined to unravel the mystery once and for all. But as they reached out to touch the 2x4, a deafening scream pierced the night air, freezing them in their tracks. And in that moment, they realized the horrifying truth. The 2x4 was not haunted by a spirit or possessed by a demon. It was something far more sinister, a gateway to a realm of darkness beyond comprehension. In the end, the 2x4 was destroyed, its malevolent influence banished from the neighborhood forever. But the memory of its reign of terror would linger on, a cautionary tale of the dangers that lurk in the most unexpected of places. And as the residents of the neighborhood moved on with their lives, they couldn't help but wonder what other horrors lay hidden in the shadows, waiting to be uncovered. Title: The Haunted 2i4. In a quiet suburban neighborhood, nestled among rows of tidy houses and neatly trimmed lawns, there stood an ordinary 2x4, a simple piece of lumber that had been left behind after a construction project had long since been completed. But as the days turned into weeks and the weeks turned into months, the 2x4 began to exhibit strange and unsettling behavior that defied all rational explanation. It started innocently enough, with the occasional creaking and groaning that could be dismissed as the natural settling of wood. But soon, residents of the neighborhood began to notice something off about the 2x4, a sense of malevolence that seemed to emanate from its very core. People who passed by the 2x4 reported feeling a sense of unease, as if they were being watched by unseen eyes. Some claimed to hear whispered voices emanating from the wood, while others reported feeling a cold chill in the air whenever they ventured too close. As the rumors spread, fear gripped the neighborhood, and soon, the 2x4 became the subject of countless tales and legends. Some said that it was cursed by an angry spirit, while others claimed that it was possessed by the devil himself. But regardless of the explanation, one thing was clear: the 2x4 was no ordinary piece of lumber. As the days passed, the 2x4's influence began to spread, infecting the minds of those who came into contact with it. People reported experiencing vivid nightmares and unexplained bouts of paranoia, their thoughts consumed by thoughts of the haunted piece of wood. And then, One fateful night, a group of brave souls decided to confront the 2x4 head-on, determined to uncover the truth behind its sinister nature. Armed with flashlights and cameras, they ventured into the darkness, their hearts pounding with fear and anticipation. As they approached the 2x4, they felt a wave of malevolent energy wash over them, sending shivers down their spines. But undeterred, they pressed on, determined to unravel the mystery once and for all. But as they reached out to touch the 2x4, a deafening scream pierced the night air, freezing them in their tracks. And in that moment, they realized the horrifying truth. The 2x4 was not haunted by a spirit or possessed by a demon. It was something far more sinister, a gateway to a realm of darkness beyond comprehension. In the end, the 2x4 was destroyed, its malevolent influence banished from the neighborhood forever. But the memory of its reign of terror would linger on, a cautionary tale of the dangers that lurk in the most unexpected of places. And as the residents of the neighborhood moved on with their lives, they couldn't help but wonder what other horrors lay hidden in the shadows, waiting to be uncovered. Title: The Haunted 2x4. In a quiet suburban neighborhood, nestled among rows of tidy houses and neatly trimmed lawns, there stood an ordinary 2x4, a simple piece of lumber that had been left behind after a construction project had long since been completed. But as the days turned into weeks and the weeks turned into months, the 2x4 began to exhibit strange and unsettling behavior that defied all rational explanation. It started innocently enough, with the occasional creaking and groaning that could be dismissed as the natural settling of wood. But soon, residents of the neighborhood began to notice something off about the 2x4, a sense of malevolence that seemed to emanate from its very core. People who passed by the 2x4 reported feeling a sense of unease, as if they were being watched by unseen eyes. Some claimed to hear whispered voices emanating from the wood, while others reported feeling a cold chill in the air whenever they ventured too close. As the rumors spread, fear gripped the neighborhood, and soon, the 2x4 became the subject of countless tales and legends. Some said that it was cursed by an angry spirit, while others claimed that it was possessed by the devil himself. But regardless of the explanation, one thing was clear: the 2x4 was no ordinary piece of lumber. As the days passed, the 2x4's influence began to spread, infecting the minds of those who came into contact with it. People reported experiencing vivid nightmares and unexplained bouts of paranoia, their thoughts consumed by thoughts of the haunted piece of wood. And then, one fateful night, a group of brave souls decided to confront the 2x4 head-on, determined to uncover the truth behind its sinister nature. Armed with flashlights and cameras, they ventured into the darkness, their hearts pounding with fear and anticipation. As they approached the 2x4, they felt a wave of malevolent energy wash over them, sending shivers down their spines. But undeterred, they pressed on, determined to unravel the mystery once and for all. But as they reached out to touch the 2x4, a deafening scream pierced the night air, freezing them in their tracks. And in that moment, they realized the horrifying truth. The 2x4 was not haunted by a spirit or possessed by a demon. It was something far more sinister, a gateway to a realm of darkness beyond comprehension. In the end, the 2x4 was destroyed, its malevolent influence banished from the neighborhood forever. But the memory of its reign of terror would linger on, a cautionary tale of the dangers that lurk in the most unexpected of places. And as the residents of the neighborhood moved on with their lives, they couldn't help but wonder what other horrors lay hidden in the shadows, waiting to be uncovered. Title: The CEO's Confession. In the heart of New York City, where the skyscrapers loomed like towering sentinels and the streets pulsed with the rhythm of urban life, there stood the imposing headquarters of one of the world's largest cigarette companies. At its helm was William Sinclair, a man of wealth and power, whose charismatic demeanor masked a chilling secret. For years, William had walked among the city's inhabitants, a shadowy figure lurking in plain sight. By day, he wore the mask of a respected CEO, presiding over board meetings and making deals that lined his pockets with gold. But by night, he shed his corporate facade and roamed the streets as a predator, his hunger for blood driving him to commit unspeakable acts of violence. As the body count climbed, the city descended into chaos, gripped by fear and uncertainty. But amidst the terror, William remained calm and collected, his true nature concealed behind a mask of deceit. It wasn't until Detective Sarah Reynolds stumbled upon a clue that would unravel the web of lies he had spun. Driven by a relentless pursuit of justice, Sarah followed the trail of breadcrumbs that led straight to William's doorstep. With each piece of evidence she uncovered, the walls of his carefully constructed facade began to crumble, revealing the darkness that lurked within. But as Sarah closed in on her target, William's grip on reality began to slip. Haunted by the ghosts of his past, he found himself consumed by paranoia and delusion, his mind unraveling with each passing day. And in a moment of desperation, he penned a confession, a chilling testament to the depths of his depravity. "I am the harbinger of death," he wrote, his words dripping with malice, "a predator in a world of prey. For years I have walked among you, unseen and unchallenged, my hands stained with the blood of the innocent. And now, as the darkness closes in around me, I confess my sins to the world." But even as he poured his darkest secrets onto the page, William knew that his confession would change nothing, that the shadows that lurked within him were beyond redemption. And as the sun set on the city, casting long, sinister shadows across its streets, he knew that the horrors he had unleashed would haunt the nightmares of all who dared to cross his path. Title: Thomas Jefferson's Haunting Night at the White House. It was the spring of 1801 when Thomas Jefferson, the newly inaugurated third president of the United States, arrived at the White House to take up residence. Excitement filled the air as the esteemed statesman prepared to move into the grand mansion that would serve as his home for the next 4 years. But little did Jefferson know, his first night at the White House would be marked by a chilling encounter that would haunt him for the rest of his days. As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness descended upon the nation's capital, Jefferson retired to his chambers, eager to rest after a long day of inaugural festivities. But as he settled into bed, a sense of unease washed over him, a feeling that he couldn't quite shake. As the clock struck midnight, Jefferson was jolted awake by the sound of footsteps echoing through the empty halls of the White House. At first, he dismissed it as the creaking of an old building settling for the night. But as the footsteps drew nearer, he realized that he was not alone. Heart pounding, Jefferson rose from his bed and ventured into the hallway, his footsteps echoing in the silence. As he rounded a corner, he came face to face with a spectral figure, a ghostly apparition that bore an uncanny resemblance to one of his predecessors, the second president, John Adams. Frozen in fear, Jefferson watched as the ghostly figure drifted towards him, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. And then, with a voice that seemed to echo from the depths of the grave, the apparition spoke. "Beware, Thomas," it intoned, its words sending a shiver down Jefferson's spine. "For the White House holds secrets that you cannot begin to imagine. Heed my warning, or suffer the consequences." With that, the ghostly figure vanished into thin air, leaving Jefferson alone in the darkness. Trembling with fear, he returned to his chambers and spent the rest of the night in fitful sleep, haunted by visions of the spectral encounter. In the days that followed, Jefferson confided in his closest advisors about the chilling encounter, but none could offer an explanation for the ghostly apparition that had appeared before him. And as his presidency continued, Jefferson couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched, that the spirits of past presidents lingered within the walls of the White House, whispering secrets that only they could know. To this day, the tale of Thomas Jefferson's haunting night at the White House is shrouded in mystery, a chilling reminder of the supernatural forces that may lurk within the corridors of power. And as visitors to the White House pass through its hallowed halls, they can't help but wonder if the spirits of past presidents still roam its halls, their presence felt but never seen. Title: The Shadow of Buckner Manor. In the quiet town of Oakwood Grove, nestled among the rolling hills and whispering pines, there stood an old mansion known as Buckner Manor, a place shrouded in mystery and whispered tales of horror. It was here that Philip Frankincense, a curious and adventurous soul, found himself drawn one fateful evening, unaware of the dark secrets that lay hidden within its walls. Philip had always been fascinated by the macabre, and the legends surrounding Buckner Manor intrigued him like no other. So, when he received an invitation to attend a seance at the mansion, hosted by the enigmatic Bartholomew Jeremiah Buckner himself, he couldn't resist the opportunity to unravel the mysteries that surrounded the notorious estate. As Philip stepped through the towering gates of Buckner Manor, he felt a chill run down his spine, a sensation that only grew stronger as he crossed the threshold into the grand foyer. The air was heavy with the scent of ancient wood and damp earth, and shadows danced on the walls like specters of the past. Bartholomew Jeremiah Buckner greeted Philip with a smile that did not reach his eyes, his presence commanding the room with an unsettling aura of authority. As the seance began, Philip felt a sense of unease wash over him, a feeling that intensified with each passing moment. But it wasn't until the lights flickered and died, plunging the room into darkness, that Philip realized the true horror of Buckner Manor. In the shadows, he glimpsed the figure of Bartholomew Jeremiah Buckner, a spectral presence with eyes that glowed like hot coals, and an axe stained with the blood of countless victims. With a cry of terror, Philip fled into the night, his heart pounding in his chest as he raced through the twisting corridors of the mansion. But no matter how fast he ran, he could not escape the clutches of Bartholomew Jeremiah Buckner, whose malevolent laughter echoed through the halls like a death knell. As dawn broke over Oakwood Grove, Philip emerged from Buckner Manor, his mind haunted by the horrors he had witnessed within its walls. And though he tried to convince himself that it was all just a trick of the mind, he couldn't shake the feeling that the evil presence of Bartholomew Jeremiah Buckner still lingered in the shadows, waiting to claim its next victim. Once upon a time, in a cozy little cottage nestled deep within the woods, there lived an elderly baker named Mrs. Pritchard. Mrs. Pritchard was renowned throughout the land for her delicious gingerbread cookies, which were said to be the best in all the kingdom. But one fateful night, as Mrs. Pritchard was preparing her famous gingerbread dough, she made a mistake that would unleash a terrifying force upon the world. As she mixed the ingredients together, Mrs. Pritchard accidentally added a pinch of enchanted cinnamon from a mysterious jar hidden in the back of her pantry. Unbeknownst to her, this cinnamon possessed dark and powerful magic, capable of bringing inanimate objects to life. The dough began to stir and bubble, forming itself into the shape of a small gingerbread man. Mrs. Pritchard watched in horror as the doughy figure sprang to life before her very eyes, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. At first, the gingerbread man seemed harmless enough, frolicking around the kitchen and causing mischief with its mischievous antics. But as the night wore on, Mrs. Pritchard began to realize that there was something sinister lurking beneath its sugary exterior. The gingerbread man grew more and more deranged with each passing moment, its once innocent smile twisting into a malevolent grin. It began to terrorize the cottage, wreaking havoc wherever it went and leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Mrs. Pritchard tried everything to stop the gingerbread man: traps, spells, even calling upon the local witch for help. but nothing could contain its insatiable thirst for chaos. As the night drew to a close, Mrs. Pritchard knew that there was only one thing left to do. With a heavy heart, she lured the gingerbread man into the oven, where it met its fiery demise. But even as the flames consumed its sugary form, Mrs. Pritchard couldn't shake the feeling that the deranged gingerbread man would rise again, its twisted laughter echoing through the darkness of the woods, forever haunting the dreams of those who dared to wander too close to the cottage in the woods. The flames roared in the oven, casting flickering shadows on the walls of Mrs. Pritchard's kitchen. As the deranged gingerbread man began to melt and bubble, a haunting laughter echoed through the room, sending shivers down Mrs. Pritchard's spine. With a heavy heart, she closed the oven door, hoping that the enchanted cinnamon's dark magic would be vanquished by the intense heat. The laughter grew softer, and for a moment, Mrs. Pritchard believed that the nightmare was finally over. However, as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Mrs. Pritchard couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. The air in the cottage felt heavy with lingering magic, and the faint scent of gingerbread lingered in the air. She cautiously opened the oven door, half expecting the deranged gingerbread man to have vanished completely. To her surprise, there was nothing left but a charred, gooey mess. Yet, as she turned away, a soft whisper seemed to drift through the air, a whisper that carried a haunting promise. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. Mrs. Pritchard went about her baking, trying to put the unsettling events behind her. But the gingerbread scent persisted, a ghostly reminder of the enchanted cinnamon's lingering presence. One night, as Mrs. Pritchard slept soundly in her bed, the haunting laughter returned, echoing through the cottage. The deranged gingerbread man, though vanquished in form, had left an indelible mark on the enchanted cinnamon, ensuring that its malevolent spirit would endure. The villagers in the surrounding woods began to report strange occurrences: gingerbread crumbs appearing on their doorsteps, soft laughter in the night, and an inexplicable feeling of unease. The legend of the deranged gingerbread man spread far and wide, a cautionary tale whispered to children as they drifted off to sleep. And so, Mrs. Pritchard's cottage became a place of eerie fascination and whispered stories. The gingerbread man, though seemingly defeated, continued to haunt the dreams of those who heard the tale, a spectral presence that lurked in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to return and spread its sugary chaos once more. Title: Shadows of Farquaad's Keep. In the distant kingdom of Duloc, where the rolling hills were shrouded in mist and the castle towers pierced the sky like daggers, there ruled a tyrant known as Lord Farquaad, a man whose thirst for power knew no bounds and whose atrocities would be whispered of for generations to come. Lord Farquaad's reign was marked by fear and oppression, as he ruled with an iron fist and showed no mercy to those who dared to oppose him. But it was his war crimes, the unspeakable horrors committed in the name of conquest, that would forever stain the history of Duloc. It began with the invasion of the neighboring kingdom of Far, Far Away, a land of lush forests and fertile valleys whose people lived in harmony with nature. Lord Farquaad's army swept through the countryside like a wave of darkness, leaving death and destruction in its wake. Villages were razed to the ground, their inhabitants slaughtered without mercy. Women and children were rounded up and taken as slaves, forced to toil in Lord Farquaad's mines and fields under the watchful eye of his brutal enforcers. But it was in the dungeons of Farquaad's Keep that the true extent of his depravity was revealed. Prisoners were subjected to unspeakable torture, their screams echoing through the stone corridors as they begged for mercy that would never come. Among the prisoners was a brave knight named Sir Gareth, who had dared to defy Lord Farquaad's tyranny. For years, Sir Gareth languished in the darkness of the dungeon, his spirit broken, but his resolve undimmed. Then, one fateful night, as a storm raged outside the walls of the keep, Sir Gareth made his escape, a desperate bid for freedom fueled by righteous fury and the desire for vengeance. With sword in hand, Sir Gareth fought his way through the labyrinthine passages of the keep, his heart pounding with every step as he sought to confront Lord Farquaad and put an end to his reign of terror once and for all. But as Sir Gareth burst into the throne room, he found himself face to face with a horror beyond imagining. Lord Farquaad stood before him, his eyes gleaming with madness as he reveled in the suffering of his victims. With a wicked laugh, Lord Farquaad unleashed his most terrible creation, a monstrous creature of darkness, forged in the depths of his depraved soul. Sir Gareth fought bravely, but he was no match for the creature's unholy power, and he was soon overwhelmed. As darkness closed in around him, Sir Gareth knew that he had failed in his quest to rid the world of Lord Farquaad's evil. But even in defeat, his spirit remained unbroken, a beacon of hope in the face of unspeakable horror. And as the storm raged on outside the walls of the keep, the shadows of Lord Farquaad's crimes stretched out across the land, a grim reminder of the darkness that lurked within the hearts of men. Title: The Devastating Rejection. In the sprawling metropolis of Los Angeles, where the neon lights of Hollywood illuminated the night sky and dreams were shattered as often as they were made, there lived a young woman named Emily, a fragile soul whose heart beat with a desperate longing for the affection of her idol, George Lopez. Emily's obsession with George Lopez bordered on the unhealthy, her every waking moment consumed by thoughts of him. She collected every magazine article, watched every interview, and attended every one of his performances with a fervor bordering on fanaticism. So when Emily heard that George Lopez would be performing at a local comedy club, she saw it as her chance, a chance to finally meet the man who had haunted her dreams for so long. With a manic gleam in her eyes and a pounding heart, she bought a ticket to the show and waited with bated breath for the night to arrive. As Emily took her seat in the dimly lit club, her anticipation reached a fever pitch. The air crackled with electricity as George Lopez took the stage, his charismatic presence filling the room with laughter and applause. But as the show went on, Emily's excitement turned to desperation. Try as she might, she couldn't muster the courage to approach George Lopez after the show. And as the crowd dispersed and the club emptied out, she found herself standing alone in the shadows, her dreams slipping away like sand through her fingers. Just as Emily was about to leave, she heard footsteps approaching from behind, a familiar voice calling out her name. She turned to see George Lopez himself, his smile twisted into a sinister grin as he approached. For a moment, Emily's heart soared with hope. but it was quickly dashed when George Lopez spoke. "Sorry, sweetheart," he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "I've seen your kind before. You're nothing but a pathetic little fangirl, and you'll never be anything more." With those words, George Lopez turned and walked away, leaving Emily standing alone in the darkness, her heart shattered into a million pieces. From that day on, Emily's obsession with George Lopez turned to madness. She stalked him relentlessly, leaving threatening messages and gifts at his doorstep, her mind consumed by thoughts of revenge. But George Lopez was not easily intimidated. He hired security guards to protect him from Emily's deranged advances, and he moved to a gated mansion far away from the city, hoping to escape the clutches of his obsessed fan. But Emily would not be deterred. She prowled the streets outside George Lopez's mansion, her eyes burning with hatred and fury, her mind consumed by thoughts of vengeance. And one dark and stormy night, as George Lopez lay sleeping in his bed, Emily crept into his mansion, a gleaming knife clutched tightly in her hand. The next morning, the newspapers reported the grisly scene, a brutal murder committed in the dead of night. And as the authorities searched for the killer, Emily disappeared into the shadows, her twisted obsession with George Lopez forever etched into the annals of horror. Title: Temporal Terror, The Orangutan's Odyssey. In the heart of a secret government laboratory, hidden away from prying eyes and the curious minds of the public, a team of scientists embarked on a groundbreaking experiment, a journey into the depths of time itself. Their subject? A seemingly ordinary orangutan named Darwin. Under the dim glow of flickering fluorescent lights, the scientists worked tirelessly to harness the power of temporal manipulation, their goal to send Darwin on a journey through the annals of history and unlock the mysteries of time travel. But as they activated the machine and watched with bated breath, something went horribly wrong. Instead of emerging unscathed on the other side, Darwin reappeared in a twisted and grotesque form, a creature neither ape nor man, but something altogether more sinister. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and his fur bristled with an unnatural energy as he lashed out at his captors with primal fury. As chaos erupted in the laboratory, Darwin's newfound powers of temporal manipulation manifested in terrifying ways. With a primal scream, he tore open a rip in the fabric of reality, unleashing a maelstrom of temporal energy that threatened to consume everything in its path. Desperate to contain the threat they had unwittingly unleashed, the scientists scrambled to find a way to stop Darwin before it was too late. But with each passing moment, the temporal storm grew stronger, threatening to unravel the very fabric of existence itself. As the laboratory descended into chaos, a lone scientist, Dr. Emily Carter, realized the truth. The only way to stop Darwin was to send him back to the moment of his creation and prevent the experiment from ever taking place. With a heavy heart and trembling hands, she activated the temporal machine once more, sending Darwin hurtling back through time to the moment before his transformation. But as the temporal storm subsided and the laboratory fell silent once more, Dr. Carter couldn't shake the feeling that their actions had only served to delay the inevitable. For somewhere out there, in the depths of time and space, Darwin, the time-traveling orangutan, lurked, his thirst for vengeance growing stronger with each passing moment. And as the shadows of the laboratory closed in around her, Dr. Carter knew that they had unleashed a force beyond their control, a creature born of science and madness, destined to roam the corridors of time for all eternity, forever haunted by the echoes of its own creation. Luigi's Mansion. The night draped itself over Luigi like a suffocating cloak as he approached the dilapidated mansion, its jagged silhouette looming ominously against the backdrop of the moonlit sky. Every step he took seemed to sink into the earth with a sense of foreboding, the weight of dread pressing down on his shoulders like a tangible force. It was just hours before that he had gotten word of Mario's whereabout, and despite the chill that crept through his bones, Luigi pressed on, his resolve to find his brother flickering like a dying flame amidst the encroaching darkness. The gates groaned open with a mournful lament, their rusted hinges protesting the intrusion of the living into the realm of the dead. As Luigi crossed the threshold, a chill wind whispered through the courtyard, carrying with it the faint scent of decay and despair. The mansion seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, its walls soaked in the blood of forgotten horrors and ancient curses. With trembling hands, Luigi reached for his flashlight, its feeble beam struggling to pierce the thick veil of shadows that enveloped him. The darkness seemed to swallow him whole as he ventured deeper into the mansion's bowels, each step a silent prayer for deliverance from the encroaching nightmare. As he moved through the mansion's labyrinthine corridors, Luigi's mind began to play tricks on him, filling his vision with grotesque apparitions and twisted phantasms. Shadows danced on the walls, taking on the shapes of tortured souls writhing in agony. His breath caught in his throat as he saw visions of Mario, his brother, being dragged into the depths of the mansion by unseen hands, his screams echoing through the halls like a symphony of despair. With a shudder, Luigi shook himself free from the grip of his hallucinations and pressed on, determined to find his brother and escape this accursed place. But with each passing moment, the mansion seemed to grow darker and more sinister, its corridors twisting and shifting like the mind of a madman. Suddenly, Luigi found himself in a vast chamber, its walls lined with portraits that seemed to watch his every move with cold, unblinking eyes. The air grew thick with the stench of decay as the spirits of the mansion's former inhabitants materialized before him, their twisted forms contorted in agony as they reached out with spectral hands, their hollow cries echoing through the darkness. With a cry of terror, Luigi turned and fled, his heart pounding in his chest as he raced through the maze-like corridors, pursued by the ghosts of the mansion's tortured souls. But no matter how fast he ran, the darkness seemed to close in around him, its suffocating embrace threatening to consume him whole. Just when all hope seemed lost, Luigi stumbled upon a hidden chamber concealed deep within the mansion's heart, a chamber that held the key to his salvation. With trembling hands, he reached for the ancient artifact that lay within, its surface pulsating with an otherworldly energy. As he activated the artifact, unleashing a blinding burst of light that banished the darkness and revealed the mansion's true form, Luigi's heart froze in his chest, a primal scream tearing itself from his throat as he beheld the horrors that lay before him. For standing in the center of the chamber, bathed in the sickly glow of the artifact's light, was Mario, or what remained of him. His body twisted and contorted, his features warped into a grotesque mockery of humanity. His eyes, once bright and full of life, now burned with a malevolent fire, his gaze fixated on Luigi with an intensity that chilled him to the bone. With a surge of adrenaline, Luigi lunged forward, his mind awash with a single desperate thought: to save his brother from the darkness that threatened to consume him. But as he drew closer, he realized with a sinking heart that the Mario before him was no longer his brother, but a mere shadow, a puppet of the darkness that had claimed him. With a final gut-wrenching cry, Luigi activated the artifact once more, unleashing its power in a blinding burst of light that consumed the mansion and banished the darkness from the world forever. And as the mansion crumbled to dust around him, Luigi felt a sense of bittersweet relief wash over him, a mixture of triumph and sorrow that lingered long after the echoes of his ordeal had faded into the night. As he emerged from the ruins of the mansion, his heart heavy with the weight of his losses, Luigi knew that he would carry the memories of his harrowing journey with him forever, a testament to the enduring power of love and sacrifice in the face of unspeakable horror. And as he walked away from the ruins, bathed in the warm glow of the rising sun. He knew that he had emerged from the darkness, stronger and braver than ever before, ready to face whatever trials lay ahead with unwavering resolve. Title: Shadows of the Ancients, The Curse of the Pyramids. Deep in the heart of the ancient desert sands, where the sun blazes relentlessly and the wind whispers secrets of a time long forgotten, lie the towering structures known as the Pyramids of Giza. To the modern world, they stand as marvels of engineering and architecture, but their true origins are shrouded in darkness and mystery. Legend tells of a time when the pharaohs of Egypt sought to defy the gods themselves by constructing monuments that would stand for eternity. But in their hubris, they made a pact with forces beyond their comprehension, a pact that would unleash a curse upon the land and condemn countless souls to an eternity of suffering. As the construction of the pyramids began, strange occurrences plagued the workers. A sense of unease that seemed to hang in the air like a tangible presence, whispers of voices that echoed through the desert night, and shadows that danced on the sand, twisting and contorting in unnatural ways. But it was during the darkest hours of the night that the true horror began to unfold. The workers toiled under the merciless gaze of the overseers, their bodies weary and broken, their minds haunted by visions of unspeakable terror. And as they carved stone from the earth and hauled it to the construction site, they became unwitting vessels for forces beyond their control. Whispers of madness filled the air as the workers succumbed to the darkness that lurked within the depths of the pyramids. Some spoke of seeing apparitions that beckoned them into the shadows, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. Others claimed to have heard the anguished cries of the damned echoing through the labyrinthine corridors, their voices carrying the weight of centuries of suffering. But it was the curse of the pyramids that proved to be the most terrifying of all, a curse that twisted the minds of men and drove them to acts of unspeakable horror. As the construction continued, the workers began to disappear without a trace, their bodies swallowed up by the ever-shifting sands or claimed by the darkness that lurked within the depths of the ancient structures. Rumors spread of sacrifices made to appease the gods, of men and women thrown into the yawning abyss at the heart of the pyramids, their screams muffled by the stone that surrounded them. And as the years passed and the pyramids neared completion, the curse only grew stronger, its influence spreading like a cancer through the land. In the end, the pharaohs achieved their goal. The pyramids stood as monuments to their power and majesty, their towering spires reaching towards the heavens as if to challenge the gods themselves. But their victory came at a terrible cost, for the curse of the pyramids had claimed their souls, condemning them to an eternity of torment in the afterlife. And so, to this day, the pyramids stand as a testament to the folly of man, a warning to all who would dare to defy the natural order of the world. For beneath their ancient stone lies a darkness that cannot be vanquished, a curse that will endure for all eternity, waiting to claim the souls of those who dare to disturb its slumber. Title: Shadows of the Mushroom Kingdom, The Haunting of Princess Peach's Castle. In the heart of the Mushroom Kingdom, nestled among rolling hills and lush greenery, stood Princess Peach's Castle, a beacon of hope and tranquility in a world plagued by darkness. But beneath its cheerful facade lurked a sinister secret, one that would soon be uncovered by an unsuspecting plumber named Mario. It all began when Mario received a letter from Princess Peach, inviting him to join her for a peaceful afternoon in the castle gardens. Eager to see his beloved princess, Mario set off on his journey, his heart light with anticipation. But as he approached the castle gates, a sense of unease washed over him, a feeling that something was terribly wrong. Ignoring the gnawing sense of dread in the pit of his stomach, Mario pressed on, determined to uncover the truth behind the castle's dark secret. As he stepped through the towering doors, he was greeted by the familiar sights and sounds of the castle. A cheerful melody playing in the distance, the laughter of toads echoing through the halls. But as Mario explored the castle's labyrinthine corridors, he soon realized that something was amiss. Shadows danced on the walls, their movements fluid and unnatural, and whispers echoed through the empty halls, their words too faint to comprehend. With each passing moment, the castle seemed to warp and twist around him, its once familiar layout becoming a maze of confusion and terror. As Mario delved deeper into the castle's depths, he encountered strange and otherworldly creatures, ghostly apparitions that materialized out of thin air, their eyes burning with an otherworldly light. Some seemed to be trapped in a perpetual state of torment, their wails echoing through the empty halls, while others lurked in the shadows, their intentions unclear. But it was the presence of Bowser, the dreaded king of the Koopas, that filled Mario with a sense of dread unlike any he had ever known. With each encounter, Bowser seemed to grow stronger and more powerful, his dark magic twisting the castle's corridors into a nightmarish labyrinth of traps and obstacles. As Mario fought his way through wave after wave of Bowser's minions, he began to uncover the truth behind the castle's dark secret, a secret that threatened to consume him whole. For hidden deep within the castle's bowels lay a gateway to another world, a world of darkness and despair, ruled over by an ancient evil that hungered for power and destruction. With each step, Mario drew closer to the heart of the castle, his resolve to save Princess Peach and defeat Bowser stronger than ever before. But as he finally reached the throne room, he was met with a sight that chilled him to the bone. For there, seated upon the throne, was Princess Peach herself, her eyes empty and devoid of emotion. With a sinking heart, Mario realized that the princess he had come to save was nothing more than a puppet of the darkness, a vessel for the ancient evil that lurked within the castle's walls. And as the truth of his plight dawned on him, Mario knew that his journey was far from over, for the true horror of Princess Peach's castle had only just begun. Title: The Haunting of the Midnight Express. As James settled into his seat aboard the Midnight Express, a sense of unease settled over him like a suffocating shroud. The train was eerily silent, the only sound the rhythmic clattering of wheels against the tracks, a haunting melody that seemed to echo through the empty carriage like a dirge. Glancing out the window, James watched as the world outside vanished into darkness, swallowed whole by the encroaching night. His pulse quickened with each passing mile, a primal fear gnawing at the edges of his mind. Suddenly, a chill wind swept through the carriage, sending a shiver down James's spine. He pulled his coat tighter around himself, trying to shake off the cold tendrils of dread that coiled around his heart. And then, out of the corner of his eye, James saw it. A figure standing at the far end of the carriage, its form obscured by shadow. His breath caught in his throat as he watched the figure draw closer, its movements slow and deliberate. As it stepped into the dim light of the overhead bulb, James felt his blood run cold, for the figure that stood before him was like something out of a nightmare. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, its features twisted into a grotesque parody of humanity. With a shaky hand, James reached for his phone, desperate for some semblance of comfort in the face of such terror. But as he unlocked the screen, he couldn't help but notice the reflection of the figure standing behind him, its shadowy form looming ever closer. Panic surged through James's veins as he realized that he was not alone, that something sinister lurked in the darkness, waiting to claim him as its next victim. With a strangled cry, he leapt to his feet, scrambling for the door as if his life depended on it. But just as he reached for the handle, a voice spoke out from the darkness, a voice that sent a chill down James's spine. "Leaving so soon?" it croaked, its tone dripping with malice. James froze, his heart pounding in his chest as he turned to face the source of the voice. And there, standing before him, was the figure from his nightmares, a twisted specter, its eyes burning with a hunger that chilled him to the bone. With a trembling voice, James managed to stammer out a response. I was just, checking to see if the bathroom was occupied, he said, his words coming out in a nervous rush. The figure cocked its head to the side, its eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Nice try," it said, its voice dripping with sarcasm. "But I think we both know you're not fooling anyone." And with that, the figure lunged forward, its shadowy form enveloping James in darkness as the train hurtled on through the night, carrying him further and further from safety and deeper into the clutches of the Midnight Express. Title: The Terror from the Tidal Depths. Along the tranquil shores of a sleepy coastal town, a sinister presence lurked beneath the waves, an ancient evil that had slumbered for centuries, waiting patiently for its chance to strike. It began innocently enough, with reports of strange occurrences washing up on the beach. Unusual sightings of starfish, with razor-sharp appendages, their once vibrant colors now tainted with the blood of their victims. At first, the townsfolk dismissed the reports as nothing more than fanciful tales spun by overactive imaginations. But as the body count began to rise, it became clear that something truly sinister was at play. As fear gripped the town, a small group of brave souls banded together to uncover the truth behind the killings. Led by marine biologist Dr. Emily Reynolds, the group set out to investigate the source of the mysterious attacks, determined to put an end to the terror that had descended upon their once peaceful community. Their search led them to the depths of the ocean, where they discovered a hidden cave teeming with ancient starfish, creatures that had lain dormant for centuries, until a recent disturbance had awakened them from their slumber. These starfish were unlike any the world had ever seen before, their bodies mutated and twisted by centuries of exposure to dark and malevolent energies. As the group delved deeper into the cave, they were met with a sight that chilled them to the bone. Hundreds of starfish, their razor-sharp appendages poised and ready to strike, their eyes glowing with a hunger that could not be sated. With horror, Dr. Reynolds realized that the starfish had been awakened by a nearby underwater drilling operation, their ancient slumber disturbed by the greed of mankind. Now, they sought vengeance upon those who had dared to disturb their watery grave, their thirst for blood insatiable and unrelenting. With no other choice, Dr. Reynolds and her team prepared to confront the killer starfish head-on, armed with nothing but their wits and their courage. But as they squared off against the unholy horde, they quickly realized that they were outmatched, outnumbered and outgunned by the relentless onslaught of the bloodthirsty creatures. In the end, it was only through sheer luck and determination that Dr. Reynolds and her team managed to escape with their lives. But as they retreated to the surface, they knew that the terror of the killer starfish would haunt them for the rest of their days, a reminder of the dangers that lurked beneath the waves, waiting to claim unsuspecting victims in their unyielding grasp. Title: The Malevolent Artistry. Dr. Victor Harlow was a renowned plastic surgeon, celebrated for his unparalleled skill in the delicate art of facial reconstruction. Patients flocked to his exclusive clinic, drawn by the promise of beauty beyond imagination. However, beneath the polished surface of Dr. Harlow's success, a sinister darkness lurked. Known for his enigmatic demeanor, Dr. Harlow carefully selected a few patients, those who sought perfection beyond the ordinary. These chosen individuals were ushered into a secret chamber within the clinic, a room concealed from prying eyes. Under the guise of revolutionary procedures, Dr. Harlow began experimenting with a mysterious concoction, a serum that promised unparalleled transformations. With each injection, the patient's appearances altered drastically, veering away from the realm of beauty into the grotesque and otherworldly. As the once hopeful patients emerged from the secret chamber, they bore faces that defied the laws of nature. Distorted features, contorted expressions, and eyes that seemed to reflect the shadows of their tortured souls. Dr. Harlow reveled in the malevolent artistry he had unleashed upon the unsuspecting. Whispers of the clinic's dark secrets circulated among the afflicted patients. Those who dared to confront Dr. Harlow were met with a chilling smile, a manifestation of the doctor's satisfaction in their irreversible transformations. The once prominent surgeon reveled in the power he wielded over those who sought his expertise. Patient after patient succumbed to the horrors of Dr. Harlow's experiments, their lives forever marred by the irreversible alterations. The town, once enchanted by the allure of the clinic, became a ghostly landscape of those who dared to seek perfection in the hands of a madman. Unbeknownst to Dr. Harlow, the dark energy he harnessed in his serum fed on the despair and suffering of his victims, growing stronger with each distorted face. The clinic itself seemed to absorb the malevolence, casting an ever-present pallor over the once prosperous establishment. One fateful night, a lone investigative journalist delved into the shadows that enveloped Dr. Harlow's clinic. Uncovering the horrifying truth, the journalist faced the grotesque faces of the victims, frozen in silent agony. Determined to expose the doctor's malevolent artistry, the journalist confronted Dr. Harlow in a final, chilling showdown. As the truth unraveled, the clinic collapsed into the abyss of its own malevolence, swallowing Dr. Harlow and his monstrous creations. The once exclusive sanctuary of beauty became a haunting memory, a cautionary tale of the consequences that befell those who dared to play with the delicate threads of human appearance. And as the town gradually recovered from the nightmare that unfolded within the clinic's walls, the victims, forever altered, became the spectral guardians of a chilling warning. The pursuit of perfection in the hands of a malevolent artist comes at a price too ghastly to bear. Title: The Static Whisperer. In the quiet suburb of Willow Grove, nestled among the rows of neatly manicured lawns and picturesque houses, stood an innocuous-looking television set. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be just like any other, a relic of a bygone era, its screen flickering with static and its bulky frame covered in dust. But to those who knew its dark secret, the television set was anything but ordinary. For within its ancient circuits lurked a malevolent force, a presence that whispered sinister promises to those who dared to tune in. It began innocently enough, with reports of strange occurrences plaguing those who watched the television set for too long. Shadows danced on the walls, their movements fluid and unnatural, while whispers echoed through the empty room, their words too faint to comprehend. As the whispers grew louder and more insistent, those who watched the television set found themselves drawn deeper into its hypnotic embrace. They became obsessed, unable to tear themselves away from the flickering screen, their minds consumed by visions of unspeakable horror. But it was not just the living who were ensnared by the television set's dark allure. For within its depths, trapped between the realms of the living and the dead, lingered the restless spirits of those who had fallen victim to its sinister influence. Their anguished cries echoed through the static, their spectral forms twisting and contorting in the flickering light. They reached out to the living, their cold hands grasping for purchase, their hollow eyes burning with a hunger that could not be sated. As the days turned into weeks, the television set's influence spread like a cancer through the quiet suburb of Willow Grove. Families were torn apart as loved ones succumbed to its sinister whispers, their minds twisted and warped by the malevolent force that lurked within. But amidst the chaos and despair, there were those who dared to stand against the darkness. A small group of brave souls banded together, determined to uncover the truth behind the haunted television set and put an end to its reign of terror once and for all. Armed with nothing but their courage and determination, they ventured into the heart of the darkness, their eyes fixed on the flickering screen that had claimed so many lives. With each step, they felt the malevolent force grow stronger, its whispers growing louder and more insistent. But they pressed on, driven by a sense of duty and a desire to protect their loved ones from the horrors that lurked within. And as they finally reached the television set, they knew that the battle ahead would be like nothing they had ever faced before. A battle for the very soul of Willow Grove itself. With a final defiant cry, they reached out and unplugged the television set, its screen flickering and fading into darkness as the malevolent force within was banished from the world forever. And as the quiet suburb of Willow Grove slowly began to heal from the scars of its darkest hour, the haunted television set became nothing more than a distant memory, a cautionary tale of the dangers that lurk within the shadows, waiting to claim those who dare to venture too close. Title: The Puppeteer's Curse. In the heart of a dark and twisted forest, there stood a ramshackle workshop, its windows shuttered and its doors creaking ominously in the wind. It was here that the puppeteer dwelled, a reclusive figure known only by whispers and rumors, his presence a blight upon the land. Deep within the bowels of the workshop, the puppeteer toiled away in solitude, his hands stained with the blood of his creations. For years, he had honed his craft, fashioning puppets from the bones of the dead and breathing life into them with dark and forbidden magic. But it was his greatest creation that would prove to be his undoing, a puppet unlike any the world had ever seen before. Crafted from the finest wood and imbued with a soul of purest evil, Pinocchio was born, a twisted abomination destined to wreak havoc upon the world. As the puppeteer set to work, carving and shaping the wooden figure with meticulous precision, a sense of unease settled over the forest. Shadows danced on the trees, their movements fluid and unnatural, while whispers echoed through the underbrush, their words too faint to comprehend. But the puppeteer paid no heed to the warnings that surrounded him, his obsession with his creation blinding him to the dangers that lurked within. And as Pinocchio took shape beneath his skilled hands, a darkness began to seep into the very fabric of the world, twisting and warping everything it touched. As the final touches were made and Pinocchio's eyes opened for the first time, the puppeteer felt a surge of pride and triumph. But his joy was short-lived, for he soon realized that he had created a monster, a puppet consumed by a hunger for destruction and chaos. With each passing day, Pinocchio's power grew, his strings cutting through the air like razor-sharp knives as he danced his deadly dance. Villages burned, forests withered, and innocent lives were snuffed out in the blink of an eye, all at the command of the malevolent puppet and his twisted master. But as Pinocchio's reign of terror reached its zenith, a lone figure emerged from the shadows, a brave soul determined to put an end to the madness once and for all. Armed with nothing but his wits and his courage, he ventured into the heart of the forest, his eyes fixed on the puppeteer's workshop. With each step, he felt the darkness closing in around him, threatening to swallow him whole. But he pressed on, driven by a sense of duty and a desire to rid the world of the evil that lurked within. And as he finally reached the workshop's door, he knew that the battle ahead would be like nothing he had ever faced before, a battle for the very soul of the forest itself. With a final defiant cry, he flung open the door and stepped inside, ready to confront the puppeteer and his monstrous creation once and for all. Title: The Lethal Stride. In a quaint antique shop nestled on the outskirts of a forgotten town, there sat an innocuous pair of shoes, an elegant pair of black heels adorned with delicate straps and a sinister secret that whispered through the air like a malevolent breeze. The unsuspecting buyer, Sarah, was drawn to the shoes with an inexplicable magnetism. As she slipped them on, An ominous chill crept up her spine, but she brushed off the unease, attributing it to mere imagination. Little did she know that with each step taken in those cursed heels, a malevolent force would take hold. The shoes seemed to meld with her very essence, guiding her footsteps with a malign influence that transcended the laws of nature. As Sarah strolled through the town square, an eerie hush fell upon the surroundings. Pedestrians glanced at her with vacant expressions, their eyes hollow and devoid of life. Unbeknownst to her, the cursed shoes compelled her to move slowly but with purpose, drawing her toward an unknown destination. The atmosphere grew increasingly ominous as Sarah approached the outskirts of town. Shadows danced on the periphery, their movements mirroring the calculated steps she took. With each stride, the air thickened with an oppressive energy, as if the very fabric of reality recoiled at the unholy alliance between Sarah and the cursed shoes. As the moon ascended in the night sky, Sarah found herself standing on the precipice of a crumbling cliff, a desolate landscape stretching below. The cursed shoes had led her to the edge of her own demise, a fate sealed by the malevolent force that pulsed through every step. The realization struck her too late, as an otherworldly compulsion forced her to step off the ledge. The cursed shoes maintained their unholy grip, guiding her descent with a sinister grace. The void below awaited, hungry and insatiable, as Sarah plummeted to her doom with the deliberate slowness dictated by the malevolent force. The town awoke the next day to a chilling discovery. The lifeless body of Sarah sprawled at the foot of the cliff, the cursed shoes still adorning her feet. Whispers of the unholy pair spread through the town, a cautionary tale of the deadly allure that lurked within those seemingly innocent heels. And so, the cursed shoes returned to the antique shop, patiently awaiting their next unwitting victim, a pair of shoes that would continue their malevolent dance, luring the living toward a slow and inevitable demise. Title: The Timeless Torment. In the dimly lit bedroom of a modest suburban home, an antique alarm clock sat atop the nightstand, a relic of a bygone era, its brass casing tarnished with age and its hands frozen in time. It was here, amidst the hushed stillness of the night, that the haunting began. As the clock struck midnight, a sinister energy stirred within its ancient mechanisms. The hands began to twitch and quiver, their movements erratic and unnatural, as if guided by some unseen force. The soft ticking of the clock took on a menacing tone, its rhythm pulsing with a malevolent intent. The room was bathed in an eerie glow as the clock's face illuminated, casting twisted shadows upon the walls. The air grew heavy with a sense of foreboding, as if the very fabric of reality had been rent asunder by the clock's unholy presence. With a sudden jolt, the alarm blared to life, its shrill cry piercing the silence of the night like a banshee's wail. The sound reverberated through the room, shaking the walls and rattling the windows, as if heralding the arrival of some unseen terror. But it was not the sound alone that filled the room with dread. It was the words that accompanied it, whispered in a voice that chilled the blood and froze the soul. "Wake up," it hissed, its words dripping with malice. "Wake up and face your fate." Terrified, the homeowner awoke from a fitful slumber, their heart pounding in their chest as they stared in horror at the haunted alarm clock. With trembling hands, they reached out to silence the infernal device, but to no avail. The clock seemed to mock their futile efforts, its alarm growing louder and more insistent with each passing moment. Desperate to escape the torment, the homeowner tried in vain to unplug the clock, but it was as if the cursed device was rooted to the spot, its malevolent influence extending far beyond the confines of its physical form. No matter what they did, the alarm persisted, its ceaseless wail driving them to the brink of madness. As the hours dragged on, the homeowner's sanity began to slip away, their mind consumed by the relentless assault of the haunted alarm clock. They begged for mercy, pleaded for release, but the clock showed no remorse, its unholy alarm ringing out into the night with an infernal intensity. In the end, there was no escape from the clock's relentless torment. The homeowner was driven to madness by its ceaseless alarm, their screams echoing through the empty halls of the house until they were silenced forever. And as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the haunted alarm clock fell silent once more, its dark purpose fulfilled, for in its wake it left only death and despair, a grim reminder of the horrors that lurked within the shadows of the night. Title: The Eternal Balm. In the bustling city of Brookhaven, nestled amid the towering skyscrapers and bustling streets, there lived a young woman named Emily, a quiet, unassuming soul whose life was forever changed by a seemingly innocent tube of chapstick. It began innocently enough, with Emily stumbling upon the tube of chapstick in a forgotten corner of her apartment. Intrigued by its pristine condition, she uncapped the balm and applied it to her lips, reveling in the soothing sensation it provided. But as the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Emily noticed something peculiar. The chapstick showed no signs of running out. No matter how many times she used it, the tube remained as full as the day she had found it, as if replenishing itself with each application. At first, Emily saw it as a stroke of good fortune, a never-ending supply of chapstick to keep her lips soft and smooth. But as time went on, she began to realize the true cost of her eternal balm. With each application, Emily felt a strange sensation wash over her, a cold, creeping numbness that spread from her lips to the very depths of her soul. At first, she dismissed it as a trick of the mind, but as the sensation grew stronger, she could no longer deny the truth. The chapstick was draining her of her vitality, siphoning away her life force with each swipe of its waxy surface. And as Emily gazed into the mirror, she saw the toll it was taking on her once vibrant appearance. Her skin grew pale and wan, her eyes hollow and sunken, as if drained of all life. Terrified of the cursed chapstick's power, Emily tried to rid herself of it, tossing it into the trash and vowing never to use it again. But no matter how hard she tried, the chapstick always found its way back to her, appearing in the most unlikely of places with an almost sinister determination. Fearing for her sanity and her very life, Emily sought out the help of experts and mystics, desperate to break free from the curse of the eternal balm. But each attempt was met with failure, as the chapstick clung to her like a shadow, its malevolent influence growing stronger with each passing day. In the end, Emily was left with no choice but to embrace her fate, to accept the eternal balm as a part of her existence, no matter the cost. And as she resigned herself to her cursed fate, she whispered a silent prayer for forgiveness, knowing that her soul would be forever bound to the darkness that lurked within the never-ending tube of chapstick. Title: The Eternal Curse. In the heart of a dense and ancient forest, hidden from the prying eyes of the world, there lay a secret, a fountain of youth whose waters promised eternal life to those who dared to drink from its enchanted depths. It was here, amidst the whispering trees and tangled undergrowth, that a lone traveler stumbled upon the fountain, a discovery that would change his life forever. The man, whose name was Thomas, had spent years searching for the elusive fountain of youth, driven by an insatiable thirst for immortality. And now, as he gazed upon the shimmering waters before him, he knew that his quest had finally come to an end. With trembling hands, Thomas cupped the cool liquid in his palms and raised it to his lips, drinking deeply from the fountain's enchanted waters. At first, he felt nothing but a sense of exhilaration, a rush of vitality coursing through his veins as the years seemed to melt away. But as Thomas emerged from the fountain's embrace, he realized that his newfound youth came with an unexpected consequence. For with each passing day, he found himself growing weaker and more frail, his once vibrant appearance fading into a pale shadow of its former self. At first, Thomas dismissed the changes as mere side effects of the fountain's magic, a small price to pay for eternal life. But as the weeks turned into months and the months into years, he realized the true extent of the curse that had befallen him. With each passing day, Thomas felt the weight of centuries bearing down upon him, his body withering and decaying at an alarming rate. His once agile limbs grew stiff and arthritic, his mind clouded by the fog of age, as if time itself were devouring him from the inside out. Desperate to break free from the curse that bound him, Thomas returned to the Fountain of Youth, hoping to find a way to undo the damage that had been done. But the waters remained silent, their enchantment unyielding as they whispered tales of the countless souls who had fallen prey to their deceptive allure. And so, Thomas was condemned to wander the earth for all eternity, a living testament to the folly of seeking immortality at any cost. For in his quest for eternal youth, he had sacrificed not only his mortality, but also his very humanity, condemned to roam the earth as a wretched shadow of his former self, forever cursed by the fountain of youth's seductive embrace. Title: The Salsa Pandemic. In the bustling metropolis of Redwood City, nestled among the towering skyscrapers and bustling streets, there stood a seemingly innocuous salsa manufacturer, La Casa del Fuego, a household name known for its fiery and flavorful condiments. But beneath the surface of this seemingly ordinary establishment, a sinister secret lurked, one that would unleash an apocalypse unlike any the world had ever seen. It began innocently enough, with rumors of a new, limited edition salsa flavor sweeping through the city like wildfire. La Casa del Fuego had dubbed it Inferno Verde, boasting of its unparalleled spiciness and exotic ingredients sourced from the farthest reaches of the globe. But as eager consumers lined up to sample the coveted new flavor, they had no idea of the horrors that awaited them. For hidden within the fiery depths of Inferno Verde lay a deadly contagion, a virus so potent and insidious that it would soon spread like wildfire, engulfing the world in a nightmare of untold proportions. As the first jars of Inferno Verde made their way into homes and restaurants across the city, reports began to surface of strange and disturbing symptoms among those who had dared to partake. Fever, nausea, hallucinations. The signs were unmistakable, yet no one could have predicted the true extent of the devastation that was about to unfold. Within days, the virus had spread beyond the confines of Redwood City, infecting millions and leaving death and despair in its wake. The streets were overrun with the sick and the dying, their bodies racked with pain as the virus ravaged their minds and bodies with merciless efficiency. But it was not just the physical toll that the salsa pandemic wrought. It was the psychological terror that gripped the world in its icy embrace. Panic and chaos reigned supreme as governments scrambled to contain the outbreak, imposing strict quarantines and martial law in a desperate bid to stem the tide of death and destruction. Yet despite their efforts, the salsa pandemic continued to spread unabated, its origins shrouded in mystery and its victims numbering in the millions. And as the world teetered on the brink of collapse, those who had survived the initial onslaught found themselves facing a new and terrifying reality, one in which the very fabric of society had been torn asunder by the deadly contagion unleashed by a seemingly innocent salsa. Title: The Timekeeper's Curse. On a desolate stretch of road, shrouded in darkness and silence, stood a solitary lamppost, a beacon of light amid the inky blackness of the night, and beneath its flickering glow stood a man, his form illuminated by the soft, ethereal light as he gazed down at the watch clasped in his hand. The man's name was Jacob, a weary traveler who had found himself drawn to the lonely lamppost by an inexplicable force, a force that whispered promises of salvation and damnation in equal measure. For you see, Jacob's watch was no ordinary timepiece. It was a relic of a bygone era, imbued with a power that defied explanation. As Jacob stood beneath the lamppost's flickering glow, the watch began to pulse with an otherworldly energy, its hands spinning wildly, as if possessed by some unseen force. And with each revolution, Jacob felt a chill run down his spine, a premonition of the horrors that awaited him. Suddenly, the air grew thick with a sense of foreboding, as if the very fabric of reality had been torn asunder by the watch's malevolent influence. Shadows danced on the periphery of Jacob's vision, their movements fluid and unnatural, while whispers echoed through the darkness, their words too faint to comprehend. Desperate to escape the watch's grasp, Jacob tried to flee, but it was as if he were rooted to the spot, his feet sinking into the cold, hard ground, as if held in place by an unseen hand. With each passing moment, the watch's power grew stronger, its grip tightening around Jacob's soul with a relentless ferocity. As the night wore on and the darkness deepened, Jacob's mind began to unravel, his thoughts consumed by visions of unspeakable horror. He saw faces twisted in agony, heard screams that echoed through the empty void, felt the icy fingers of death reaching out to claim him as its own. And then, with a final deafening toll, the watch struck midnight, its chime reverberating through the night like a funeral dirge. In that moment, Jacob felt himself consumed by the darkness, his very essence torn asunder by the watch's curse. And as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, there stood only an empty husk where Jacob had once stood, a testament to the terrible power of the timekeeper's curse, and a warning to all who dared to tamper with the forces beyond their understanding. Title: The Grinning Spectre. In the heart of a small, forgotten town, nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there lived a man whose twisted grin struck fear into the hearts of all who beheld it. His name was Jonah, and he was a figure shrouded in mystery, a solitary soul whose very presence seemed to exude an aura of dread. It was said that Jonah's grin was not born of joy or mirth, but of something far more sinister, a darkness that lurked within the depths of his soul, waiting to be unleashed upon the world. And as he wandered the streets of the town, his twisted grin never wavering, whispers of his malevolent presence spread like wildfire through the community. Those who crossed paths with Jonah spoke of a sense of unease that washed over them, a feeling of impending doom that gnawed at their very core. Some claimed to have seen strange visions in his wake, phantoms and specters that danced at the edges of their vision, their forms twisted and contorted in agony. But it was not just Jonah's grin that filled the townsfolk with dread. It was the sense of inevitability that hung in the air, as if his very presence heralded some unspeakable horror yet to come. And as the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, the sense of unease that surrounded Jonah only grew stronger, until it seemed as if the entire town was held captive by his malevolent influence. Yet despite their fear, no one dared to confront Jonah or question the darkness that lay within him, for they knew that to do so would be to invite disaster upon themselves, a fate worse than death at the hands of the grinning specter who haunted their every waking moment. And so, Jonah continued to wander the streets of the town, his twisted grin never fading, his eyes gleaming with a malevolent light. And as the shadows lengthened and the darkness closed in around them, the townsfolk knew that their nightmares had only just begun, for the grinning specter would always be there, lurking in the shadows, waiting to claim their souls for his own. In the heart of the bustling city, where skyscrapers loomed overhead and the streets thrummed with the rhythm of urban life, there worked a man named Mark, a diligent employee with a penchant for order and routine. But as he sat at his desk in the dimly lit office, little did he know that his life was about to take a gruesome turn. It started innocently enough, with a simple office stapler, an unassuming tool of the trade, its metal frame glinting in the harsh light of day. But as the days passed, Mark began to notice strange things happening with the stapler. Papers would mysteriously disappear from his desk, only to reappear later with neat rows of staples embedded in their corners. At first, Mark dismissed these occurrences as mere quirks of the office, a product of his overactive imagination and the stress of his demanding job. But as time went on, the stapler's behavior grew more erratic, its metallic clinks echoing through the empty office long after Mark had gone home for the night. Desperate for answers, Mark confronted his coworkers, but they only laughed and brushed off his concerns, dismissing them as the ramblings of a stressed-out office drone. And so, Mark was left alone to grapple with the sinister presence that lurked within the confines of his desk drawer. As the days turned into weeks, Mark's sanity began to unravel, his mind consumed by the fear of what lurked within the stapler's metal jaws. He started hearing voices whispering to him in the dead of night, urging him to give in to the stapler's twisted desires. Unable to take it anymore, Mark decided to confront the stapler head-on, determined to rid himself of its malevolent influence once and for all. But as he reached for the stapler, it sprang to life, its metal jaws snapping shut around his hand with a sickening crunch. With a cry of pain, Mark tried to pull away, but the stapler held him fast, its grip tightening with each passing moment. Blood poured from his hand, staining the papers on his desk crimson as the stapler continued to gnaw at his flesh. In a desperate bid for survival, Mark grabbed a pair of scissors from his desk and slashed at the stapler, hacking away at its metal frame until it finally released its hold. But the damage had been done. Mark's hand was a mangled mess of torn flesh and shattered bone, the blood pooling on the floor beneath him. As he staggered away from his desk, leaving a trail of blood in his wake, Mark knew that he could never return to the office, not with the stapler lurking in the shadows, waiting to claim its next victim. And as he stumbled out into the cold, unforgiving streets, he vowed to never again underestimate the power of an ordinary office supply. But as Mark stumbled into the street, weak and disoriented from loss of blood, a sudden gust of wind sent him sprawling to the ground. And as he lay there, gasping for breath, he felt a cold presence looming over him, a presence that he knew could only be the stapler, come to claim its final victim. With a sense of dread, Mark looked up to see the stapler hovering over him, its metal jaws dripping with blood and its eyes gleaming with malice. And then, with a final, chilling laugh, the stapler lunged forward, plunging its sharp teeth into Mark's throat and ending his life in a spray of blood and gore. And as Mark's lifeless body lay crumpled on the pavement, the stapler returned to its rightful place on his desk, its hunger for blood finally sated, for now. In the quiet suburban neighborhood of Willowbrook, where the streets were lined with neatly manicured lawns and the sound of children's laughter filled the air, there lived a young girl named Lily. Like many children her age, Lily eagerly awaited the arrival of the tooth fairy each time she lost a tooth, excited at the prospect of a shiny coin left under her pillow. But little did Lily know that the tooth fairy who visited her that night was far from the benevolent creature she had imagined. As she drifted off to sleep, clutching her tooth tightly in her hand, a sense of unease settled over her, a feeling that something was not quite right. And then, in the dead of night, Lily was awoken by a soft, rustling sound coming from beside her bed. With a start, she sat up and saw a figure hovering over her, a creature with pale, ethereal skin and eyes that glowed with an otherworldly light. Terrified, Lily tried to scream, but the creature held a finger to its lips, silencing her with a malevolent smile. And then, with a swift motion, it reached beneath Lily's pillow and plucked the tooth from her grasp, replacing it with a cold, metallic coin that gleamed in the moonlight. As Lily watched in horror, the creature whispered a chilling promise, that it would return each night to claim another tooth, until there was nothing left but empty sockets and broken dreams. And with that, it vanished into the darkness, leaving Lily trembling with fear. Night after night, the evil tooth fairy returned to Willowbrook, its presence growing stronger with each passing visit. Children began to go missing, their beds left empty and their parents racked with grief. And still, the tooth fairy continued its sinister work, its insatiable hunger driving it to seek out its next victim. Desperate to stop the creature's reign of terror, Lily set out to uncover the truth behind its malevolent presence. With the help of a brave group of friends, she ventured into the dark heart of Willowbrook, where she discovered the tooth fairy's lair, a twisted realm of shadows and decay, filled with the bones of its countless victims. But as they confronted the tooth fairy in its lair, they realized too late that they were no match for its dark magic. With a wave of its hand, the creature unleashed a wave of terror upon them, sending them fleeing in terror as it laughed maniacally at their futile attempts to escape. And as the sun rose over Willowbrook, casting its warm light upon the shattered remains of the once peaceful neighborhood, the evil tooth fairy continued its reign of terror, its hunger for teeth and destruction, driving it ever onward into the darkness. In the quiet suburban neighborhood of Willowbrook, where the streets were lined with neatly manicured lawns and the sound of children's laughter filled the air, there lived a young girl named Lily. Like many children her age, Lily eagerly awaited the arrival of the tooth fairy each time she lost a tooth, excited at the prospect of a shiny coin left under her pillow. But little did Lily know that the tooth fairy who visited her that night was far from the benevolent creature she had imagined. As she drifted off to sleep, clutching her tooth tightly in her hand, a sense of unease settled over her, a feeling that something was not quite right. And then, in the dead of night, Lily was awoken by a soft, rustling sound coming from beside her bed. With a start, she sat up and saw a figure hovering over her, a creature with pale, ethereal skin and eyes that glowed with an otherworldly light. Terrified, Lily tried to scream, but the creature held a finger to its lips, silencing her with a malevolent smile. And then, with a swift motion, it reached beneath Lily's pillow and plucked the tooth from her grasp, replacing it with a cold, metallic coin that gleamed in the moonlight. As Lily watched in horror, the creature whispered a chilling promise that it would return each night to claim another tooth until there was nothing left but empty sockets and broken dreams. And with that, it vanished into the darkness, leaving Lily trembling with fear. Night after night, the evil tooth fairy returned to Willowbrook, its presence growing stronger with each passing visit. Children began to go missing, their beds left empty and their parents racked with grief. And still, the tooth fairy continued its sinister work, its insatiable hunger driving it to seek out its next victim. Desperate to stop the creature's reign of terror, Lily set out to uncover the truth behind its malevolent presence. With the help of a brave group of friends, she ventured into the dark heart of Willowbrook, where she discovered the tooth fairy's lair, a twisted realm of shadows and decay, filled with the bones of its countless victims. But as they confronted the tooth fairy in its lair, they realized too late that they were no match for its dark magic. With a wave of its hand, the creature unleashed a wave of terror upon them, sending them fleeing in terror as it laughed maniacally at their futile attempts to escape. And as the sun rose over Willowbrook, casting its warm light upon the shattered remains of the once peaceful neighborhood, the evil tooth fairy continued its reign of terror, its hunger for teeth and destruction, driving it ever onward into the darkness. In the small town of Millfield, nestled among rolling hills and meandering streams, there stood a quaint little house at the edge of the forest. It was here that Sarah, a young woman with a love for all things vintage, had recently moved in to start a new chapter of her life. But as Sarah settled into her new home, she began to notice strange occurrences. Items would go missing, only to reappear in odd places, and strange noises echoed through the empty halls at night. However, it wasn't until she started doing her laundry that she realized the true source of the haunting. It began innocently enough, with a single sock disappearing from the laundry basket. At first, Sarah dismissed it as a simple case of misplaced clothing, but as more and more socks went missing, she couldn't shake the feeling that something sinister was at play. Determined to unravel the mystery, Sarah set up a camera in her laundry room, hoping to catch the culprit in the act. And what she discovered sent chills down her spine. The socks were moving on their own, wriggling and squirming as if possessed by some unseen force. Terrified, Sarah tried to flee from the house, but the door slammed shut behind her, trapping her inside with the malevolent socks. With nowhere left to run, she was forced to confront the source of the haunting head-on. As she ventured into the laundry room, she was met with a chilling sight. The socks had formed into a writhing mass, their mismatched patterns swirling and twisting in the air. And then, with a deafening roar, they lunged at her, their fabric jaws snapping shut with a sickening crunch. In a desperate bid for survival, Sarah fought back, grabbing a pair of scissors and slashing at the socks with all her might. But no matter how many she cut down, more seemed to take their place, their relentless onslaught pushing her to the brink of despair. Just when all hope seemed lost, Sarah remembered an old family heirloom, a pair of enchanted socks that had been passed down through generations. With a desperate prayer, she reached for the socks and slipped them onto her feet, hoping that their magic would protect her from the malevolent socks' grasp. And as she did, a brilliant light filled the room, banishing the haunted socks back into the darkness from whence they came. With a sigh of relief, Sarah collapsed to the ground, the adrenaline of the encounter finally catching up with her. As the sun rose over Millfield, casting its warm light upon the quiet streets, Sarah knew that she had faced true terror and emerged victorious. And as she looked down at her feet, she couldn't help but smile, knowing that she would never underestimate the power of a pair of socks again. In the quiet suburban neighborhood of Willowbrook, where the streets were lined with neatly manicured lawns and the sound of children's laughter filled the air, there lived a young girl named Lily. Like many children her age, Lily eagerly awaited the arrival of the Tooth Fairy each time she lost a tooth, excited at the prospect of a shiny coin left under her pillow. But little did Lily know that the Tooth Fairy who visited her that night was far from the benevolent creature she had imagined. As she drifted off to sleep, clutching her tooth tightly in her hand, a sense of unease settled over her, a feeling that something was not quite right. And then, in the dead of night, Lily was awoken by a soft, rustling sound coming from beside her bed. With a start, she sat up and saw a figure hovering over her, a creature with pale, ethereal skin and eyes that glowed with an otherworldly light. Terrified, Lily tried to scream, but the creature held a finger to its lips, silencing her with a malevolent smile. And then, with a swift motion, it reached beneath Lily's pillow and plucked the tooth from her grasp, replacing it with a cold, metallic coin that gleamed in the moonlight. As Lily watched in horror, the creature whispered a chilling promise, that it would return each night to claim another tooth until there was nothing left but empty sockets and broken dreams. And with that, it vanished into the darkness, leaving Lily trembling with fear. Night after night, the evil Tooth Fairy returned to Willowbrook, its presence growing stronger with each passing visit. Children began to go missing, their beds left empty and their parents racked with grief. And still, the Tooth Fairy continued its sinister work, its insatiable hunger driving it to seek out its next victim. Desperate to stop the creature's reign of terror, Lily set out to uncover the truth behind its malevolent presence. With the help of a brave group of friends, she ventured into the dark heart of Willowbrook, where she discovered the Tooth Fairy's lair, a twisted realm of shadows and decay, filled with the bones of its countless victims. But as they confronted the Tooth Fairy in its lair, they realized too late that they were no match for its dark magic. With a wave of its hand, the creature unleashed a wave of terror upon them, sending them fleeing in terror as it laughed maniacally at their futile attempts to escape. And as the sun rose over Willowbrook, casting its warm light upon the shattered remains of the once peaceful neighborhood, the evil Tooth Fairy continued its reign of terror, its hunger for teeth and destruction, driving it ever onward into the darkness. Title: The Oscars. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more, if you dare. In the heart of the small town of Maplewood, nestled amidst sprawling fields and whispering forests, loomed the imposing presence of Oscar Mayer's meat factory, a sprawling behemoth of steel and concrete that cast a shadow over the entire town. For generations, the factory had been a cornerstone of the community, providing employment and sustenance to the townsfolk. But beneath its seemingly innocuous exterior lurked a dark secret, a secret that would plunge Maplewood into the depths of terror and despair. It all began with rumors of strange happenings within the factory walls, whispers of unexplained disappearances, and eerie sightings that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to speak of them. But as the rumors grew more frequent and more sinister in nature, the townsfolk knew that something was terribly wrong. One fateful night, a group of brave souls ventured into the depths of the factory, determined to uncover the truth behind the strange occurrences that had plagued their town for so long. Among them was Mark Wahlberg, a renowned actor who had come to Maplewood to research a role for his latest film. Despite his bravado on screen, Mark was the wimpiest one in the group, his nerves frayed and his courage faltering at the first sign of danger. As they descended into the bowels of the factory, his hands trembled and his heart raced with fear, his mind haunted by the horrors that awaited them. As they delved deeper into the darkness, the group stumbled upon a chamber unlike any they had ever seen before. A room filled with rows upon rows of meat products, each bearing the unmistakable stamp of Oscar Mayer. But it was not the sight of the meat that filled them with dread. It was the sound that echoed through the chamber like a funeral dirge. From the depths of the chamber, they heard the sound of anguished cries, the cries of the factory workers, trapped within the confines of their own creation, their bodies twisted and deformed beyond recognition. And as they approached, they saw the source of their torment, a monstrous entity born of the factory's darkest secrets, its form shifting and writhing like a mass of living flesh. With a roar that shook the very foundations of the factory, the creature lunged at the group, its eyes burning with a malevolent light. But even as they fought for their lives, they knew that they were no match for the horrors that lurked within the factory walls. In the end, only one of them escaped, the sole survivor of the nightmarish ordeal that had unfolded within the confines of Oscar Mayer's meat factory. And as he fled into the night, his mind shattered and his soul scarred by the horrors he had witnessed, he knew that Maplewood would never be the same again, a town cursed by the sins of its past, condemned to suffer for all eternity in the shadow of Oscar Mayer's meat factory. As for Mark Wahlberg, he returned to Hollywood a broken man, his once charmed life shattered by the nightmare he had endured. No longer the confident leading man, he was plagued by visions of the horrors he had witnessed, haunted by the memory of his own cowardice in the face of true terror. And as he faded into obscurity, his name forever tarnished by the darkness of Oscar Mayer's meat factory, he knew that some nightmares never truly ended, lingering like shadows in the depths of the human soul. Title: The Ascension of Helium Hollow. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more, if you dare. In the heart of the sleepy town of Helium Hollow, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering forests, a strange phenomenon occurred one fateful night. A phenomenon that would forever change the course of history and plunge the town into the depths of terror. It began innocently enough, with whispers of strange sensations and unexplained phenomena sweeping through the town like a ghostly breeze. At first, the townsfolk brushed off the strange happenings as mere coincidence, attributing them to the quirks of small-town life. But as the days passed and the incidents grew more frequent and more bizarre in nature, they knew that something was terribly wrong. People reported feeling lightheaded and giddy, their bodies tingling with an inexplicable energy that seemed to emanate from within. Their voices echoed with nervous laughter, their eyes wide with a mixture of wonder and fear as they struggled to comprehend the strange changes taking place within them. And then, one fateful night, it happened. The sky above Helium Hollow was filled with the sight of dozens, then hundreds, then thousands of people rising into the air, their bodies expanding like balloons filled with helium until they floated away into the darkness of space. Panic swept through the town like wildfire as the townsfolk realized the horror of their situation. Families were torn apart as loved ones ascended into the heavens, their cries of terror echoing through the empty streets. As the people of Helium Hollow rose into the sky, they felt a strange sensation wash over them, a feeling of weightlessness and euphoria mixed with a creeping sense of dread. Their bodies tingled with an otherworldly energy as they expanded and filled with helium, their limbs growing lighter and lighter until they felt as if they were being pulled inexorably towards the stars. But even as the town descended into chaos, there was no stopping the inexorable march of fate. One by one, the people of Helium Hollow rose into the heavens, their bodies expanding and filling with helium until they were nothing but specks on the horizon, disappearing into the vast expanse of space. As the last of the townsfolk ascended into the heavens, Helium Hollow fell silent, a ghost town abandoned to the whims of fate. And as the years passed and the memory of the town faded into obscurity, it became known as the town where people floated into space, a cautionary tale of the dangers that lurked beyond the boundaries of human understanding. Title: The Thirsty Terror of the Kool-Aid Man. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more, if you dare. In the sleepy town of Brookhaven, nestled amidst rolling hills and lush forests, a legend lurked beneath the surface, a legend whispered of in hushed tones and fearful glances. It was the legend of the Kool-Aid Man, a towering monstrosity of crimson liquid and twisted metal, whose very presence struck fear into the hearts of all who beheld him. For years, the Kool-Aid Man had been nothing more than a harmless mascot, a beloved figure from a bygone era, his image emblazoned on advertisements and packaging. But as the years passed and the town's thirst for novelty waned, the Kool-Aid Man faded into obscurity, his once cheerful demeanor replaced by a sinister aura of menace. It began innocuously enough, with whispers of strange occurrences and unexplained disappearances haunting the town's streets. But as the moon hung high in the sky and the shadows grew longer, the true extent of the Kool-Aid Man's depravity became clear. Under the cover of darkness, the Kool-Aid Man would emerge from the depths of his lair, his eyes burning with an otherworldly light. With a deafening roar, he would burst forth from the walls of reality, his mere presence striking fear into the hearts of all who beheld him. But it was not just fear that the Kool-Aid Man inspired. It was a thirst that could not be quenched, a thirst for blood and suffering that drove him to commit unspeakable acts of horror. For you see, the Kool-Aid Man had a dark secret. He was not made of liquid, but of the souls of those he had trapped and drowned in his insides. With each victim he claimed, the Kool-Aid man grew stronger, his twisted form twisting and contorting with a grotesque grace. And as the townsfolk lived in constant fear of his wrath, they knew that they were powerless to stop him. But even in the face of unspeakable horror, there were those who dared to stand against the Kool-Aid man and his reign of terror. Armed with nothing but their courage and determination, they ventured into the heart of darkness, determined to put an end to his reign of terror once and for all. In a final climactic showdown, the townsfolk faced off against the Kool-Aid man, their weapons clashing against his twisted form with a fury born of righteous indignation. And as the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded into the night, the Kool-Aid man lay defeated at last, his reign of terror brought to an end by the indomitable spirit of those who had dared to stand against him. But even as the town breathed a sigh of relief and the shadows receded into the darkness, they knew that the memory of the Kool-Aid man and his thirst for blood would linger for years to come. A reminder of the darkness that lurked within the hearts of men and the courage it took to overcome it. Title: Words to Leave or Live Your Life By. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more, if you dare. Once, in the heart of a bustling city, there lived a man named Dignan. He seemed like any other person, with a smile that could charm and a demeanor that could disarm. But behind his facade lurked a darkness that whispered of unspeakable horrors and whispered of atrocities committed under the cover of night. Dignan's reign of terror began innocuously enough, with whispers of strange occurrences and unexplained disappearances haunting the city streets. But as the moon hung high in the sky and the shadows grew longer, the true extent of his depravity became clear. Under the cloak of darkness, Dignan would emerge from the depths of his lair, his footsteps echoing through the empty streets like a death knell. His victims, unsuspecting and innocent, would fall prey to his twisted désirs, their screams echoing through the night like a chorus of lost souls. But it was not just the horrors committed by Dignan himself that struck fear into the hearts of the townsfolk. It was the dark magic he wielded, the ancient rituals he performed to summon forth creatures from the depths of the abyss. It was said that Dignan had made a pact with dark forces beyond human comprehension, trading his soul for unimaginable power. With each sacrifice he made, his power grew, until he was able to summon forth beings of unspeakable horror to do his bidding. One such being was the Kool-Aid man, a towering monstrosity of crimson liquid and twisted metal, his eyes burning with an otherworldly light. With a deafening roar, he would burst forth from the walls of reality, his mere presence striking fear into the hearts of all who beheld him. But it was not just the Kool-Aid man that Dignan summoned forth from the depths of the abyss. There were others, creatures of nightmare and despair, their twisted forms twisting and contorting with a grotesque grace. As the moon hung high in the sky and the shadows danced along the walls, the townsfolk lived in constant fear of what horrors Dignan would unleash upon them next. With each passing night, the darkness grew stronger, threatening to consume them all in its suffocating embrace. But even in the face of unspeakable horror, there were those who dared to stand against Dignan and his dark forces. Armed with nothing but their courage and determination, they ventured into the heart of darkness, determined to put an end to his reign of terror once and for all. In a final climactic showdown, the townsfolk faced off against Dignan and his army of darkness, their weapons clashing against his twisted minions with a fury born of righteous indignation. And as the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded into the night, Dignan lay defeated at last, his reign of terror brought to an end by the indomitable spirit of those who had dared to stand against him. But even as the city breathed a sigh of relief and the shadows receded into the darkness, they knew that the memory of the atrocities committed by Dignan would linger for years to come, a reminder of the darkness that lurked within the hearts of men and the courage it took to overcome it. Title: Words to Leave or Live Your Life by. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more, if you dare. Once, in the heart of a bustling city, there lived a man named Dignan. He seemed like any other person, with a smile that could charm and a demeanor that could disarm. But behind his facade lurked a darkness that whispered of unspeakable horrors and whispered of atrocities committed under the cover of night. Dignan's reign of terror began innocuously enough, with whispers of strange occurrences and unexplained disappearances haunting the city streets. But as the moon hung high in the sky and the shadows grew longer, the true extent of his depravity became clear. Under the cloak of darkness, Dignan would emerge from the depths of his lair, his footsteps echoing through the empty streets like a death knell. His victims, unsuspecting and innocent, would fall prey to his twisted désirs, their screams echoing through the night like a chorus of lost souls. But it was not just the horrors committed by Dignan himself that struck fear into the hearts of the townsfolk. It was the dark magic he wielded, the ancient rituals he performed to summon forth creatures from the depths of the abyss. It was said that Dignan had made a pact with dark forces beyond human comprehension, trading his soul for unimaginable power. With each sacrifice he made, his power grew, until he was able to summon forth beings of unspeakable horror to do his bidding. One such being was the Kool-Aid Man, a towering monstrosity of crimson liquid and twisted metal, his eyes burning with an otherworldly light. With a deafening roar, he would burst forth from the walls of reality, his mere presence striking fear into the hearts of all who beheld him. But it was not just the Kool-Aid Man that Dignan summoned forth from the depths of the abyss. There were others, creatures of nightmare and despair, their twisted forms twisting and contorting with a grotesque grace. As the moon hung high in the sky and the shadows danced along the walls, the townsfolk lived in constant fear of what horrors Dignan would unleash upon them next. With each passing night, the darkness grew stronger, threatening to consume them all in its suffocating embrace. But even in the face of unspeakable horror, there were those who dared to stand against Dignan and his dark forces. Armed with nothing but their courage and determination, they ventured into the heart of darkness, determined to put an end to his reign of terror once and for all. In a final climactic showdown, the townsfolk faced off against Dignan and his army of darkness, their weapons clashing against his twisted minions with a fury born of righteous indignation. And as the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded into the night, Dignan lay defeated at last, his reign of terror brought to an end by the indomitable spirit of those who had dared to stand against him. But even as the city breathed a sigh of relief and the shadows receded into the darkness, they knew that the memory of the atrocities committed by Dignan would linger for years to come, a reminder of the darkness that lurked within the hearts of men and the courage it took to overcome it. Title: The Haunting of Boyardee. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more, if you dare. In the bustling city of Brooksville, nestled amidst towering skyscrapers and bustling streets, lived a young girl named Emily. One evening, as she strolled through the aisles of her local grocery store with her mother, Emily's eyes fell upon a can of Chef Boyardee, the ultimate comfort food. "Mom, can we get a can of Chef Boyardee?" Emily asked, her voice tinged with excitement. Her mother hesitated for a moment, glancing at the can with a sense of unease. But seeing the joy in her daughter's eyes, she relented, nodding her approval. "All right, Emily, but be careful what you wish for," her mother warned with a wry smile. Little did they know, their seemingly innocent purchase would unleash a nightmare beyond their wildest imagination. As Emily and her mother made their way home, The can of Chef Boyardee seemed to pulsate with a strange energy, its label shimmering in the dim light of the grocery store. Unbeknownst to them, a malevolent force had been awakened within the can, a force that hungered for chaos and destruction. As they stepped through the threshold of their home, Emily felt a chill run down her spine, a feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. Ignoring her unease, she placed the can of Chef Boyardee on the kitchen counter and went about her evening routine. But as night fell and the household slept, the can of Chef Boyardee came to life with a vengeance. With a deafening clang, it burst open, unleashing a horde of demonic creatures that swarmed through the house like a plague of locusts. Emily awoke to the sound of screams echoing through the darkness, her heart pounding in her chest as she realized the horror that awaited her. Rushing downstairs, she was met with a scene of chaos and despair, furniture overturned, windows shattered, and the air thick with the stench of sulfur. With a sense of dread gnawing at her heart, Emily knew that she had to confront the malevolent force that had invaded her home. Armed with nothing but her courage and determination, she ventured into the heart of darkness, where the can of Chef Boyardee lay in wait. But just as she reached out to grab the can, it sprang to life, its lid twisting and contorting with a life of its own. With a blood-curdling shriek, the demonic creatures swarmed around Emily, their eyes burning with a malevolent light. Desperate for escape, Emily fought back with all her strength, her fists flying in a flurry of blows as she struggled to banish the creatures back to the darkness from whence they came. With each passing moment, the air crackled with electricity, the very fabric of reality tearing at the seams. But just when it seemed all hope was lost, Emily remembered the ancient incantation passed down through generations of her family, a spell of protection and banishment, capable of sealing away even the most powerful of demons. With a prayer on her lips and a steady hand, Emily chanted the words of the incantation, her voice ringing out like a clarion call in the darkness. And as the final syllable fell from her lips, a blinding light filled the room, banishing the demonic creatures back to the depths of the abyss from whence they came. As the dust settled and the darkness receded, Emily emerged from the ordeal battered but victorious, her home restored to its former peace and tranquility. Though the memory of the haunted Khan of Chef Boyardee would haunt her for the rest of her days, she knew that she had faced true terror and emerged stronger for it, a testament to the indomitable spirit of Emily and her unwavering courage in the face of unspeakable horror. Title: The Haunting of John Paul Jones. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more, if you dare. In the quaint town of Ledbury, nestled amidst the rolling hills of England, lived John Paul Jones, the renowned bass player known for his virtuoso performances and haunting melodies. Little did he know that his life was about to take a terrifying turn when he encountered the ghost of his namesake, the legendary naval commander, John Paul Jones. It was a dark and stormy night when John Paul Jones found himself alone in his secluded cottage, the wind howling outside like a chorus of lost souls. As he sat by the fireplace, strumming his bass guitar, a sense of unease settled over him, a feeling that he was not alone. Suddenly, the temperature in the room dropped, and a chill ran down John Paul Jones' spine as a spectral figure materialized before him. It was the ghost of John Paul Jones, the fearless naval captain who had once sailed the high seas in search of glory and conquest. Fear gripped John Paul Jones as he beheld the ghostly apparition before him, his eyes wide with disbelief. But before he could react, the ghost spoke, his voice echoing through the room like the tolling of a funeral bell. "John Paul Jones," the ghost intoned, his voice hollow and otherworldly. "I have come to deliver a message from beyond the grave." With trembling hands, John Paul Jones listened as the ghost recounted tales of his life and adventures on the high seas, of battles fought and victories won, of treachery and betrayal, and of a legacy that had endured through the ages. But as the ghost spoke, John Paul Jones sensed a darkness lurking beneath the surface, a darkness that threatened to consume him if he did not heed the warnings of the spectral apparition. Driven by curiosity and a sense of dread, John Paul Jones followed the ghost as it led him on a journey through time and space, traversing the ethereal realms of the afterlife in search of answers to questions that defied comprehension. Along the way, John Paul Jones encountered other restless spirits, lost souls doomed to wander the earth for all eternity, their anguished cries echoing through the darkness like a chorus of despair. As they journeyed deeper into the unknown, John Paul Jones began to feel the weight of the ghost's presence bearing down upon him, threatening to consume him in its suffocating embrace. But with each step he took, he felt a sense of clarity and purpose, a sense of destiny unfolding before him. Finally, they arrived at their destination, a desolate graveyard shrouded in mist and shadow, where the ghost of John Paul Jones revealed the truth that had eluded them all along. "You must heed the warnings of the past, John Paul Jones," the ghost intoned, his voice filled with a sense of urgency. "For the darkness that lurks within you threatens to consume you if you do not confront it head-on." With a newfound sense of resolve, John Paul Jones faced the darkness within himself, banishing the specter of fear and doubt that had plagued him for so long. And as he emerged from the depths of the graveyard, bathed in the light of a new dawn, he knew that he had faced true terror and emerged stronger for it. A testament to the indomitable spirit of John Paul Jones, both past and present. Title: The Melancholy Melodies of Mr. Witherspoon and Tommy Flash. In the quiet town of Willowbrook, nestled amidst towering trees and winding rivers, there existed a quaint little art school where creativity flourished and dreams took flight. At the heart of this artistic haven was Mr. Witherspoon, the enigmatic art teacher whose passion for music rivaled his love for painting. One fateful afternoon, as the golden rays of the sun streamed through the windows of Mr. Witherspoon's studio, he found himself drawn to the melancholy melody emanating from the guitar of his most talented student, Tommy Flash. Entranced by the haunting strains of Tommy's song, Mr. Witherspoon approached him with a mixture of awe and curiosity. "Tommy, that's beautiful," Mr. Witherspoon exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Would you mind sharing the rest of the song with me?" Tommy, a shy and reserved young man with a troubled past, hesitated for a moment before nodding and launching into the next verse of his song. As the music filled the air, Mr. Witherspoon found himself transported to another world, a world of pain and longing, of darkness and despair. Moved by Tommy's raw emotion and undeniable talent, Mr. Witherspoon felt compelled to share one of his own compositions, a haunting melody that had haunted his dreams for years. With trembling hands, he reached for his guitar and began to play, his fingers dancing across the strings with a grace born of years of practice. As the two musicians played, their melodies intertwining like threads in a tapestry of sound, a strange and unsettling energy filled the room. Shadows danced along the walls, their forms twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes. A cold chill settled over the studio, sending shivers down Mr. Witherspoon's spine. Unbeknownst to the two musicians, their music had awakened a malevolent force, a force that fed on the pain and suffering of those who dared to listen. With each haunting note, the entity grew stronger, its dark presence enveloping Mr. Witherspoon and Tommy in a suffocating embrace. Suddenly, Tommy's guitar strings snapped with a deafening twang, sending him reeling backwards in shock. Mr. Witherspoon rushed to his side, his heart pounding in his chest as he tried to make sense of the chaos unfolding around them. But before he could react, the walls of the studio began to crumble, revealing a gaping chasm of darkness that threatened to swallow them whole. With a desperate cry, Mr. Witherspoon reached out to Tommy, pulling him to safety just as the studio collapsed in on itself. As they emerged from the rubble, shaken but alive, Mr. Witherspoon and Tommy knew that they had faced true terror and survived. Though the memory of that fateful afternoon would haunt them for the rest of their days, they emerged from the darkness stronger and more united than ever before, a testament to the indomitable spirit of the human soul in the face of unspeakable horror. Determined to uncover the truth behind the malevolent force that had threatened their lives, Mr. Witherspoon and Tommy embarked on a journey into the heart of darkness. They delved into ancient tomes and consulted with mystics and seers, seeking answers to questions that defied comprehension. But with each step they took, the darkness seemed to grow stronger, its tendrils reaching out to ensnare them in its suffocating embrace. Haunted by nightmares and plagued by visions of unspeakable horror, Mr. Witherspoon and Tommy pressed on, driven by a relentless determination to uncover the truth. Their journey led them to the abandoned ruins of an old mansion, where they discovered the source of the malevolent force that had plagued them. A cursed artifact, imbued with the power to warp reality itself. With a sense of dread gnawing at their hearts, they realized that they were facing a foe unlike any they had ever encountered. In a final, desperate bid for survival, Mr. Witherspoon and Tommy confronted the dark entity that lurked within the ruins of the mansion. With all the courage and determination they could muster, they unleashed their music upon the creature, hoping to banish it back to the depths of the abyss from whence it came. As the final notes of their melody echoed through the darkness, the entity let out a deafening scream, its form twisting and contorting in agony. With a blinding flash of light, it vanished into the ether, leaving behind nothing but a lingering sense of dread. Exhausted but victorious, Mr. Witherspoon and Tommy emerged from the ruins, their bond stronger than ever before. Though they knew that the darkness would always linger on the fringes of their world, they also knew that they had the power to face it together, united in their love of music and their unbreakable friendship. And as they walked away from the ruins, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, they knew that they had emerged from the darkness stronger and more resilient than ever before. Title: The Melancholy Melodies of Mr. Witherspoon and Tommy Flash. In the quiet town of Willowbrook, nestled amidst towering trees and winding rivers, there existed a quaint little art school where creativity flourished and dreams took flight. At the heart of this artistic haven was Mr. Witherspoon, the enigmatic art teacher whose passion for music rivaled his love for painting. One fateful afternoon, as the golden rays of the sun streamed through the windows of Mr. Witherspoon's studio, he found himself drawn to the melancholy melody emanating from the guitar of his most talented student, Tommy Flash. Entranced by the haunting strains of Tommy's song, Mr. Witherspoon approached him with a mixture of awe and curiosity. "Tommy, that's beautiful," Mr. Witherspoon exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Would you mind sharing the rest of the song with me?" Tommy, a shy and reserved young man with a troubled past, hesitated for a moment before nodding and launching into the next verse of his song. As the music filled the air, Mr. Witherspoon found himself transported to another world, a world of pain and longing, of darkness and despair. Moved by Tommy's raw emotion and undeniable talent, Mr. Witherspoon felt compelled to share one of his own compositions, a haunting melody that had haunted his dreams for years. With trembling hands, he reached for his guitar and began to play, his fingers dancing across the strings with a grace born of years of practice. As the two musicians played, their melodies intertwining like threads in a tapestry of sound, a strange and unsettling energy filled the room. Shadows danced along the walls, their forms twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes. A cold chill settled over the studio, sending shivers down Mr. Witherspoon's spine. Unbeknownst to the two musicians, their music had awakened a malevolent force, a force that fed on the pain and suffering of those who dared to listen. With each haunting note, the entity grew stronger, its dark presence enveloping Mr. Witherspoon and Tommy in a suffocating embrace. Suddenly, Tommy's guitar strings snapped with a deafening twang, sending him reeling backwards in shock. Mr. Witherspoon rushed to his side, his heart pounding in his chest as he tried to make sense of the chaos unfolding around them. But before he could react, the walls of the studio began to crumble, revealing a gaping chasm of darkness that threatened to swallow them whole. With a desperate cry, Mr. Witherspoon reached out to Tommy, pulling him to safety just as the studio collapsed in on itself. As they emerged from the rubble, shaken but alive, Mr. Witherspoon and Tommy knew that they had faced true terror and survived. Though the memory of that fateful afternoon would haunt them for the rest of their days, they emerged from the darkness stronger and more united than ever before, a testament to the indomitable spirit of the human soul in the face of unspeakable horror. Determined to uncover the truth behind the malevolent force that had threatened their lives, Mr. Witherspoon and Tommy embarked on a journey into the heart of darkness. They delved into ancient tomes and consulted with mystics and seers, seeking answers to questions that defied comprehension. But with each step they took, the darkness seemed to grow stronger, its tendrils reaching out to ensnare them in its suffocating embrace. Haunted by nightmares and plagued by visions of unspeakable horror, Mr. Witherspoon and Tommy pressed on, driven by a relentless determination to uncover the truth. Their journey led them to the abandoned ruins of an old mansion, where they discovered the source of the malevolent force that had plagued them. A cursed artifact, imbued with the power to warp reality itself. With a sense of dread gnawing at their hearts, they realized that they were facing a foe unlike any they had ever encountered. In a final, desperate bid for survival, Mr. Witherspoon and Tommy confronted the dark entity that lurked within the ruins of the mansion. With all the courage and determination they could muster, they unleashed their music upon the creature, hoping to banish it back to the depths of the abyss from whence it came. As the final notes of their melody echoed through the darkness, the entity let out a deafening scream, its form twisting and contorting in agony. With a blinding flash of light, it vanished into the ether, leaving behind nothing but a lingering sense of dread. Exhausted but victorious, Mr. Witherspoon and Tommy emerged from the ruins, their bond stronger than ever before. Though they knew that the darkness would always linger on the fringes of their world, they also knew that they had the power to face it together, united in their love of music and their unbreakable friendship. And as they walked away from the ruins, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, they knew that they had emerged from the darkness stronger and more resilient than ever before. Title: The Haunted Refried Beans. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more, if you dare. In the small town of Redwood Creek, nestled among the rolling hills of the countryside, a sinister force lurked within the depths of a seemingly innocent can of refried beans. Unbeknownst to the townsfolk, these beans bore a dark secret. They were haunted by vengeful spirits, and their consumption would bring confusion and terror to all who dared to taste them. It all began on a dreary evening when Officer Johnson of the Redwood Creek Police Department responded to a call about a disturbance at the local diner. Upon arriving at the scene, he found the diner in disarray, with tables overturned and patrons running for the exits in a panic. Confused and bewildered, Officer Johnson surveyed the chaos, his senses on high alert as he searched for the source of the disturbance. It was then that he noticed a lone can of refried beans sitting on one of the tables, its label faded and peeling with age. Curious, Officer Johnson approached the can of beans and picked it up, unaware of the horror that lay within. As he examined the can, he felt a chill run down his spine, a feeling of unease that he couldn't quite shake. Without warning, the lid of the can flew off with a deafening clang, unleashing a foul odor that filled the air with a noxious stench. Officer Johnson recoiled in horror as ghostly apparitions emerged from the can, their ethereal forms twisting and writhing in the dim light of the diner. With a blood-curdling shriek, the spirits descended upon Officer Johnson, enveloping him in a whirlwind of confusion and terror. He stumbled backwards, his mind clouded by visions of madness as the haunted refried beans exacted their vengeance upon him. Meanwhile, back at the police station, Officer Smith grew concerned when Officer Johnson failed to return from his call. Sensing that something was amiss, he set out to investigate, unaware of the horrors that awaited him at the diner. As Officer Smith entered the diner, he was greeted by a scene of chaos and despair. Tables lay overturned, chairs scattered across the floor, and a thick fog hung in the air, obscuring his vision. Determined to uncover the truth, Officer Smith approached the lone can of refried beans, its contents now pulsating with an otherworldly glow. With a sense of dread gnawing at the pit of his stomach, he reached out to touch the can, only to recoil in horror as ghostly apparitions emerged from its depths. With each passing moment, the confusion and terror grew, ensnaring Officer Smith in a nightmare from which there seemed to be no escape. The haunted refried beans toyed with his mind, twisting his thoughts and filling him with a sense of dread unlike anything he had ever known. But just when it seemed all hope was lost, Officer Smith remembered the ancient ritual of exorcism passed down through generations of his family. With a prayer on his lips and a steady hand, he banished the vengeful spirits back into the depths of the can, sealing them away for all eternity. As the sun rose over Redwood Creek, Officer Smith emerged from the diner, shaken but alive. Though the memory of the haunted refried beans would haunt him for the rest of his days, he knew that he had faced true terror and emerged stronger for it, a testament to the indomitable spirit of the townsfolk of Redwood Creek. Title: The Haunted Refried Beans. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more, if you dare. In the small town of Redwood Creek, nestled among the rolling hills of the countryside, a sinister force lurked within the depths of a seemingly innocent can of refried beans. Unbeknownst to the townsfolk, these beans bore a dark secret. They were haunted by vengeful spirits, and their consumption would bring confusion and terror to all who dared to taste them. It all began on a dreary evening, when Officer Johnson of the Redwood Creek Police Department responded to a call about a disturbance at the local diner. Upon arriving at the scene, he found the diner in disarray, with tables overturned and patrons running for the exits in a panic. Confused and bewildered, Officer Johnson surveyed the chaos, his senses on high alert as he searched for the source of the disturbance. It was then that he noticed a lone can of refried beans sitting on one of the tables, its label faded and peeling with age. Curious, Officer Johnson approached the can of beans and picked it up, unaware of the horror that lay within. As he examined the can, he felt a chill run down his spine, a feeling of unease that he couldn't quite shake. Without warning, the lid of the can flew off with a deafening clang, unleashing a foul odor that filled the air with a noxious stench. Officer Johnson recoiled in horror as ghostly apparitions emerged from the can, their ethereal forms twisting and writhing in the dim light of the diner. With a blood-curdling shriek, the spirits descended upon Officer Johnson, enveloping him in a whirlwind of confusion and terror. He stumbled backwards, his mind clouded by visions of madness, as the haunted refried beans exacted their vengeance upon him. Meanwhile, back at the police station, Officer Smith grew concerned when Officer Johnson failed to return from his call. Sensing that something was amiss, he set out to investigate, unaware of the horrors that awaited him at the diner. As Officer Smith entered the diner, he was greeted by a scene of chaos and despair. Tables lay overturned, chairs scattered across the floor, and a thick fog hung in the air, obscuring his vision. Determined to uncover the truth, Officer Smith approached the lone can of refried beans, its contents now pulsating with an otherworldly glow. With a sense of dread gnawing at the pit of his stomach, he reached out to touch the can, only to recoil in horror as ghostly apparitions emerged from its depths. With each passing moment, the confusion and terror grew, ensnaring Officer Smith in a nightmare from which there seemed to be no escape. The haunted refried beans toyed with his mind, twisting his thoughts and filling him with a sense of dread unlike anything he had ever known. But just when it seemed all hope was lost, Officer Smith remembered the ancient ritual of exorcism passed down through generations of his family. With a prayer on his lips and a steady hand, he banished the vengeful spirits back into the depths of the can, sealing them away for all eternity. As the sun rose over Redwood Creek, Officer Smith emerged from the diner, shaken but alive. Though the memory of the haunted refried beans would haunt him for the rest of his days, he knew that he had faced true terror and emerged stronger for it, a testament to the indomitable spirit of the townsfolk of Redwood Creek. Title: The Dreadful Tire. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more, if you dare. In a sleepy town nestled among rolling hills and dense forests, a sinister presence lurked, a tire unlike any other. Abandoned in a desolate junkyard, this tire bore a dark secret. It hungered for the blood of dogs. It began innocently enough, with the townsfolk dismissing the occasional disappearance of a stray dog as mere coincidence. But as more and more beloved pets vanished without a trace, whispers of a malevolent force began to spread through the town. One moonlit night, a young couple ventured into the junkyard in search of adventure. Ignoring the warnings of the townsfolk, they stumbled upon the tire, its rubber surface glistening in the pale light. Fascinated by the tire's eerie aura, they decided to take it home as a souvenir. But as soon as they crossed the threshold of their home, they unleashed a terror beyond their wildest nightmares. The tire, possessed by a malevolent spirit, came to life with a thirst for blood. It prowled the streets under the cover of darkness, its tread leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Dogs, drawn by the scent of the tire, became its unsuspecting prey. With each passing night, the tire claimed more victims, its hunger insatiable and its wrath unrelenting. The townsfolk lived in fear, their once peaceful community now gripped by terror. No dog was safe from the tire's relentless hunt, and even the bravest souls dared not venture out after dark. Desperate for salvation, the townsfolk turned to an unlikely hero, a retired mechanic rumored to possess knowledge of the supernatural. Armed with nothing but his wits and a rusty wrench, he set out to confront the tire and put an end to its reign of terror. In a heart-stopping showdown, the mechanic faced off against the tire in a battle for the town's soul. With a mighty swing of his wrench, he struck the tire with all his strength, shattering its rubber surface and releasing the vengeful spirit trapped within. As the spirit dissipated into the night, the tire lay motionless at last, its reign of terror finally ended. The townsfolk breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that their beloved pets were safe once more. But as they returned to their homes, they couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness that had consumed their town was far from vanquished. For in the depths of the junkyard, other horrors awaited, horrors that hungered for more than just the blood of dogs. And as long as the shadows lingered, no one in the town would ever truly be safe again. Title: The Haunted Denims of Chevy Chase. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more, if you dare. In the quiet suburb of Beverly Hills, nestled amidst manicured lawns and stately mansions, there lived a man named Chevy Chase. Best known for his comedic talents and charming wit, Chevy enjoyed a life of luxury and fame, or so he thought, until he stumbled upon a pair of jeans that would change his life forever. It all began one fateful afternoon as Chevy rummaged through his closet in search of the perfect outfit for an upcoming event. Tucked away in the corner, Hidden beneath a pile of old clothes, he discovered a pair of faded denim jeans that he didn't remember owning. Intrigued, Chevy pulled the jeans from the depths of the closet and held them up to the light. They seemed ordinary enough, with frayed cuffs and a few patches of wear and tear, but as Chevy ran his fingers over the fabric, a chill ran down his spine. Ignoring the sense of unease gnawing at the pit of his stomach, Chevy shrugged off his apprehension and slipped the jeans on. But from the moment they touched his skin, he knew that something was terribly wrong. At first, it was just a faint whisper, a soft murmur that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the jeans. But as the days passed, the whispers grew louder, their words filled with a sense of malice and malevolence. Terrified, Chevy tried to rid himself of the haunted jeans, tossing them in the trash and even attempting to burn them in a desperate bid to break free from their sinister influence. But no matter what he did, the jeans always found their way back to him, as if drawn by some unseen force. As the whispers grew louder and more insistent, Chevy began to lose his grip on reality. Shadows danced along the walls of his mansion, their forms twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes. Strange apparitions appeared in the dead of night, their eyes burning with an otherworldly light. Desperate for answers, Chevy delved into the history of the jeans, uncovering a dark and twisted tale of betrayal and revenge. It was said that the jeans had once belonged to a vengeful spirit, cursed to roam the earth for all eternity, seeking retribution on those who dared to wear them. With the truth finally revealed, Chevy knew that he had to confront the spirit that haunted the jeans and break the curse once and for all. Armed with nothing but his courage and determination, he ventured into the depths of his mansion, where the spirit awaited him. In a final climactic showdown, Chevy faced off against the vengeful spirit, his heart pounding in his chest as he fought for his very soul. With a mighty effort, he banished the spirit back to the darkness from whence it came, breaking the curse that had plagued him for so long. As the sun rose over Beverly Hills, Chevy emerged from the depths of his mansion, the haunted jeans lying in tatters at his feet. Though the ordeal had left him shaken and weary, he knew that he had faced true terror and emerged stronger for it, a testament to the indomitable spirit of Chevy Chase. With a newfound sense of purpose, Chevy vowed to use his experience to help others who found themselves trapped in the grip of darkness. And as he looked out over the sun-drenched streets of Beverly Hills, he knew that he had finally found peace, a peace that would stay with him for the rest of his days. Title: George's Haunting Discovery. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more, if you dare. In the charming town of 9HOURS, nestled amidst rolling hills and lush forests, lived a curious little monkey named George. With his boundless curiosity and insatiable thirst for adventure, George often found himself getting into mischief, much to the chagrin of his human friends, the man with the yellow hat, and the residents of the town. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves began to turn and a chill settled in the air, George found himself drawn to the outskirts of 9HOURS, where an old abandoned mansion stood, its weathered facade looming ominously against the gray sky. Unable to resist the lure of the unknown, George swung from tree to tree, his curiosity driving him closer and closer to the decrepit mansion. As he approached, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching him from the shadows, a feeling that sent a shiver down his spine. Undeterred, George pressed on, his senses tingling with excitement and apprehension. With each step, the air grew thicker with a palpable sense of unease, and the once vibrant colors of autumn seemed to fade into a murky haze. Finally, George reached the entrance of the mansion, a gaping maw of darkness that seemed to swallow the very light around it. With a trembling hand, he pushed open the creaking door and stepped inside, his heart pounding in his chest. As he ventured deeper into the mansion, George found himself ensnared in a labyrinth of twisting corridors and shadowy rooms. Strange whispers filled the air, their words indistinct yet filled with a sense of foreboding. Suddenly, George stumbled upon a hidden chamber, a chamber filled with ancient relics and forgotten treasures. But as he reached out to touch a gleaming artifact, a voice echoed through the darkness, a voice filled with anger and despair. Startled, George whirled around to find himself face to face with the ghost of the mansion's former owner, a vengeful spirit trapped within its decaying walls for centuries. With a blood-curdling shriek, the ghost lunged at George, its ethereal form twisting and contorting with rage. Terrified, George fled through the corridors of the mansion, the ghost hot on his heels. With each passing moment, the darkness seemed to close in around him, threatening to swallow him whole. But just when it seemed all hope was lost, George stumbled upon a ray of light, a forgotten passage hidden behind a crumbling wall. With a burst of speed, he raced towards the exit, his heart pounding in his chest as he fought to escape the clutches of the vengeful spirit. As he burst out into the cold night air, George collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Though he had narrowly escaped the horrors of the abandoned mansion, he knew that the memory of his ordeal would haunt him for the rest of his days. A chilling reminder of the dangers that lurked in the shadows, waiting to ensnare the curious and unwary. Title: Thomas's Descent into Darkness. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. In the idyllic town of Sodor, where the sun always shone and the air was filled with laughter, there existed a railway line like no other. On this railway line, the engines of Sodor lived and worked, each with their own unique personality and role to play. But beneath the cheerful facade of the island lay a darkness that Thomas the Tank Engine would soon come to confront in a terrifying ordeal. It began on a foggy evening as Thomas chugged along the tracks, his wheels clattering against the rails in a steady rhythm. The familiar sights and sounds of Sodor seemed to fade into the mist, replaced by an eerie silence that sent a chill down Thomas's boiler. As he ventured deeper into the fog, strange things began to happen. Shadows danced along the edges of his vision, their forms twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes. Unnerving whispers filled the air, their words unintelligible yet filled with an unmistakable sense of malice. Determined to uncover the source of the darkness that had enveloped Sodor, Thomas pressed on, his steam whistle echoing through the fog like a mournful cry. But with each passing moment, the darkness seemed to close in around him, threatening to swallow him whole. Suddenly, Thomas came to a halt, his wheels screeching against the tracks as he beheld a sight that filled him with dread. Standing before him was a ghostly figure, its form shrouded in mist and shadow. It was the ghost of an old engine, its eyes burning with an otherworldly light. With a bone-chilling wail, the ghostly engine spoke, its voice echoing through the fog like the tolling of a funeral bell. It told Thomas of a great tragedy that had befallen Sodor long ago, a tragedy that had been buried beneath layers of time and forgotten memories. As the ghostly engine recounted the tale of betrayal and despair, Thomas felt a cold dread settle over him. He realized that the darkness that had engulfed Sodor was not merely a physical manifestation, but a manifestation of the island's darkest secrets and deepest fears. Determined to confront the darkness head-on, Thomas set out on a perilous journey through the fog-shrouded landscape of Sodor. Along the way, he encountered other spectral figures, ghostly engines doomed to wander the tracks for all eternity, their souls trapped in a never-ending cycle of despair. With each encounter, Thomas learned more about the tragedy that had befallen Sodor, and the role that he himself played in its unfolding. As the truth slowly began to dawn on him, Thomas realized that only by facing his own fears and confronting the darkness within himself could he hope to bring an end to the nightmare that had consumed Sodor. In a final, desperate bid for redemption, Thomas confronted the source of the darkness, a malevolent force that had taken root in the very heart of Sodor itself. With all the courage and determination he could muster, Thomas faced the darkness head-on, his wheels spinning furiously as he raced toward his destiny. And as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Thomas emerged victorious, his soul cleansed of the darkness that had threatened to consume him. Though the scars of his ordeal would linger for years to come, Thomas knew that he had faced true terror and emerged stronger for it, a testament to the indomitable spirit of the engines of Sodor. Title: The Seinfeld Nightmare. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. In the heart of New York City, amidst the towering buildings and bustling streets, there existed a realm of comedy and absurdity known as Seinfeld. But beneath the veneer of laughter and banter, there lurked a darkness, an ancient evil that Jerry, Elaine, George, and Kramer would soon come to confront in a harrowing ordeal. It began on a chillingly quiet night in Jerry's apartment. The gang gathered for their usual routine of coffee and conversation, unaware of the horrors that awaited them beyond their cozy sanctuary. As they ventured out into the city, an eerie fog descended, obscuring their surroundings and distorting familiar landmarks into sinister shapes. The streets seemed to twist and contort, leading them deeper into a nightmarish maze from which there was no escape. Strange figures lurked in the shadows, their eyes gleaming with malice as they watched the hapless quartet pass by. Unearthly whispers filled the air, their words a chilling cacophony that sent shivers down their spines. Desperate to find refuge from the encroaching darkness, Jerry and his friends sought sanctuary in familiar haunts: the coffee shop, the diner, even the safety of their own apartments. But no matter where they turned, the darkness followed, its tendrils creeping ever closer, threatening to swallow them whole. As terror gripped their hearts, the true horror of their situation became clear. They were trapped in a nightmare from which there seemed to be no awakening, surrounded by forces beyond their comprehension. With their sanity hanging by a thread, Jerry, Elaine, George, and Kramer banded together to confront the malevolent entity that held them captive. But as they delved deeper into the darkness, they soon realized that the true source of the horror lay within themselves. Each of them harbored secrets and sins that had been buried deep beneath the surface of their seemingly ordinary lives, and now those sins had come back to haunt them with a vengeance. In a desperate bid for redemption, Jerry and his friends faced their inner demons head-on, battling against the darkness with all the strength and courage they could muster. But as the night wore on and the horrors of their past threatened to consume them, they began to wonder if they would ever escape the nightmare that had engulfed them. As dawn broke over the city, Jerry, Elaine, George, and Kramer emerged from the darkness, battered and bruised but alive. Though the scars of their ordeal would never fully heal, they emerged from the darkness stronger and more determined than ever before, united in their resolve to confront the darkness that lurked within and without. And as they walked away from the nightmare that had threatened to consume them, they knew that they would never be the same again. Title: The Seinfeld Nightmare. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. In the heart of New York City, amidst the towering buildings and bustling streets, there existed a realm of comedy and absurdity known as Seinfeld. But beneath the veneer of laughter and banter, there lurked a darkness, an ancient evil that Jerry, Elaine, George, and Kramer would soon come to confront in a harrowing ordeal. It began on a chillingly quiet night in Jerry's apartment. The gang gathered for their usual routine of coffee and conversation, unaware of the horrors that awaited them beyond their cozy sanctuary. As they ventured out into the city, an eerie fog descended, obscuring their surroundings and distorting familiar landmarks into sinister shapes. The streets seemed to twist and contort, leading them deeper into a nightmarish maze from which there was no escape. Strange figures lurked in the shadows, their eyes gleaming with malice as they watched the hapless quartet pass by. Unearthly whispers filled the air, their words a chilling cacophony that sent shivers down their spines. Desperate to find refuge from the encroaching darkness, Jerry and his friends sought sanctuary in familiar haunts: the coffee shop, the diner, even the safety of their own apartments. But no matter where they turned, the darkness followed, its tendrils creeping ever closer, threatening to swallow them whole. As terror gripped their hearts, the true horror of their situation became clear. They were trapped in a nightmare from which there seemed to be no awakening, surrounded by forces beyond their comprehension. With their sanity hanging by a thread, Jerry, Elaine, George, and Kramer banded together to confront the malevolent entity that held them captive. But as they delved deeper into the darkness, they soon realized that the true source of the horror lay within themselves. Each of them harbored secrets and sins that had been buried deep beneath the surface of their seemingly ordinary lives, and now those sins had come back to haunt them with a vengeance. In a desperate bid for redemption, Jerry and his friends faced their inner demons head-on, battling against the darkness with all the strength and courage they could muster. But as the night wore on and the horrors of their past threatened to consume them, they began to wonder if they would ever escape the nightmare that had engulfed them. As dawn broke over the city, Jerry, Elaine, George, and Kramer emerged from the darkness, battered and bruised but alive. Though the scars of their ordeal would never fully heal, they emerged from the darkness stronger and more determined than ever before, united in their resolve to confront the darkness that lurked within and without. And as they walked away from the nightmare that had threatened to consume them, they knew that they would never be the same again. Title: Perry's Perilous Encounter. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. In the bustling town of Danville, where the sun always shone and laughter filled the air, there lurked a shadowy figure known as Dr. Heinz Doofenshmirtz. With his dastardly inventions and nefarious schemes, he cast a dark cloud over the once peaceful town, leaving chaos and destruction in his wake. But standing against the forces of evil was Perry the Platypus, a seemingly ordinary pet by day and a secret agent by night. Armed with his cunning intellect and razor-sharp instincts, he waged a silent war against Dr. Doofenshmirtz, determined to protect the innocent and thwart his plans at every turn. One fateful night, Perry received word of a new scheme brewing in Dr. Doofenshmirtz's lair. With a sense of foreboding gnawing at his gut, he set out to confront his nemesis, unaware of the horrors that awaited him. As Perry infiltrated Dr. Doofenshmirtz's lair, he found himself ensnared in a labyrinth of twisted corridors and diabolical traps. Every step he took brought him closer to danger, yet he pressed on, driven by a sense of duty and determination. The walls seemed to close in around him, the air thick with the acrid scent of machinery and ozone. Perry's heart pounded in his chest as he navigated the treacherous maze, his senses on high alert for any sign of danger. Finally, he reached the heart of the lair, where Dr. Doofenshmirtz awaited him, a sinister smile playing across his lips. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed his latest invention, a monstrous machine capable of unleashing untold devastation upon the town of Danville. Perry sprang into action, dodging blasts of energy and ducking behind crumbling machinery as he fought to reach Dr. Doofenshmirtz. But the mad scientist was relentless, his laughter echoing through the chamber as he taunted Perry with each passing moment. Their battle raged on, the clash of metal and the hiss of steam filling the air as Perry and Dr. Doofenshmirtz locked horns in a deadly dance of wits and wills. Perry's determination never wavered, his resolve strengthened by the knowledge that the fate of Danville hung in the balance. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, Perry spotted a glimmer of light amidst the darkness. With a burst of speed and agility, he lunged forward, disarming Dr. Doofenshmirtz and sending his machine spiraling out of control. As the lair crumbled around them, Perry and Dr. Doofenshmirtz found themselves locked in a final showdown, their fate hanging in the balance. With a mighty effort, Perry emerged victorious, vanquishing his foe and saving the town from certain destruction. But as he limped away from the crumbling lair, Perry couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning of a much darker and more perilous journey. For in the shadows of Danville, new threats lurked, waiting to test his courage and resolve in ways he could never have imagined. And so, Perry the Platypus stood ready, ever vigilant in the face of danger, his mission to protect the town of Danville and its inhabitants from the darkness that threatened to engulf them. Title: Peppa's Shadow Carnival. If you like this story, please like, comment, and follow for more. In the sleepy town of Puddingberry, nestled amidst rolling hills and winding rivers, there stood an old, forgotten carnival called Peppa's Shadow Carnival. Once a place of joy and laughter, it now lay abandoned and cloaked in mystery, casting a long shadow over the town. Legend whispered of Peppa Pig, the cheerful mascot of the carnival, whose spirit still lingered within its deserted grounds. Some said she had met a tragic fate, while others claimed she had become a vengeful ghost, forever bound to the carnival she once loved. A group of curious children, fueled by tales of adventure and the thrill of the unknown, decided to explore the abandoned carnival one fateful summer's day. Armed with nothing but their courage and a sense of camaraderie, they ventured into the heart of the carnival, eager to uncover its secrets. As they wandered through the deserted attractions, the air grew heavy with an oppressive silence, broken only by the faint echoes of distant laughter. The once vibrant carnival now lay frozen in time, its faded colors and peeling paint serving as a haunting reminder of its former glory. The children stumbled upon an old carousel, its wooden horses worn and weathered by years of neglect. Despite the eerie atmosphere that surrounded them, they couldn't resist the allure of the carousel, its gentle melody beckoning them closer. As they climbed aboard, the carousel began to spin, its rusty gears groaning with the effort of movement. With each rotation, the children felt themselves being pulled deeper into a realm where reality and illusion blurred together in a dizzying dance. Strange shadows danced along the walls, their forms twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes. Whispers filled the air, their words unintelligible yet filled with an unmistakable sense of malice. Just as the children began to fear they would be trapped forever, a faint light appeared in the distance. It was Peppa Pig herself, her silhouette bathed in an ethereal glow. With a voice like wind through the trees, she spoke to them, offering a choice: to embrace the darkness that lurked within the carnival, or to confront their fears and find a way back to the world they knew. Summoning their courage, the children banded together, their friendship serving as a beacon of light in the darkness. With a final defiant cry, they broke free from the carousel's grasp, banishing Peppa's shadowy presence back into the depths of the carnival. As they emerged from the abandoned carnival, the children knew that they had faced true terror and emerged stronger for it. Though the memory of Peppa's Shadow Carnival would linger in their minds for years to come, they would always carry with them the knowledge that together they could conquer even the darkest of nightmares. Title: The Feline Visitor. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. In a quiet suburban neighborhood, where the houses stood in perfect rows and the lawns were meticulously manicured, lived two children named Sally and Tim. Their days were mundane and uneventful, until one rainy afternoon when a strange visitor arrived unannounced. It began with a gentle tap on the window, a rhythmic, persistent sound that drew Sally and Tim's attention away from their dull afternoon activities. Peering outside, they were met with the sight of a tall, slender figure standing in the pouring rain. A cat, unlike any they had ever seen before. Its fur was sleek and obsidian black, and its eyes gleamed with an unnatural intensity. But what truly unsettled Sally and Tim was the grin that stretched across its face, a wide, toothy grin that seemed to hold a secret promise of mischief and mayhem. With a flick of its tail, the cat beckoned them outside, its hypnotic gaze drawing them in like moths to a flame. Against their better judgment, Sally and Tim ventured into the rain, their curiosity outweighing their fear. What followed was a whirlwind of chaos and confusion. The cat led them on a journey through a world of surreal landscapes and impossible feats, each moment more unsettling than the last. Rooms stretched and warped around them, and time seemed to lose all meaning as they stumbled deeper into the cat's twisted game. But as the hours passed and the rain continued to fall, Sally and Tim began to sense a darkness lurking beneath the cat's playful facade. Its laughter grew more manic, its riddles more sinister, until finally they realized the truth. They were trapped in a nightmare of the cat's own making, with no hope of escape. As the rain poured down and the world around them dissolved into chaos, Sally and Tim clung to each other, their screams drowned out by the deafening roar of the storm. And in that moment of sheer terror, they knew that they were at the mercy of the cat in the hat, a creature whose intentions were as unfathomable as the depths of the abyss itself. Title: The Haunting of Nick Is Not Green. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. In the quiet town of Evervale, there lived a popular YouTuber known as Nick Is Not Green. His content, a mix of comedy and gaming, had garnered him a massive following. But little did his fans know that behind the screen, a dark and malevolent force was lurking. One fateful night, as Nick settled into his dimly lit recording room to create his latest video, an eerie sensation gripped the air. Unbeknownst to him, a spectral presence had taken residence in the digital realm, feeding off the energy of his online persona. As Nick delved into his gaming session, strange occurrences began to unfold. Unexplained glitches distorted his face on the webcam, transforming his cheerful demeanor into something unsettling. Viewers who tuned into the live stream reported hearing ghostly whispers in the background, words that sent shivers down their spines. The comments section overflowed with viewers expressing their unease, but Nick dismissed it as mere technical glitches. Little did he realize that the malevolent force was using his online platform to manifest its dark intentions. Night after night, the haunting escalated. Nick Is Not Green's once lively videos took a sinister turn. In-game characters warped into grotesque forms, and the virtual landscapes twisted into nightmarish realms. His once jovial laughter now echoed through the videos in a haunting, distorted tone. As the haunting seeped into his personal life, Nick Is Not Green's reality became increasingly distorted. Shadows danced along the edges of his vision, and strange symbols appeared in his dreams. Desperation clawed at him as he tried to maintain a semblance of normalcy, but the malevolent force reveled in the chaos it had unleashed. One day, as Nick Is Not Green sat down to record what would be his final video, the spectral force revealed its true form. The webcam flickered, and his face transformed into a ghastly visage, a twisted reflection of the darkness that had consumed him. The video, a haunting farewell, was broadcast to his unsuspecting audience. Viewers watched in horror as Nick Is Not Green bid them farewell, his voice carrying an otherworldly resonance. The screen faded to black, leaving nothing but an unsettling silence in its wake. In the aftermath, the haunted channel remained, a digital graveyard echoing with the whispers of a once vibrant creator. Evervale became a town forever marked by the spectral legacy of Nick Is Not Green, a cautionary tale of the dangers that lurk in the shadowy corners of the online world. Title: The Infinite Descent. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. In the heart of the sprawling metropolis of Eldoria, there stood a grand old mansion known as Wuthering Heights. Its grand facade and towering spires were a testament to a bygone era, but within its walls lurked a darkness that defied explanation. Legend had it that beneath Wuthering Heights lay a staircase that led to the depths of the earth, a staircase that seemed to stretch on into infinity, twisting and turning with no end in sight. Many had ventured into its depths, drawn by curiosity or a thirst for adventure, but none had ever returned to tell the tale. It was on a moonless night that a group of daring explorers gathered outside Wuthering Heights, their torches casting flickering shadows against the ancient stone walls. Among them was Emily, a young woman with a fierce determination to uncover the secrets that lay hidden within the mansion's depths. With hearts pounding and breath held tight, they descended into the darkness, their footsteps echoing off the cold stone walls. The air grew thick and heavy, and a sense of unease settled over the group like a shroud as they delved deeper into the labyrinthine depths of the staircase. Hours passed, and still the staircase showed no signs of ending. Each step felt heavier than the last, and the oppressive darkness seemed to press in on them from all sides. But still, they pressed on, driven by an insatiable curiosity and a desire to uncover the truth. As they descended further into the abyss, strange things began to happen. Shadows danced along the walls, whispering secrets too terrible to comprehend. Phantom voices echoed through the darkness, their words twisted and distorted by unseen forces. And with each passing moment, the air grew colder, and the sense of dread that hung over them, like a pall, grew ever stronger. But it was when they reached the bottom of the staircase that they discovered the true horror that lay hidden within Wuthering Heights. For there, in the depths of the earth, they found themselves standing before a yawning chasm, a vast, gaping maw that seemed to stretch on into eternity. With no way forward and no way back, they were trapped in the darkness, their screams drowned out by the endless echoes of the abyss. And as they stared into the void, they knew that they had stumbled upon something far more sinister than they could ever have imagined. A staircase that led not to the depths of the earth, but to the very heart of darkness itself. Title: The Haunting Brew. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. In the quaint town of Millbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and verdant forests, there stood a charming little cafe known as Brew Haven. It was a place where locals gathered to sip on steaming cups of coffee and share stories long into the night. But behind its inviting exterior lurked a dark secret, one that would send shivers down the spines of even the bravest souls. It all began with a shipment of antique coffee cups, procured from a dusty old attic and brought to Brew Haven to add a touch of nostalgia to the cafe's decor. Little did the owners know, these seemingly innocent cups carried with them a malevolent presence, a presence that would soon make itself known to anyone who dared to sip from their depths. As the days passed, strange occurrences began to unfold within the walls of Brew Haven. Customers reported feeling an icy chill run down their spines as they raised the antique cups to their lips, their hands trembling as they took their first sip. Others claimed to hear whispered voices echoing through the cafe, their words twisted and distorted by unseen hands. But it was when the lights flickered and dimmed, casting eerie shadows across the room, that the true horror of Brew Haven revealed itself. For in those fleeting moments of darkness, the antique coffee cups came to life, their delicate porcelain forms twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes. Those unfortunate enough to witness the haunting spectacle described cups levitating off tables, their contents swirling and churning as if possessed by some unseen force. Others spoke of spectral apparitions emerging from within the cups themselves, ethereal figures with hollow eyes and twisted smiles, reaching out with spectral hands to drag unsuspecting patrons into the abyss. As the terror spread throughout Millbrook, the owners of Brew Haven found themselves faced with an impossible choice: close their doors and abandon their beloved cafe, or confront the malevolent force that lurked within its walls. With courage and determination, they chose the latter, vowing to rid Brewhaven of its haunted inhabitants once and for all. Armed with ancient incantations and sacred relics, they ventured into the heart of the cafe, their footsteps echoing through the empty halls. With each step, the air grew heavy with the weight of centuries-old curses, and the antique coffee cups rattled ominously on their shelves. But as they reached the heart of Brewhaven, they were met with a sight that chilled them to the bone. The antique coffee cups had assembled themselves into a twisted altar, their forms melding together into a nightmarish sculpture of porcelain and shadow. With a final incantation and a burst of blinding light, the owners banished the malevolent presence from Brewhaven, sending the haunted coffee cups back to the darkness from whence they came. And as the sun rose over Millbrook, the townsfolk breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the horrors of Brewhaven were finally at an end. But little did they know, the darkness that lurked within those antique coffee cups would never truly be extinguished, and that Brewhaven would forever be haunted by the echoes of its haunted past. Title: The Haunting Brew. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. In the quaint town of Millbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and verdant forests, there stood a charming little cafe known as Brewhaven. It was a place where locals gathered to sip on steaming cups of coffee and share stories long into the night. But behind its inviting exterior lurked a dark secret, one that would send shivers down the spines of even the bravest souls. It all began with a shipment of antique coffee cups, procured from a dusty old attic and brought to Brewhaven to add a touch of nostalgia to the cafe's decor. Little did the owners know, these seemingly innocent cups carried with them a malevolent presence, a presence that would soon make itself known to anyone who dared to sip from their depths. As the days passed, strange occurrences began to unfold within the walls of Brewhaven. Customers reported feeling an icy chill run down their spines as they raised the antique cups to their lips, their hands trembling as they took their first sip. Others claimed to hear whispered voices echoing through the cafe, their words twisted and distorted by unseen hands. But it was when the lights flickered and dimmed, casting eerie shadows across the room, that the true horror of Brewhaven revealed itself. For in those fleeting moments of darkness, the antique coffee cups came to life, their delicate porcelain forms twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes. Those unfortunate enough to witness the haunting spectacle described cups levitating off tables, their contents swirling and churning as if possessed by some unseen force. Others spoke of spectral apparitions emerging from within the cups themselves, ethereal figures with hollow eyes and twisted smiles, reaching out with spectral hands to drag unsuspecting patrons into the abyss. As the terror spread throughout Millbrook, the owners of Brewhaven found themselves faced with an impossible choice: close their doors and abandon their beloved cafe, or confront the malevolent force that lurked within its walls. With courage and determination, they chose the latter, vowing to rid Brewhaven of its haunted inhabitants once and for all. Armed with ancient incantations and sacred relics, they ventured into the heart of the cafe, their footsteps echoing through the empty halls. With each step, the air grew heavy with the weight of centuries-old curses, and the antique coffee cups rattled ominously on their shelves. But as they reached the heart of Brewhaven, they were met with a sight that chilled them to the bone. The antique coffee cups had assembled themselves into a twisted altar, their forms melding together into a nightmarish sculpture of porcelain and shadow. With a final incantation and a burst of blinding light, the owners banished the malevolent presence from Brewhaven, sending the haunted coffee cups back to the darkness from whence they came. And as the sun rose over Millbrook, the townsfolk breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the horrors of Brewhaven were finally at an end. But little did they know, The darkness that lurked within those antique coffee cups would never truly be extinguished, and that Brewhaven would forever be haunted by the echoes of its haunted past. Title: The Malevolent Machinations of Dignan. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. In the sleepy town of Ravenwood, nestled deep within the dense forest of whispering pines, stood an imposing mansion known as Zazumba Manor. Its dark, twisted spires reached up towards the sky, like skeletal fingers, casting ominous shadows over the surrounding landscape. And within its shadowy halls resided the enigmatic and malevolent figure known as Dignan Zazumba Zafadil. Dignan was a recluse, a figure of mystery and fear among the townsfolk. His origins were shrouded in secrecy. Whispered rumors spoke of dark rituals and ancient pacts made in the dead of night. But it was his insatiable thirst for power that set him apart from the rest, a thirst that would drive him to unspeakable acts of cruelty and depravity. As night fell over Ravenwood, a sense of dread descended upon the town like a suffocating blanket. Strange occurrences became commonplace, whispers of Dignan's dark influence spreading like wildfire through the streets. Pets vanished without a trace, their owners left to mourn their sudden and inexplicable disappearance. Crops withered and died, leaving farmers destitute and desperate, and those who dared to speak out against Dignan found themselves the target of his wrath, their lives torn asunder by unseen forces. But it was the children of Ravenwood who suffered the most at the hands of Dignan Zazumba Zafadil. For in the dead of night, when the moon hung low in the sky and the stars whispered secrets to the wind, he would emerge from the shadows, his twisted form cloaked in darkness. With a sinister grin upon his lips and madness gleaming in his eyes, he would stalk the streets in search of his next victim. It was on one such night that young Tommy Jenkins found himself ensnared in Dignan's malevolent grasp. Drawn by curiosity and a sense of adventure, he had ventured too close to Zazumba Manor, unaware of the horrors that lay in wait within its walls. And when Dignan caught sight of him, his eyes alight with malice, Tommy knew that he was in grave danger. With a flick of his wrist and a whispered incantation, Dignan unleashed a torrent of dark magic upon the unsuspecting boy, ensnaring him in a web of shadows and despair. Tommy's screams echoed through the night as he was dragged kicking and thrashing into the depths of Zazumba Manor, his fate sealed by the sinister machinations of Dignan Zazumba Zafadil. As dawn broke over Ravenwood, the townsfolk awoke to find Tommy Jenkins missing, his disappearance shrouded in mystery and fear. And though they searched high and low, combing every inch of the forest in search of clues, they could find no trace of the boy or his captor. For Dignan Zazumba Zafadil was a creature of darkness, a phantom in the night, whose true power lay hidden within the shadows. And as long as he roamed free, the people of Ravenwood would live in fear of his malevolent influence, never knowing when he might strike again. Title: The Cursed Chairs. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. In the quaint town of Willow Creek, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering pines, stood an antique furniture store unlike any other. The proprietor, a mysterious man known only as Mr. Blackwood, boasted an impressive collection of vintage chairs that held secrets darker than the deepest shadows. It all began when a young couple, Emily and Jack, stumbled upon the store while exploring the town's historic district. Intrigued by the ornate chairs displayed in the window, they entered the dimly lit shop, unaware of the sinister forces lurking within. As they perused the collection, Emily's gaze fell upon a particularly exquisite chair, an intricately carved mahogany throne with crimson velvet upholstery. Entranced by its beauty, she couldn't resist the urge to sit in it, feeling a strange sense of power and authority wash over her. Unbeknownst to Emily and Jack, the chair harbored a malevolent presence, an ancient curse woven into its very fibers by a vengeful sorcerer centuries ago. With each passing moment, the curse seeped into Emily's being, twisting her thoughts and desires with its dark influence. As night fell and the streets of Willow Creek grew silent, Emily's behavior became increasingly erratic. She spoke in hushed whispers to the chair, her eyes gleaming with an unnatural fervor. Jack, growing concerned, attempted to pry her away from its grasp, but she resisted with surprising strength. The following day, strange occurrences began to plague the town. Residents reported hearing disembodied whispers echoing through the streets, and shadows seemed to dance menacingly in the corners of their vision. Unexplained accidents befell those who dared to cross paths with Emily and the cursed chair. Desperate to break free from the chair's hold, Jack sought the help of an elderly sage rumored to possess knowledge of the occult. Together they delved into ancient texts and arcane rituals in a race against time to save Emily from the curse's grip. But as they performed the ritual, the darkness lurking within the chair awakened with a vengeance. Shadows coalesced into twisted forms, and the very air crackled with malevolent energy. Emily, consumed by the curse, transformed into a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and wood, her screams echoing through the night. In a final act of defiance, Jack shattered the cursed chair, releasing its hold on Emily and banishing the malevolent force back into the depths of the unknown. Willow Creek returned to its peaceful slumber, but the memory of the cursed chairs lingered like a ghost in the minds of its residents, a cautionary tale of the dangers that lurk within the shadows. Title: The Haunting of Ted Nivison. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. In the quaint town of Evergreen, nestled amidst towering pines and rolling hills, Ted Nivison, the affable content creator known for his witty banter and adventurous spirit, found himself entangled in a sinister web of mystery and dread. It all began when Ted received a peculiar package on his doorstep one moonlit night, an old-fashioned film reel accompanied by a cryptic note. Intrigued by the mysterious delivery, Ted gathered his closest friends and set out to uncover the secrets it held. As they watched the film in the dim glow of Ted's living room, a sense of unease settled over them. The grainy images flickered to life, revealing scenes of a dilapidated mansion shrouded in mist and shadow. Strange symbols adorned the walls, and an eerie silence permeated the air. Undeterred by the ominous atmosphere, Ted and his friends embarked on a journey to locate the mansion depicted in the film. But as they ventured deeper into the forest, an oppressive sense of foreboding settled over them, the air thick with the weight of untold secrets. Upon reaching the decrepit mansion, they were greeted by an unsettling stillness that seemed to suffocate the very atmosphere around them. Shadows danced menacingly in the moonlight, and the once grand halls echoed with the whispers of the past. As night fell, the true horror of the mansion revealed itself. Whispers echoed through the halls, their voices warped and twisted with malice. Objects moved of their own accord, and the very walls seemed to pulse with a sinister energy. Ted and his friends attempted to flee the mansion, but each exit led them deeper into the heart of darkness. Desperate to escape the clutches of the malevolent force, they searched for a way out, their hearts pounding with fear. But just as all hope seemed lost, Ted stumbled upon a hidden chamber concealed behind a false wall, a chamber filled with arcane symbols and forbidden artifacts. With trembling hands, he uncovered a dusty journal containing the chilling accounts of the mansion's dark past. As he read the spine-chilling entries, Ted realized the true nature of their predicament. The mansion was a nexus of unspeakable horrors, a place where the boundaries between the living and the dead blurred. With newfound determination, Ted and his friends confronted the darkness head-on, wielding the knowledge gleaned from the journal as their only weapon. With each step, they felt the grip of the malevolent force weaken, its power waning in the face of their resolve. As the first light of dawn broke through the darkness, they emerged from the mansion, shaken but alive. The haunting of Ted Nivison would forever remain etched in their memories as a harrowing journey into the depths of the unknown, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unspeakable horror. Title: The Murky Abyss of Moist Critical. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. Moist Critical, the charismatic and witty content creator known for his dry humor and unique perspective, found himself ensnared in the chilling embrace of an otherworldly enigma. It all began when he received an enigmatic message directing him to an isolated mansion hidden within the depths of a fog-shrouded forest, an invitation that would unravel the very fabric of his reality. Intrigued by the mysterious summons, Moist Critical embarked on a journey to explore the forsaken mansion, accompanied by a small group of friends. As they navigated through the dense fog, an oppressive sense of unease enveloped them, the air thick with an unsettling stillness. Upon reaching the eerie mansion, they were greeted by an unnatural silence that seemed to swallow their footsteps. Shadows clung to the walls like specters, and the once grand halls echoed with the whispers of forgotten secrets. Undeterred by the ominous atmosphere, Moist Critical and his friends ventured deeper into the mansion, their footsteps resonating in the empty space. However, the air grew colder, and an indistinct murmur of voices began to weave through the darkness. Strange symbols adorned the walls, their meaning obscured by layers of grime, and an unsettling chill permeated the air. Moist Critical, usually quick with a quip, felt a bead of sweat break out on his brow as he sensed an unseen malevolence lingering in the shadows. As night fell, the true horror of the mansion revealed itself. Whispers intensified into agonized wails, objects moved of their own accord, and the very walls seemed to pulsate with an otherworldly energy. Moist Critical and his friends attempted to escape the mansion, but each corridor led them deeper into the heart of the darkness. Desperate to break free from the clutches of the malevolent force, they searched for a way out, their hearts throbbing with fear. But just as all hope seemed lost, Moist Critical stumbled upon a hidden chamber concealed behind a false bookshelf, a chamber filled with ancient artifacts and forbidden relics. With trembling hands, he uncovered a dusty journal containing the macabre history of the mansion. As he read the spine-chilling accounts of previous inhabitants swallowed by the mansion's abyss, Moist Critical realized the true nature of their predicament. The mansion was a vortex of supernatural horrors, a place where the lines between reality and nightmare blurred. With newfound determination, Moist Critical and his friends confronted the darkness head-on, wielding the knowledge gleaned from the journal as their only weapon. With each step, they felt the grip of the malevolent force weaken, its power dissipating in the face of their unwavering resolve. As the first light of dawn dispersed the lingering shadows, they emerged from the mansion, shaken but alive. The murky abyss of Moist Critical would forever remain etched in their memories as a harrowing journey into the depths of the unknown, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unspeakable horror. Title: The Cryptic Conundrum of Matt Pat. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. Matt Pat, the enigmatic theorist behind the popular YouTube channel Game Theory, found himself entangled in a sinister web of mystery and dread. It all began when Matt received an anonymous message inviting him to explore an abandoned laboratory nestled deep within the heart of the city, an invitation that would lead him down a dark path from which there would be no return. Intrigued by the cryptic summons, Matt rallied a small group of friends and set out on a journey to uncover the secrets of the forsaken laboratory. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinthine corridors, an ominous sense of foreboding settled over them, the air heavy with the weight of untold secrets. Upon reaching the dilapidated laboratory, they were greeted by an eerie silence that seemed to suffocate the very atmosphere around them. Shadows danced menacingly in the dim light, and the once bustling halls echoed with the whispers of the past. Undeterred by the oppressive atmosphere, Matt and his friends pressed forward, determined to uncover the truth behind the abandoned laboratory. But as they explored its decaying corridors, they soon realized that they were not alone. Strange symbols adorned the walls, their meaning lost to the ages, and an unsettling chill permeated the air. Matt, usually quick with a theory, felt a cold sweat break out on his brow as he sensed the presence of something malevolent lurking in the shadows. As night fell, the true horror of the laboratory revealed itself. Whispers echoed through the halls, their voices warped and twisted with malice. Objects moved of their own accord, and the very walls seemed to pulse with a sinister energy. Matt and his friends attempted to flee the laboratory, but each exit led them deeper into the heart of darkness. Desperate to escape the clutches of the malevolent force, they searched for a way out, their hearts pounding with fear. But just as all hope seemed lost, Matt stumbled upon a hidden chamber concealed behind a false wall, a chamber filled with arcane machinery and forbidden experiments. With trembling hands, he uncovered a dusty journal containing the secrets of the laboratory's dark past. As he read the chilling accounts of previous inhabitants driven mad by the laboratory's experiments, Matt realized the true nature of their predicament. The laboratory was a nexus of unspeakable horrors, a place where the boundaries between science and madness blurred. With newfound determination, Matt and his friends confronted the darkness head-on, wielding the knowledge gleaned from the journal as their only weapon. With each step, they felt the grip of the malevolent force weaken, its power waning in the face of their resolve. As the first light of dawn broke through the darkness, they emerged from the laboratory, shaken but alive. The cryptic conundrum of Matt Pat would forever remain etched in their memories as a harrowing journey into the depths of the unknown, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unspeakable horror. Title: The Unraveling of Eddie Burback. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. Eddie Burback, the charismatic and comedic YouTuber known for his sharp wit and humorous commentary, found himself plunged into a nightmare beyond comprehension. It all began when Eddie received an enigmatic message inviting him to visit an isolated cabin deep in the heart of the woods, an invitation that would unravel the very fabric of his reality. Intrigued by the mysterious summons, Eddie embarked on a journey to the secluded cabin, accompanied by a close friend. As they traversed the dense forest, an unsettling sense of unease settled over them, the trees whispering ancient secrets that sent shivers down their spines. Upon reaching the cabin, they were greeted by an oppressive silence that seemed to suffocate the very air around them. Shadows danced menacingly in the dim light, and the walls of the cabin appeared to pulse with an otherworldly energy. Undeterred by the eerie atmosphere, Eddie and his friend entered the cabin, their footsteps echoing ominously in the empty space. But as they explored its darkened corridors, they soon realized that they were not alone. Strange symbols adorned the walls, their meaning lost to the ages, and an unsettling chill permeated the air. Eddie, usually quick with a joke, felt a cold sweat break out on his brow as he sensed the presence of something malevolent lurking in the shadows. As night fell, the true horror of the cabin revealed itself. Whispers echoed through the halls, their voices warped and twisted with malice. Objects moved of their own accord, and the very walls seemed to pulse with a sinister energy. Eddie and his friend attempted to flee the cabin, but each exit led them deeper into the heart of the darkness. Desperate to escape the clutches of the malevolent force, they searched for a way out, their hearts pounding with fear. But just as all hope seemed lost, Eddie stumbled upon a hidden chamber concealed beneath the floorboards, a chamber filled with ancient tomes and forbidden knowledge. With trembling hands, he uncovered a dusty journal containing the secrets of the cabin's dark past. As he read the chilling accounts of previous visitors consumed by madness, Eddie realized the true nature of their predicament. The cabin was a gateway to the realm of the supernatural, a place where the boundaries between reality and nightmare blurred. With newfound determination, Eddie and his friend confronted the darkness head-on, wielding the knowledge gleaned from the journal as their only weapon. With each step, they felt the grip of the malevolent force weaken, its power waning in the face of their resolve. As the first light of dawn broke through the darkness, they emerged from the cabin, shaken but alive. The unraveling of Eddie Burback would forever remain etched in their memories as a harrowing journey into the depths of the unknown, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unspeakable horror. Title: The Echoes of Euphoria. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. Noel Miller, the witty and irreverent YouTuber known for his sharp humor and quick wit, found himself entangled in a chilling tale that defied explanation. It all began when Noel received an anonymous message inviting him to explore an abandoned mansion nestled deep within the heart of the forest. Intrigued by the mysterious invitation, Noel rallied a small group of friends and set out on a journey to uncover the secrets of the forgotten estate. As they ventured deeper into the dense woods, a sense of unease settled over them, the air heavy with an unspoken foreboding. Upon reaching the dilapidated mansion, they were greeted by an oppressive silence that seemed to suffocate the very atmosphere around them. Shadows danced menacingly in the dim light, and the once grand halls echoed with the whispers of the past. Undeterred by the eerie atmosphere, Noel and his friends pressed forward, determined to uncover the truth behind the abandoned mansion. But as they explored its decaying corridors, strange occurrences began to unfold. Objects shifted and moved of their own accord, and unsettling whispers seemed to follow them wherever they went. Noel, usually quick with a joke, felt a chill run down his spine as he realized that they were not alone in the mansion. In one room, they stumbled upon a peculiar artifact, an ancient mirror adorned with intricate carvings and symbols. As Noel gazed into its reflective surface, he was overcome by a sense of dread, his own reflection contorted into a grotesque mockery of humanity. But it was not just their own reflections that haunted them. Strange apparitions appeared in the mirror, their ethereal forms reaching out from the depths of the glass, as if beckoning them into the unknown. As the night wore on, Noel and his friends found themselves ensnared within the sinister grip of the mansion, a nightmarish labyrinth of twisting corridors and hidden passages. Desperate to escape the clutches of the supernatural, they searched for a way out, their hearts pounding with fear. But just as all hope seemed lost, Noel stumbled upon a forgotten chamber hidden deep within the mansion, a chamber filled with ancient tomes and arcane artifacts. With trembling hands, he uncovered a dusty journal containing the secrets of the mansion's dark past. As he read the chilling accounts of past inhabitants driven mad by the mansion's malevolent influence, Noel realized the true nature of their predicament. The mansion was a prison, a vessel for the echoes of euphoria that had been trapped within its walls for centuries. With newfound determination, Noel and his friends confronted the darkness head-on, banishing the malevolent spirits back into the shadows from whence they came. As the first light of dawn broke through the darkness, they emerged from the mansion, shaken but alive. The echoes of euphoria would forever remain etched in their memories as a chilling reminder of the horrors that lurk in the darkest corners of the human psyche. And though they had escaped the mansion's clutches, they knew that its secrets would haunt them forevermore. Title: The Comedy of Shadows. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. Curtis Connor, the affable and humorous YouTuber known for his comedic commentary and relatable content, found himself entwined in a tale that blurred the lines between laughter and terror. It all began when Curtis received an anonymous message inviting him to explore an abandoned comedy club that had long been forgotten by time. Intrigued by the mysterious invitation, Curtis, accompanied by a couple of close friends, embarked on a journey to uncover the secrets of the dilapidated venue. As they entered the once lively comedy club, the air was thick with an eerie silence, the ghosts of laughter lingering in the shadows. The stage, once graced by uproarious performances, now stood shrouded in darkness. The spotlight flickered ominously, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to dance to a spectral rhythm. Unperturbed by the ominous atmosphere, Curtis and his friends ventured deeper into the heart of the forgotten club. As they explored the backstage area, strange occurrences unfolded. Laughter echoed through the empty halls, the ghostly remnants of comedians long gone. Curtis, usually quick with a joke, felt a chill run down his spine as the laughter took on an otherworldly quality, a macabre parody of the joyous sounds that once filled the venue. In a dimly lit dressing room, they discovered an old poster featuring a lineup of comedians from the club's heyday. The faces stared back at them, frozen in time, their expressions a haunting mix of amusement and despair. The ghostly residue of forgotten performances seemed to seep from the very walls, creating an unsettling atmosphere. As the night wore on, Curtis and his friends found themselves ensnared within the surreal comedy club, a nightmarish stage where the boundaries between humor and horror blurred. Shadows morphed into grotesque caricatures, and the laughter intensified to a manic crescendo that reverberated through the haunted venue. Desperate to escape the spectral grip of the comedy club, they navigated the labyrinthine passages, their steps accompanied by an unsettling soundtrack of spectral laughter. Each attempt to exit seemed to lead them deeper into the heart of the supernatural performance. But just as all hope seemed lost, Curtis stumbled upon a dusty stack of old joke books hidden in a forgotten corner. Within the pages lay the key to breaking the ghostly cycle. Armed with the power of laughter, Curtis and his friends began recounting jokes, turning the once haunting echoes into a chorus of genuine laughter. As the genuine mirth overpowered the spectral parody, the comedy club's grip loosened. The spotlight dimmed, and the laughter of the past faded into the void. Curtis and his friends emerged from the haunted comedy club, forever changed by the experience. The comedy of shadows would forever remain etched in their memories as a surreal and chilling encounter with the thin veil between humor and horror. Though they left the abandoned club behind, the echoes of laughter lingered, a reminder that even in the darkest corners, laughter could be both a source of joy and an instrument of terror. Title: The Echoes of Euphoria. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. Scott Kramer, the charismatic YouTuber known for his adventurous spirit and captivating travel vlogs, found himself entangled in a chilling tale that defied explanation. It all began when Scott received an anonymous message inviting him to explore an abandoned mansion nestled deep within the heart of the forest. Intrigued by the mysterious invitation, Scott rallied a small group of friends and set out on a journey to uncover the secrets of the forgotten estate. As they ventured deeper into the dense woods, a sense of unease settled over them, the air heavy with an unspoken foreboding. Upon reaching the dilapidated mansion, they were greeted by an oppressive silence that seemed to suffocate the very atmosphere around them. Shadows danced menacingly in the dim light, and the once grand halls echoed with the whispers of the past. Undeterred by the eerie atmosphere, Scott and his friends pressed forward, determined to uncover the truth behind the abandoned mansion. But as they explored its decaying corridors, strange occurrences began to unfold. Objects shifted and moved of their own accord, and unsettling whispers seemed to follow them wherever they went. Scott, usually upbeat and optimistic, felt a chill run down his spine as he realized that they were not alone in the mansion. In one room, they stumbled upon a peculiar artifact, an ancient mirror adorned with intricate carvings and symbols. As Scott gazed into its reflective surface, he was overcome by a sense of dread, his own reflection contorted into a grotesque mockery of humanity. But it was not just their own reflections that haunted them. Strange apparitions appeared in the mirror, their ethereal forms reaching out from the depths of the glass, as if beckoning them into the unknown. As the night wore on, Scott and his friends found themselves ensnared within the sinister grip of the mansion, a nightmarish labyrinth of twisting corridors and hidden passages. Desperate to escape the clutches of the supernatural, they searched for a way out, their hearts pounding with fear. But just as all hope seemed lost, Scott stumbled upon a forgotten chamber, hidden deep within the mansion, a chamber filled with ancient tomes and arcane artifacts. With trembling hands, he uncovered a dusty journal containing the secrets of the mansion's dark past. As he read the chilling accounts of past inhabitants driven mad by the mansion's malevolent influence, Scott realized the true nature of their predicament. The mansion was a prison, a vessel for the echoes of euphoria that had been trapped within its walls for centuries. With newfound determination, Scott and his friends confronted the darkness head-on, banishing the malevolent spirits back into the shadows from whence they came. As the first light of dawn broke through the darkness, they emerged from the mansion, shaken but alive. The echoes of euphoria would forever remain etched in their memories as a chilling reminder of the horrors that lurk in the darkest corners of the human psyche. And though they had escaped the mansion's clutches, they knew that its secrets would haunt them forevermore. Title: The Digital Abyss. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. Jarvis Johnson, the witty and insightful YouTuber known for his tech commentary and dry humor, found himself plunged into a digital nightmare that defied explanation. It all began when Jarvis received an anonymous email containing a mysterious link to an obscure website promising exclusive access to cutting-edge technology. Intrigued by the enigmatic invitation, Jarvis enlisted the help of a few close friends and embarked on a journey to uncover the truth behind the digital abyss. As they navigated the virtual labyrinth of the internet, they stumbled upon a peculiar video, a distorted transmission that seemed to emanate from the darkest depths of cyberspace. Unable to resist the lure of the digital unknown, Jarvis and his friends clicked play, unleashing a torrent of binary code that engulfed their screens in a blinding cascade of light. But as the video reached its climax, a sense of unease washed over them, the air thick with an unspoken dread. Determined to unravel the mystery, Jarvis and his friends delved deeper into the digital abyss, uncovering a trail of cryptic clues that led them to a forgotten server farm, hidden deep within the bowels of the internet. The air hummed with an eerie silence as they cautiously approached the decaying facility, the echoes of data streams haunting their every step. Inside the abandoned server farm, they discovered a labyrinthine network of interconnected servers, their blinking lights casting ominous shadows on the walls. Without hesitation, Jarvis initiated a data transfer, unleashing the full force of the digital abyss upon their unsuspecting devices. As the torrent of information flooded their screens, reality itself seemed to warp and twist around them, the boundaries between the digital world and the physical realm crumbling before their eyes. Shadows danced malevolently in the flickering light, and an otherworldly presence seemed to materialize from the depths of the data stream. In a harrowing climax, Jarvis and his friends found themselves ensnared within the digital abyss, a nightmarish maze of corrupted code and glitched-out imagery that threatened to consume them whole. Desperate to break free from the grip of the digital void, they struggled against the relentless tide of data that threatened to overwhelm their senses. But just as all hope seemed lost, Jarvis mustered the strength to confront the darkness within the digital abyss. channeling his tech-savvy expertise into a defiant act of defiance. With a final keystroke, he unleashed a virus that tore through the corrupted code, shattering the digital illusion and freeing them from its grasp. As Jarvis and his friends emerged from the wreckage, shaken but unbowed, they knew that they had faced true terror and emerged victorious. The digital abyss would forever remain etched in their memories as a cautionary tale of the dangers that lurk in the darkest corners of the digital realm. Title: The Haunting Melody. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. Drew Gooden, the beloved YouTuber known for his comedic sketches and insightful commentary, found himself thrust into a chilling tale that defied explanation. It all began when Drew received an anonymous email containing a link to an obscure website promising an exclusive glimpse into the supernatural. Intrigued by the mysterious invitation, Drew enlisted the help of a few close friends and embarked on a journey to uncover the truth behind the enigmatic message. As they navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the internet, they stumbled upon a peculiar audio file, a haunting melody that seemed to beckon from the depths of the unknown. Unable to resist the allure of the eerie composition, Drew and his friends listened intently as the haunting notes filled the air, sending shivers down their spines. But as the melody reached its crescendo, a sense of unease washed over them, the air heavy with an unspoken dread. Determined to unravel the mystery, Drew and his friends delved deeper into the origins of the haunting melody, uncovering a trail of cryptic clues that led them to an abandoned recording studio on the outskirts of town. The air was thick with an oppressive silence as they cautiously approached the decaying building, the echoes of the past haunting their every step. Inside the dilapidated studio, they discovered a forgotten reel-to-reel tape recorder, its dusty reels spinning ominously as if guided by an unseen hand. Without hesitation, Drew pressed play, unleashing the full force of the haunting melody upon their unsuspecting ears. As the chilling notes filled the air, reality itself seemed to warp and twist around them, the boundaries between the physical world and the realm of the supernatural crumbling before their eyes. Shadows danced malevolently in the dim light, and an otherworldly presence seemed to materialize from the darkness itself. In a harrowing climax, Drew and his friends found themselves ensnared within the sinister melody, a nightmarish cacophony of sound and fury that threatened to consume them whole. Desperate to break free from the grip of the supernatural, they struggled against the oppressive force that held them captive, their screams drowned out by the haunting melody that echoed through the empty corridors. But just as all hope seemed lost, Drew mustered the strength to confront the darkness within himself, channeling his courage into a defiant roar that shattered the oppressive silence. With a final burst of resolve, he banished the malevolent presence back into the depths of the unknown, the haunting melody fading into nothingness as the recording studio crumbled around them. As Drew and his friends emerged from the wreckage, shaken but unbowed, they knew that they had faced true terror and emerged victorious. The haunting melody would forever remain etched in their memories as a testament to the horrors that lurk in the darkest corners of the human psyche. Title: The Unsettling Vortex. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. Danny Gonzalez, the charismatic YouTuber known for his humor and wit, found himself plunged into a chilling tale that defied explanation. It all began when Danny received a cryptic message from an anonymous sender, inviting him to explore an abandoned mansion on the outskirts of town. Intrigued by the mystery, Danny enlisted the help of a few close friends and set out to uncover the truth behind the enigmatic invitation. As they approached the mansion, a sense of foreboding washed over them, the air heavy with an unspoken dread. Upon entering the mansion, they were greeted by an oppressive silence that seemed to suffocate the very air around them. shadows danced menacingly in the dim light, and the once grand halls echoed with the whispers of the past. As they delved deeper into the mansion's labyrinthine corridors, strange occurrences began to unfold. Objects shifted and moved of their own accord, and unsettling whispers seemed to follow them wherever they went. Danny, usually quick with a joke, felt a knot of unease tighten in his chest as the oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon him. In one room, they stumbled upon a peculiar vortex, a swirling mass of darkness that seemed to defy all logic. The air crackled with an otherworldly energy, and a sense of primal fear gripped them as they gazed into its depths. As they cautiously approached the vortex, reality itself seemed to warp and twist around them. Time lost all meaning, and the boundaries between the physical world and the realm of the unknown blurred beyond recognition. In a harrowing climax, Danny and his friends found themselves trapped within the confines of the unsettling vortex, a nightmarish realm where their deepest fears and darkest secrets were laid bare for all to see. Shadows danced menacingly around them, taunting and tormenting with whispers of doubt and despair. Just as all hope seemed lost, Danny mustered the strength to confront the darkness within himself, a courage born of desperation and fueled by the bonds of friendship. With a defiant roar, he faced the shadows head-on, banishing them back into the depths of the vortex from whence they came. As the vortex dissipated and the mansion crumbled around them, Danny and his friends emerged from the wreckage, shaken but alive. The unsettling vortex would forever remain etched in their memories as a chilling reminder of the horrors that lurk in the shadows, waiting to ensnare the unwary. Title: The Distorted Echo. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. Cody Ko, the popular content creator, found himself unwittingly entangled in a nightmarish scenario that blurred the lines between reality and the surreal. It all began when Cody received a mysterious message inviting him to explore an abandoned mansion that supposedly hid a dark secret. Intrigued by the allure of the unknown, Cody gathered a small crew of friends and ventured into the decrepit mansion, its crumbling facade concealing the horrors that awaited within. The air grew colder as they crossed the threshold, the atmosphere thick with an unsettling energy. As they delved deeper into the mansion, strange occurrences began to unfold. The walls seemed to pulsate with a rhythmic distortion, and eerie whispers echoed through the narrow hallways. Cody, known for his humor and wit, felt an unshakable sense of unease that transcended the boundaries of his usual comedic demeanor. In one room, they discovered a series of distorted mirrors that seemed to reflect unsettling versions of themselves. Cody's reflection, once jovial, now grinned with a malevolence that sent shivers down his spine. The crew, too, saw twisted reflections that mocked their very essence. As the night wore on, the mansion revealed its true nature, a malevolent entity that fed off the fears and insecurities of those who dared to enter. Cody and his friends, trapped in a nightmarish loop, faced distorted versions of themselves that taunted and tormented, each reflection unveiling hidden fears and vulnerabilities. The once familiar walls warped and contorted, closing in on them like a claustrophobic nightmare. The distorted echoes of laughter and whispers filled the air, amplifying the psychological torment that gripped the group. Cody, usually quick with a joke, found himself silenced by the suffocating atmosphere. In a harrowing climax, the mansion's malevolent force manifested itself as a grotesque amalgamation of distorted reflections. The crew, paralyzed by fear, confronted the entity in a battle that transcended the physical realm. The distorted echoes intensified, threatening to consume them entirely. Just as all hope seemed lost, Cody, facing his own distorted reflection, mustered the strength to confront the darkness within himself. In a burst of resolve, he shattered the mirror, breaking the malevolent spell that gripped the mansion. The distorted entity dissipated, and the mansion, once a nightmarish labyrinth, crumbled into silence. As Cody and his friends emerged from the wreckage, shaken but alive, they realized they had faced a horror beyond the confines of the digital realm. The distorted echo would forever linger in their memories, a cautionary tale of the twisted reflections that lie hidden within the human psyche. Title: Haunting Shadows. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. The Mystery Inc. gang found themselves in the grip of a bone-chilling fog as they approached the sinister mansion that loomed before them. The air was thick with an oppressive sense of dread, and even Scooby-Doo whimpered nervously at the sight of the decrepit structure. As they stepped inside, the mansion seemed to swallow them whole, its walls groaning with the weight of centuries-old secrets. Shadows danced malevolently in the dim light, casting twisted shapes that seemed to reach out and ensnare the unwary. Their investigation led them through corridors that seemed to shift and warp, trapping them in a nightmarish labyrinth of shifting dimensions. Whispers echoed from unseen corners, and the temperature plummeted with each step they took deeper into the mansion's heart. Suddenly, the air grew thick with the stench of decay, and the ghostly apparition materialized before them, a specter so ghastly that even Scooby-Doo froze in terror. Its eyes burned with an otherworldly fury, and its ethereal form seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy that sent shivers down the spines of the bravest among them. As the gang attempted to flee, the mansion itself seemed to conspire against them, its walls closing in with a suffocating embrace. Each room they entered became a battleground of terror, with illusions and hallucinations twisting their perceptions and sowing seeds of doubt and paranoia. In a desperate bid to escape the clutches of the mansion's malevolent force, the gang faced their deepest fears and darkest secrets head-on. Betrayal and mistrust threatened to tear them apart, but they clung to one another, determined to overcome the horrors that sought to consume them. In a heart-stopping climax, they uncovered the truth behind the mansion's curse, a tale of unspeakable atrocities committed in the name of greed and power. The ghostly presence, fueled by centuries of pain and suffering, lashed out with a fury that threatened to consume them all. But in the end, it was the strength of their friendship and unwavering resolve that prevailed. With the truth exposed and the restless spirits put to rest, the mansion crumbled into dust, its dark legacy finally laid to rest. As they emerged from the ruins, shaken but unbowed, the gang knew that they had faced true terror and emerged victorious. Haunting shadows would forever remain etched in their memories as a testament to the horrors that lurked in the darkest recesses of the human soul. Title: The Unearthly Depths. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. In the heart of the vast Egyptian desert stood the legendary Pyramid of Giza, a colossal structure that had captivated the imaginations of explorers and archaeologists for centuries. The allure of its ancient mysteries drew a group of intrepid adventurers seeking to unravel the secrets hidden within its hallowed chambers. As the explorers descended into the dimly lit passages of the pyramid, they marveled at the intricate hieroglyphs that adorned the walls, telling tales of gods and pharaohs long forgotten by time. But the air inside grew heavy with an otherworldly presence, and an unsettling feeling crept over the group. Deeper they ventured, guided only by flickering torchlight and the echoes of their footsteps. The ancient stones seemed to whisper, revealing glimpses of a past shrouded in darkness. Unseen eyes seemed to watch from the shadows, and strange murmurs echoed through the passageways, leaving the explorers on edge. As they reached the heart of the pyramid, an expansive chamber lay before them, a burial chamber untouched for millennia. In the center stood a sarcophagus, its lid adorned with the likeness of a long-forgotten ruler. The explorers hesitated, feeling an unspoken warning emanating from the ancient coffin. Despite their trepidation, one member of the group lifted the lid, revealing an emptiness that sent a shiver down their spines. The air grew colder, and an ethereal glow enveloped the chamber as a spectral figure materialized before their eyes, the ghostly visage of a long-dead pharaoh. The pharaoh's eyes bore into the souls of the explorers, conveying an ancient sorrow and a thirst for vengeance that had festered through the ages. The chamber trembled as the ghostly apparition spoke in a voice that echoed through the depths of time, cursing those who dared disturb the sanctity of the pyramid. Panicked, the explorers scrambled to flee the cursed chamber, but the pyramid seemed to shift around them. The walls closed in, trapping them in a labyrinth of unforgiving stone. Whispers grew into anguished cries, and unseen forces tormented their every step. As the explorers succumbed to the vengeful wrath of the ancient pharaoh, the pyramid echoed with their terrified screams, and the once silent hieroglyphs seemed to writhe in agony. The Pyramid of Giza, once a monument to the glory of a forgotten civilization, now stood as a testament to the horrors that lay dormant in the unexplored depths of the past. Title: Arthur's Nightmare. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. In the quaint town of Elwood City, nestled amidst rolling hills and lush greenery, lived a young aardvark named Arthur. With his round glasses and cheerful demeanor, he was a beloved member of the community, known for his kindness and curiosity. But beneath Arthur's friendly exterior lurked a darkness that he could not escape, a nightmare that haunted his every waking moment. For as long as he could remember, Arthur had been plagued by visions of a shadowy figure that lurked in the corners of his mind, its sinister presence growing stronger with each passing day. At first, Arthur dismissed the dreams as nothing more than a trick of the imagination, but as they grew more vivid and intense, he began to fear for his sanity. He sought solace in the company of his friends and family, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape the feeling that something was terribly wrong. As the nightmares grew more frequent, Arthur's grip on reality began to slip. He found himself unable to sleep, his mind consumed by visions of the shadowy figure that haunted his dreams. And as the line between dream and reality blurred, he began to lose touch with the world around him. Desperate for answers, Arthur embarked on a journey into the depths of his subconscious, determined to confront the darkness that threatened to consume him. But as he delved deeper into the recesses of his mind, he uncovered a truth more horrifying than he could have ever imagined. The shadowy figure that tormented Arthur's dreams was no mere figment of his imagination. It was a manifestation of his deepest fears and insecurities, a sinister force hell-bent on destroying everything he held dear. With nowhere left to turn, Arthur found himself locked in a battle for his very soul. But as he struggled to overcome the darkness that threatened to engulf him, he realized that the only way to break free from its grip was to confront his fears head-on and embrace the light that lay within. In the end, Arthur emerged victorious, his spirit stronger than ever before. But as he returned to the waking world, he knew that the nightmare was far from over, that the shadows would always linger, waiting for the moment to strike once again. And as he gazed out into the darkness, he knew that he would never truly be free from the horrors that lurked just beyond his sight. Title: The Haunted Hoop. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. In the small town of Oak Ridge, basketball was more than just a sport. It was a way of life. Every Friday night, the entire town would gather at the local gymnasium to watch the Oak Ridge Owls take on their rivals in a fierce battle of skill and athleticism. But one fateful night, the game took a sinister turn when a new basketball appeared on the court, a ball unlike any other. Its surface was slick and shiny, and its seams seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. As the players took to the court, they couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The ball moved with a mind of its own, bouncing erratically and defying the laws of physics with each dribble. At first, the players laughed it off as a trick of the light or a case of nerves. But as the game wore on, they soon realized that the ball had a will of its own, a malevolent force that sought to wreak havoc on anyone who dared to touch it. With each bounce, the ball seemed to grow more powerful, its grip on reality slipping as it unleashed its dark influence on the players. One by one, they fell victim to its insidious influence, their minds consumed by madness as they spiraled into a nightmare of their own making. As the game reached its climax, the gymnasium became a battleground of horror and despair. Players screamed in terror as the ball chased them across the court, its laughter echoing through the empty halls as it claimed its next victim. In the end, only one player remained standing, the star athlete of the Oak Ridge Owls. His eyes filled with fear as he faced off against the malevolent force that had consumed his teammates. With a final burst of strength, he hurled the ball into the rafters, hoping to banish it from existence once and for all. But as the ball disappeared into the darkness, a chilling laughter filled the air, and the gymnasium shook with a violent tremor. And as the dust settled and the echoes of the nightmare faded away, the town of Oak Ridge was left to grapple with the terrifying truth that some horrors are beyond the realm of reason, and that the line between reality and nightmare is thinner than they ever dared to imagine. Title: Venomous Intentions. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. In the quiet town of Willow Creek, nestled amidst towering trees and winding rivers, there lived a creature unlike any other, a platypus named Percy. With his sleek fur and sharp beak, he appeared to be nothing more than a harmless inhabitant of the lush wilderness. But beneath Percy's seemingly innocuous exterior lurked a darkness that few could comprehend. For deep within the murky waters of Willow Creek, he harbored a secret, a thirst for blood that could not be quenched. As night fell upon Willow Creek, the townsfolk retired to their homes, unaware of the danger that lurked just beyond their doorstep. But Percy, with his keen senses and razor-sharp instincts, prowled the shadows, his eyes gleaming with a primal hunger. With silent steps and deadly precision, Percy stalked his prey, his movements like shadows in the night. And when the moment was right, he struck with ruthless efficiency, his venomous bite leaving his victims paralyzed with fear. One by one, the residents of Willow Creek fell victim to Percy's insatiable bloodlust, their bodies found twisted and mangled amidst the dense undergrowth. But as the death toll rose, so too did the fear that gripped the hearts of the townsfolk, their once peaceful existence shattered by the terror that lurked in their midst. Desperate to put an end to the carnage, the townsfolk banded together, armed with torches and pitchforks, determined to hunt down the creature that had brought so much suffering to their once tranquil town. But Percy, with his cunning and agility, proved to be a formidable adversary, eluding capture at every turn. And as the days turned to weeks and the weeks turned to months, the people of Willow Creek began to lose hope, resigned to the fact that their town would forever be haunted by the specter of the homicidal platypus. In the end, Percy vanished into the depths of the forest, his reign of terror coming to an abrupt and mysterious end. But though he may have disappeared from sight, his legend lived on in the whispers of the townsfolk, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the safety of their homes. Title: The 100 Acres. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. In the heart of the 100-acre wood, where the trees whispered secrets and the rivers ran dark with shadows, there lived a bear named Winnie the Pooh. Once a beloved icon of childhood innocence, he now prowled the forest with a hunger that could never be sated. It all began innocently enough, with Pooh's insatiable appetite leading him deeper into the dark recesses of the forest in search of honey. But as the days passed and his cravings grew stronger, he found himself drawn to something far more sinister than sweet nectar. One fateful night, as the moon hung low in the sky and the stars blinked out one by one, Pooh stumbled upon a gruesome sight, a bloody carcass lying amidst the underbrush, its entrails spilling out onto the forest floor. At first, Pooh recoiled in horror, his stomach churning at the sight of such carnage. But as he gazed upon the lifeless form before him, a primal urge stirred deep within his soul, a hunger that could not be ignored. With a low growl, Pooh descended upon the carcass, tearing into its flesh with a ferocity that sent shivers down his spine. Blood dripped from his jaws as he feasted upon the remains, his eyes gleaming with an unholy light as he indulged in the taste of death. From that moment on, Winnie the Pooh was no longer the lovable bear of children's stories. He was a monster, a predator lurking in the shadows, preying upon the unsuspecting creatures of the forest with ruthless abandon. Rabbit, once a trusted friend, now quivered in fear at the sight of Pooh's blood-stained fur. Piglet, once a loyal companion, now hid in terror whenever the bear drew near. And poor Christopher Robin, oblivious to the horrors that lurked within his beloved woods, remained blissfully unaware of the monster that now roamed among them. As the years passed and the forest grew darker, Winnie the Pooh's reign of terror continued unabated. His hunger knew no bounds, and with each passing day the forest echoed with the screams of the innocent and the cries of the damned. And so, the 100-acre wood became a place of nightmares, a twisted realm where innocence had long since died, and where the only law was the law of the jungle. And at its heart, ruling over it all with a savage hunger that could never be sated, lurked the once beloved bear known as Winnie the Pooh. Title: The Street. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. In the heart of a bustling city, nestled between towering skyscrapers and bustling streets, lay a quiet, unassuming neighborhood known as Sesame Street. To the casual observer, it appeared to be a haven of innocence and joy, where colorful characters and friendly faces greeted each other with smiles and laughter. But beneath the surface, something sinister lurked in the shadows of Sesame Street. The Muppets, beloved icons of children's television, were not what they seemed. Behind their fuzzy exteriors and cheerful personas, they harbored dark secrets and malevolent intentions. As dusk fell upon Sesame Street, the familiar sounds of laughter and song gave way to an eerie silence. The air grew thick with a sense of foreboding, and the once vibrant colors of the neighborhood faded into a murky haze. One by one, the residents of Sesame Street began to disappear, their cries for help drowned out by the sinister whispers that echoed through the deserted streets. Those who remained huddled in fear, too afraid to venture outside as the darkness closed in around them. Among them was Elmo, the cheerful red monster with a heart of gold. Once the embodiment of innocence and joy, he now cowered in the shadows, his fur matted and his eyes filled with fear. He knew that something was terribly wrong, but he dared not speak of the horrors that lurked just beyond his doorstep. As the night wore on, the Muppets emerged from the darkness, their once friendly faces twisted into grotesque masks of malice. Grover, once a lovable blue monster, now prowled the streets like a ravenous beast, his sharp claws and fangs gleaming in the moonlight. Cookie Monster, driven mad by his insatiable hunger, roamed the neighborhood in search of prey, his maniacal laughter echoing through the empty streets. And Big Bird, once a gentle giant with a heart of gold, now soared through the sky with a blood-curdling screech, his talons dripping with the blood of his victims. As the night reached its darkest hour, the remaining residents of Sesame Street gathered in the safety of their homes, praying for the dawn to come and banish the darkness once and for all. But deep down, they knew that the nightmare was far from over, and that the horrors of Sesame Street would haunt them for all eternity. Title: The B stands for Beatrice. If you like the story, please like, comment, and follow for more. Junie B. Jones was a precocious little girl with a penchant for mischief and adventure. With her wild imagination and fearless spirit, she often found herself drawn to places others would dare not venture. One day, Junie B. stumbled upon an old, dilapidated mansion at the edge of town. Its boarded-up windows and overgrown gardens seemed to beckon to her, promising secrets and mysteries waiting to be uncovered. Ignoring the warnings of the townsfolk, Junie B. decided to explore the abandoned mansion all on her own. Armed with nothing but her curiosity and a flashlight, she pushed open the creaking door and stepped into the darkness within. As Junie B. ventured deeper into the depths of the mansion, she felt a chill run down her spine. The air was thick with dust and the faint scent of decay, and every shadow seemed to twist and contort as if alive. Undeterred, Junie B. pressed on, her flashlight casting eerie shadows on the peeling wallpaper and faded paintings that lined the walls. But as she turned a corner, she stumbled upon a sight that made her blood run cold. A room filled with dolls, their glassy eyes staring blankly ahead as if watching her every move. With a sense of unease gnawing at her gut, Junie B. cautiously approached the dolls, her heart pounding in her chest. But as she reached out to touch one, she felt a sudden gust of wind whip through the room, extinguishing her flashlight and plunging her into darkness. Panic rising in her chest, Junie B. frantically fumbled for her flashlight, her hands shaking as she struggled to find the switch. But just as she was about to give up hope, a faint light appeared in the corner of the room, a dim, flickering glow that seemed to beckon to her from the darkness. With no other option but to follow the light, Junie B. crept forward, her heart pounding in her chest as she ventured deeper into the mansion's labyrinthine halls. But as she rounded a corner, she stumbled upon a sight that made her blood run cold. A figure lurking in the shadows, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light as it watched her every move. It was a ghost, a specter of the mansion's dark past, condemned to wander its halls for all eternity. And as it reached out to Junie B. with cold, clammy hands, she realized with horror that she was not alone in the darkness. With a scream that echoed through the mansion's empty halls, Junie B. turned and ran, her heart pounding in her chest as she fled from the ghostly apparition. And as she burst through the front door and into the safety of the moonlit night, she vowed never to return to the haunted mansion again. But deep down, Junie B. knew that the memory of her terrifying ordeal would haunt her for the rest of her days, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edges of her imagination. Title: The Shadow of Kailu. In the quiet suburb of Milltown, there lived a young boy named Kailu. With his bald head and innocent demeanor, he seemed like any other child. But behind his cherubic facade lay a darkness that would shake the very foundations of the town. From a young age, Kailu had always been different. His temper tantrums were legendary, his screams echoing through the halls of his family's modest home like the cries of a tortured soul. But it wasn't until his 5th birthday that the true extent of his malevolence was revealed. On that fateful day, Kailu received a gift unlike any other, a doll with button eyes and a sinister grin that seemed to follow him wherever he went. From the moment he laid eyes on it, Kailu was entranced, spending hours locked away in his room, whispering secrets to his new companion in the dead of night. But as the days passed, strange things began to happen in Milltown. Pets went missing, their owners finding nothing but tufts of fur and pools of blood where their beloved companions once lay. Children whispered tales of a shadowy figure lurking in the woods, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light as it watched their every move. And then one by one, the children of Milltown began to disappear. At first, it was just rumors, whispers of classmates vanishing without a trace, their empty desks serving as a grim reminder of their absence. But as the days turned into weeks, and the weeks turned into months, it became clear that something sinister was at work in the quiet suburb. The townsfolk grew restless, their once peaceful community descending into chaos as fear and suspicion spread like wildfire. But no matter how hard they searched, they could find no trace of the missing children, their fates forever shrouded in mystery. And then, one stormy night, the truth was revealed. As lightning split the sky and thunder shook the earth, the townsfolk gathered in the town square, their faces pale with fear as they awaited the coming storm. But as they huddled together for safety, a figure emerged from the shadows. A figure with a bald head and button eyes, its grin stretching impossibly wide as it stared out at the terrified crowd. It was Caillou, but he was no longer the innocent child they once knew. He was something else entirely, a creature of darkness and despair, his soul consumed by the malevolent force that had taken root in his heart. With a blood-curdling scream, Caillou unleashed his fury upon the unsuspecting townsfolk, his eyes glowing with an unholy light as he tore through the crowd like a force of nature. And as the screams of the innocent echoed through the night, the true horror of Caillou's nature was finally revealed, a darkness that would haunt the town of Milltown for generations to come. Title: The Legend of Clifford. If you like this story, comment, and follow for more. In the small town of Maplewood, nestled beneath the shadow of towering pine trees, there lived a young girl named Emily Elizabeth and her faithful companion Clifford. Clifford was no ordinary dog. He was a giant among canines, his towering frame and bright red fur marking him as a true anomaly in the world of pets. From the moment Emily Elizabeth found Clifford as a small puppy, she knew that he was special. But as Clifford grew, so too did his size, until he towered over the rooftops of the quaint houses that lined the streets of Maplewood. At first, the townsfolk marveled at Clifford's size, showering him with affection and treats wherever he went. But as time went on, they began to grow wary of the giant dog that roamed their streets, his presence casting a shadow of fear and uncertainty over their once peaceful town. Rumors began to spread of strange occurrences that seemed to follow in Clifford's wake. Crops withering in his presence, livestock going missing in the dead of night, and eerie howls echoing through the forest whenever he passed by. And though Emily Elizabeth tried to reassure the townsfolk that Clifford meant no harm, their fears only continued to grow. But it wasn't until the night of the full moon that the true horror of Clifford's nature was revealed. As the moon rose high in the sky, bathing the town in its silvery light, Clifford's eyes began to glow with an otherworldly light, his body growing larger and more monstrous with each passing moment. With a roar that shook the very earth beneath their feet, Clifford unleashed his fury upon the unsuspecting town, his massive claws tearing through buildings like paper, and his fiery breath turning everything in his path to ash. The townsfolk fled in terror, their screams echoing through the night as they sought refuge from the rampaging beast that had once been their beloved pet. But no matter where they ran, they could not escape the wrath of Clifford, his fury consuming everything in its path. And as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the town of Maplewood lay in ruins, its streets littered with the smoldering wreckage of homes and businesses, its once vibrant community reduced to a ghost town, haunted by the memory of the giant red dog that had brought about its destruction. As for Emily Elizabeth, she was never seen again, her fate forever entwined with that of her beloved Clifford. Some say that she perished in the chaos that consumed their town, while others believe that she still roams the forests of Maplewood, searching for her lost companion in the darkness that now shrouds their once peaceful home. But whatever the truth may be, one thing is certain. Clifford the big red dog will forever be remembered as a legend, both feared and revered, in the annals of history. Title: The Curse of Rhode Island. If you like this story, like, comment, and follow. In the quiet town of Willowbrook, there lived a woman named Rhode Island. She was a solitary figure, shunned by the townsfolk who whispered tales of her strange powers and dark deeds. But Rhode Island paid them no mind, for she knew that she possessed a gift, one that had been passed down through generations of her family, a gift that had both blessed and cursed her since birth. Rhode Island's gift was one of foresight and prophecy. From a young age, she had been plagued by visions of the future, visions of death and destruction, of chaos and despair. And try as she might, she could not escape the relentless march of fate, for her visions always came to pass, no matter how hard she tried to change them. But as the years went by, Rhode Island grew weary of her gift. She grew tired of bearing witness to the horrors that lay ahead, tired of being haunted by the specter of death that followed her wherever she went. And so, she made a fateful decision, a decision that would change the course of her life forever. One fateful night, Rhode Island ventured into the depths of the forest, seeking solace and sanctuary from the relentless onslaught of her visions. And there, beneath the light of the full moon, she made a pact with the forces of darkness, a pact that would seal her fate for all eternity. In exchange for her gift, Rhode Island offered up her soul, sacrificing her own humanity in exchange for freedom from the burden of her visions. And as the shadows closed in around her, she felt a sense of peace wash over her, a peace born of surrender, of acceptance, of release. But as the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Rhode Island soon realized the true cost of her bargain. For though she had been granted reprieve from her visions, she had also been cursed with a darkness that lurked within her soul, a darkness that hungered for destruction and chaos. And so, Rhode Island became a harbinger of doom, a bringer of death and despair wherever she went. Her very presence was enough to instill fear in the hearts of those around her, for they knew that wherever she went, tragedy was sure to follow. But even as Rhode Island's powers grew stronger, so too did the forces that sought to destroy her. For there were those who saw her as a threat to be eradicated, a blight upon the land that must be purged from existence. And so, Rhode Island found herself hunted by those who sought to rid the world of her influence once and for all. But try as they might, they could not destroy her, for she was bound by a power far greater than their own, a power born of darkness, of despair, of the very essence of her being. And so, Rhode Island wandered the earth, a solitary figure cursed to walk the path of darkness for all eternity. And though she may have escaped the burden of her visions, she could never escape the curse that bore her name, a curse that would haunt her until the end of time. Title: The Eternal Drive-Thru. When Harold took his last breath, he expected to find himself standing at the pearly gates, greeted by angels and bathed in the warm light of heaven. But as his eyes fluttered open, he found himself in a place far different from what he had imagined, a McDonald's drive-thru. Confusion and disbelief washed over Harold as he gazed around, taking in the familiar golden arches and the smell of greasy fries wafting through the air. Surely this couldn't be heaven. But as he looked closer, he realized that there was something off about this particular McDonald's. The employees moved with an unnatural stiffness, their smiles frozen in place as they took orders and handed out trays of food. The customers, too, seemed strangely subdued, their eyes glazed over as they mindlessly chewed on their burgers and sipped at their sodas. As Harold stepped out of his car and approached the counter, a sense of unease settled in the pit of his stomach. There was something wrong here, something sinister lurking beneath the surface of this seemingly ordinary fast food joint. But before Harold could ponder the strange circumstances of his arrival any further, he was interrupted by a voice from behind the counter, a voice that sent shivers down his spine. "Welcome to McDonald's," the voice said, its tone flat and lifeless. "What can I get for you today?" Harold hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to say. But as he looked into the empty eyes of the cashier, he knew that there was no turning back. With a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach, he placed his order, a Big Mac, large fries, and a Coke. As he waited for his food, Harold couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. He glanced around nervously, his heart pounding in his chest as he tried to make sense of the bizarre situation he found himself in. But before he could make sense of it all, his order was ready. With trembling hands, he took the tray and made his way to an empty table, his mind racing with fear and confusion. As he took a bite of his burger, Harold felt a sudden wave of dizziness wash over him. His vision blurred and his head spun as he struggled to stay upright, his senses overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere of the McDonald's. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the feeling passed. Harold blinked, his vision clearing as he looked around the restaurant in confusion. But when he turned to look at the tray in front of him, he recoiled in horror. For instead of a Big Mac and fries, he found himself staring down at a plate of maggots, wriggling in a pool of congealed blood. With a cry of disgust, he pushed the tray away, his stomach churning with nausea. But when he looked up, he saw that he was no longer alone. The other customers had risen from their seats, their faces twisted into grotesque masks of hunger as they shuffled towards him with outstretched hands. With a scream of terror, Harold turned and ran, his heart pounding in his chest as he fled the nightmare that had become his reality. But no matter how fast he ran, he could not escape the eternal drive-through of McDonald's, condemned to spend eternity in a hell of his own making. Title: The Haunting Glow. In the quiet suburb of Glenwood, nestled beneath the canopy of ancient oak trees, there stood a modest house with a dark secret. It was a secret hidden behind closed doors, whispered about in hushed tones by those who dared to tread too close to its shadowed walls. For within the confines of that ordinary house, there lurked an entity of darkness, a light bulb that held within it a malevolent force beyond comprehension. The light bulb hung innocently from the ceiling of the living room, its soft glow casting eerie shadows upon the walls. At first glance, it appeared to be just like any other bulb, a simple fixture designed to illuminate the darkness. But as the days passed and the nights grew longer, the residents of the house began to notice something strange, a sinister presence that seemed to emanate from the bulb itself. It started with small, seemingly insignificant occurrences, flickering lights, strange noises in the dead of night, a feeling of unease that lingered in the air like a thick fog. But as time went on, the manifestations grew more and more malevolent until they could no longer be ignored. Objects began to move of their own accord, propelled by an unseen force that defied all logic and reason. Shadows danced upon the walls, twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes that seemed to mock the very laws of nature. And all the while, the light bulb burned with an intensity that seemed to pierce the very fabric of reality itself. The residents of the house tried to flee, to escape the clutches of the malevolent force that held them captive. But no matter how far they ran, they could not escape the haunting glow of the light bulb, its presence looming over them like a specter of doom. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, the residents of the house began to lose hope. They knew that they were trapped, prisoners in their own home, doomed to be tormented by the sinister force that lurked within the bulb. And as their sanity began to slip away, consumed by the relentless onslaught of terror, they realized that there was only one way to escape the darkness that surrounded them. With trembling hands and tears streaming down their faces, they reached for the light switch, their fingers trembling with fear and desperation. And as the bulb finally went out, plunging the room into darkness, they felt a sense of relief wash over them, a fleeting moment of peace in a world consumed by madness. But even as the darkness enveloped them, they knew that the horror was far from over. For the light bulb still hung from the ceiling, its malevolent presence lurking in the shadows, waiting patiently for its next victim. And as the residents of the house huddled together in the darkness, they knew that their nightmare was far from over, that the haunting glow of the light bulb would continue to haunt them for all eternity. Title: The Whispering Shadow. In the quiet town of Willowbrook, nestled amidst the rolling hills and dense forests, there existed a darkness that lurked just beyond the edge of perception. It was a darkness born of ancient whispers and whispered secrets, a darkness that took form in the shape of a small, unassuming creature, a mouse named Mortimer. Mortimer was no ordinary mouse. He possessed an intelligence far beyond that of his brethren, and a malevolence that set him apart from the gentle creatures of the forest. For Mortimer harbored a dark secret, a secret that would soon unleash chaos and despair upon the unsuspecting town of Willowbrook. It began innocently enough, with whispers of strange occurrences echoing through the town square. Crops withered and died, their once vibrant colors fading to a sickly gray. Livestock fell ill, their bodies racked with fever and convulsions. And all the while, the townsfolk whispered of a shadowy figure that lurked in the darkness, its eyes gleaming with malice. As the days turned into weeks, the whispers grew louder, fueled by fear and paranoia. And amidst the chaos, Mortimer watched from the shadows, his tiny form obscured by the veil of night. But Mortimer's true plan had only just begun to unfold, for he had set his sights on a far greater prize, the souls of the townsfolk themselves. With each passing day, he whispered his dark promises into the ears of the unsuspecting, planting the seeds of corruption and despair within their hearts. And as the darkness spread, Mortimer reveled in his newfound power, his malevolent laughter echoing through the night. He watched with glee as the once peaceful town descended into madness and chaos, its streets overrun by fear and despair. But even as Mortimer's dark influence grew, there were those who refused to surrender to the darkness. A brave few stood against the tide of corruption, their hearts filled with courage and determination. And as they waged their battle against the shadows, Mortimer realized that his reign of terror was nearing its end. In a final desperate bid for power, Mortimer unleashed his most devastating weapon, a plague of darkness that swept through the town like a tidal wave, consuming everything in its path. But even as the darkness threatened to consume them all, the brave souls of Willowbrook stood firm, their spirits unbroken by the horrors that surrounded them. And in the end, it was their courage that proved to be Mortimer's undoing. With a triumphant roar, the townsfolk banished the darkness from their midst, casting Mortimer back into the shadows from whence he came. But though Mortimer may have been defeated, his legacy lived on, a cautionary tale of the dangers that lurked in the darkness, waiting to ensnare the unwary and the unprepared. And as the sun rose once more over the town of Willowbrook, the townsfolk vowed to never forget the lessons they had learned, lest the darkness return to claim them once more. Title: The Colossal Descent. In the heart of the bustling metropolis of New Arcadia, nestled amidst the towering skyscrapers that reached towards the heavens, there lived a man named Jacob. He was an unassuming figure, a quiet soul lost amidst the hustle and bustle of city life. But Jacob held a secret that would soon unravel the very fabric of reality itself. It started innocently enough, with a strange sensation that prickled at the back of Jacob's neck. He brushed it off as mere fatigue, the byproduct of long hours spent toiling away in his cramped office cubicle. But as the days turned into weeks, the sensation grew stronger, until it felt as if his entire body was vibrating with an otherworldly energy. Then, one fateful morning, Jacob awoke to find himself towering over the city like a colossus of old. He had grown to be 45 stories tall, his once ordinary form now a monstrous behemoth that dwarfed even the tallest skyscrapers. At first, Jacob was filled with awe and wonder at his newfound size. He roamed the city streets like a god amongst mortals, his colossal footsteps shaking the very foundations of the earth. But as the initial euphoria faded, a sense of dread began to gnaw at the edges of his mind. For every step Jacob took sent shockwaves rippling through the city, leaving destruction and chaos in his wake. Buildings crumbled like sandcastles beneath his feet, and people fled in terror at the sight of the towering giant that now roamed their streets. Jacob tried to control his newfound power, to contain the monstrous force that now resided within him. But with each passing moment, he felt himself slipping further and further into madness, consumed by the overwhelming weight of his own existence. As the city lay in ruins around him, Jacob realized the truth. He was a living embodiment of destruction, a harbinger of doom sent to wreak havoc upon the world. And as he stood amidst the rubble of his once proud city, he knew that there was only one way for his monstrous rampage to end. With a heavy heart and tears streaming down his face, Jacob made his final decision. He closed his eyes and let out a deafening roar, a primal scream that echoed across the desolate landscape. And as the world faded into darkness around him, Jacob felt himself shrinking once more, his colossal form collapsing in on itself until he was nothing more than a mere speck in the vast expanse of the universe. But even in his final moments, Jacob knew that the memory of his monstrous transformation would live on, a cautionary tale of the dangers that lurked within the depths of the human soul, waiting to be unleashed upon an unsuspecting world. Title: The Shrinking World. In a world where the boundaries of reality were beginning to fray, where the laws of physics twisted and contorted like a nightmare come to life, there existed a phenomenon that defied all logic and reason. It was known simply as the shrinking, a cataclysmic event that threatened to consume the very fabric of existence itself. It started slowly, almost imperceptibly at first. A slight distortion in the horizon, a subtle shifting of the landscape that left people feeling uneasy and unsettled. But as the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, the effects of the shrinking became impossible to ignore. Buildings began to crumble as their foundations buckled under the strain of the shrinking world. Streets narrowed and twisted, swallowing whole neighborhoods in their relentless advance. And all the while, people remained the same size, trapped in a reality that seemed to shrink around them with each passing moment. As the chaos spread, panic gripped the hearts of the populace. Governments fell, societies collapsed, and civilization teetered on the brink of oblivion. Those who could afford to do so fled to the countryside, seeking refuge in remote corners of the world, untouched by the shrinking's malevolent grasp. But for most, there was no escape. They remained trapped in the shrinking world, their once familiar surroundings now twisted and distorted beyond recognition. And as the boundaries of reality continued to contract, their sense of despair grew ever more palpable. Amidst the chaos and despair, rumors began to spread of a way to halt the shrinking, a desperate hope born of desperation and despair. Some whispered of ancient rituals and arcane incantations, while others spoke of a long-forgotten prophecy that foretold the end of days. But as the world continued to shrink, hope dwindled like a dying ember, snuffed out by the relentless advance of the shrinking. And as the last vestiges of civilization crumbled into dust, humanity stood on the brink of extinction, doomed to be swallowed whole by the ever-shrinking world. Title: The Infernal Express. Journey into Darkness. In the heart of a forsaken land, where the shadows danced with malevolent glee and the air was thick with the stench of decay, there lay an ancient railway station. It was a place forgotten by time, a relic of a bygone era that whispered of untold horrors lurking in the depths of the night. And it was here, beneath the pall of darkness, that the Infernal Express made its unholy stop. As the clock struck midnight, signaling the witching hour, a lone figure stood upon the platform, his eyes filled with a mixture of dread and fascination. He had heard the stories, the tales of a ghostly train that traversed the desolate landscape, ferrying lost souls to the depths of hell. And now, as the train pulled into the station with a mournful wail, he knew that his fate was sealed. Stepping aboard the Infernal Express, the traveler was greeted by a chorus of anguished cries that seemed to emanate from the very walls of the train. The air was heavy with the scent of sulfur, and the darkness pressed in on all sides, suffocating and oppressive. As the train rumbled to life, its wheels grinding against the cursed tracks, the traveler found himself surrounded by the damned. Their hollow eyes bore into his soul, their twisted forms contorted in eternal torment. And as the train began its descent into the bowels of hell, the traveler realized that he was trapped in a nightmare from which there was no escape. Each stop along the infernal journey revealed new horrors, twisted landscapes of fire and brimstone, where demons danced amidst the flames and the cries of the damned echoed through the abyss. The traveler was forced to bear witness to unspeakable atrocities, his mind fracturing beneath the weight of the darkness that surrounded him. But it was not just the external horrors that tormented the traveler. It was the insidious whispers that wormed their way into his mind, promising eternal damnation and suffering. They spoke of his darkest fears and deepest regrets, twisting his thoughts until he could no longer distinguish reality from nightmare. As the journey stretched on into infinity, the traveler's sanity began to slip away, consumed by the unrelenting terror that gripped his soul. He screamed and begged for mercy, but his cries went unanswered, lost in the void of the Infernal Express. And as the train hurtled deeper into the abyss, the traveler knew that he was doomed to an eternity of suffering, a mere plaything for the forces of darkness that ruled this accursed realm. For on the Infernal Express, there was no escape, no respite, and no hope. There was only the endless darkness and the eternal torment that awaited those who dared to board the train to hell. Title: Vanishing Tower. In the heart of the bustling city, towering above the crowded streets like a monolith of steel and glass, stood the imposing structure known simply as the Argent Tower. For years, it had been a beacon of prosperity and progress, its gleaming facade a symbol of the city's ever-reaching ambition. But one fateful night, as the moon hung heavy in the sky and the streets below lay shrouded in darkness, something strange began to happen to the Argent Tower. It started as a low, ominous hum, a sound that reverberated through the building's steel frame, sending shivers down the spines of those who walked its halls. As the night wore on, the hum grew louder and more intense, until it reached a deafening crescendo that seemed to shake the very foundations of the tower. And then, in an instant, it was gone. The Argent Tower vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but an empty space where it once stood. At first, the city was thrown into chaos as rumors of the vanished tower spread like wildfire through the streets. Some claimed it was an act of sabotage, while others whispered of dark forces at work. But as the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, the truth became clear. The Argent Tower had simply evaporated into nothingness, leaving behind no trace of its existence. In the years that followed, the city erected a memorial to the vanished tower, a solemn reminder of the mystery that still lingered in its wake. But despite their best efforts, no one could explain what had happened to the Argent Tower on that fateful night, or why it had simply vanished into thin air. And as the city moved on, its inhabitants went about their lives, always mindful of the empty space that had once been filled by the towering silhouette of the Argent Tower. For in a world where even the most solid of structures could disappear without a trace, there was no telling what other mysteries lay hidden in the shadows, waiting to be revealed. Title: The Transformation. In the quaint coastal town of Seabrook, nestled between rugged cliffs and crashing waves, there lived a young boy named Timmy and his faithful canine companion, Max. Max was more than just a pet. He was Timmy's loyal friend, his constant companion through thick and thin. One fateful night, as the moon hung heavy in the sky and the stars shimmered like diamonds on the water, Timmy and Max set out on their nightly stroll along the rocky shoreline. The air was thick with the tang of salt and seaweed, and the sound of the waves crashing against the cliffs filled the night with a soothing rhythm. But as they reached the edge of the water, something strange began to happen. Max's fur began to shimmer and ripple, as if an invisible force was pulling at his very essence. Timmy watched in horror as his beloved dog's body contorted and twisted, morphing into a sleek silver form that glistened in the moonlight. Max had transformed into a fish. At first, Timmy couldn't believe his eyes. He reached out to touch the strange creature that now lay at his feet, but as his fingers brushed against its cold, scaly skin, he recoiled in horror. This was no ordinary fish. This was Max, trapped in a body that was not his own. As the reality of the situation sunk in, Timmy's heart filled with despair. He had lost his loyal friend, his constant companion, and there was nothing he could do to bring him back. And as he watched helplessly as Max's fish form slipped beneath the waves, swallowed up by the vastness of the ocean, he knew that things would never be the same again. For weeks, Timmy searched the shoreline, hoping against hope that he would find some sign of his lost friend. But as the days turned into months, and the months into years, Max remained lost to him, a distant memory that haunted his dreams. And as Timmy grew older, he often found himself returning to the spot where Max had disappeared, casting his gaze out across the endless expanse of the sea and wondering what had become of his faithful companion. But deep down, he knew the truth. Max was gone, lost to the depths of the ocean, forever trapped in a body that was not his own. Title: The Whiskey Tide. It started as a peculiar phenomenon, a lone fisherman casting his net into the sea only to pull up not fish, but a glistening amber liquid that filled his boat with the unmistakable scent of whiskey. At first, it was dismissed as an anomaly, a bizarre quirk of nature that would soon pass. But as days turned into weeks and weeks into months, the truth became impossible to ignore. The entire ocean had turned to whiskey. At first, the world marveled at the spectacle, as news of the phenomenon spread like wildfire across the globe. Tourists flocked to the shores to witness the surreal sight for themselves, snapping selfies against the backdrop of the whiskey tide and marveling at the strange new world that had emerged before their eyes. But as the novelty wore off and the reality of the situation set in, panic began to spread. Governments scrambled to contain the crisis, while scientists worked tirelessly to uncover the cause of the inexplicable transformation. Yet despite their efforts, the whiskey tide continued to rise, engulfing coastlines and swallowing entire islands whole. As the days passed, reports began to surface of strange occurrences along the whiskey-soaked shores. Fishermen spoke of eerie whispers that echoed across the waves, their voices carried by the gentle lapping of the tide. Others reported sightings of shadowy figures lurking beneath the surface, their forms obscured by the murky depths. But it was the tales of those who dared to venture into the whiskey tide that sent shivers down the spines of even the bravest souls. They spoke of treacherous currents that pulled them under, of drowning in a sea of intoxicating liquid that burned their throats and clouded their minds. And worst of all, they spoke of the things that lurked beneath the surface, things that hungered for the souls of the living. As the world descended into chaos, a sense of dread hung heavy in the air, as if the very fabric of reality had been torn asunder by the whiskey tide. And as the sun set on another day, casting its crimson glow across the horizon, humanity braced itself for the horrors that awaited beneath the waves. For in the whiskey tide, there were no answers, only questions, and the ever-present fear of what lay hidden in the depths below. Title: The Ravenous Feast. In the heart of downtown, nestled between towering skyscrapers and bustling streets, there stood a quaint little restaurant known simply as the Ravenous Feast. With its inviting ambiance and mouth-watering aroma that wafted through the air, it drew patrons from far and wide, promising a culinary experience like no other. But beneath the surface of its charming exterior lurked a dark secret, a secret that would ensnare the unsuspecting diners in a web of addiction and despair. It began innocently enough, with patrons flocking to the Ravenous Feast to sample its delectable cuisine. Each dish was more tantalizing than the last, leaving diners craving more with each succulent bite. But as the days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, something sinister began to take hold. Those who dined at the Ravenous Feast found themselves consumed by an insatiable hunger, a gnawing emptiness that could only be sated by returning to the restaurant again and again. They became slaves to their cravings, willing to do anything to experience the fleeting bliss of the restaurant's intoxicating fare. As rumors of the Ravenous Feast's dark influence spread, whispers of addiction and obsession filled the streets. Diners grew pale and emaciated, their eyes glazed over with a feverish hunger as they stumbled through the city in search of their next fix. But it was only when patrons began to disappear without a trace that the true horror of the Ravenous Feast was revealed. Those who dared to investigate found themselves drawn into a nightmarish world where the boundaries between food and flesh blurred, and the line between satisfaction and savagery was irrevocably crossed. For within the walls of the Ravenous Feast, an ancient evil lurked, a malevolent force that fed on the desires of its patrons, consuming not only their bodies, but their very souls. And as the restaurant's dark influence spread, the streets ran red with the blood of those who had dared to indulge in its forbidden pleasures. In the end, the Ravenous Feast stood empty and silent, its doors closed forever to the outside world. But the echoes of its dark legacy lingered, a haunting reminder of the insatiable hunger that had consumed so many lives in its wake. And as the city moved on, its inhabitants whispered tales of the Ravenous Feast, a cautionary tale of the dangers that lurked behind its tantalizing facade. Title: Reflections of Terror. In the sleepy town of Ravenwood, nestled deep within the mist-shrouded forests of the Pacific Northwest, there stood an old, dilapidated mansion known as Blackwood Manor. Within its walls lurked a sinister force, a force that had claimed the lives of countless souls over the centuries. Legend had it that Blackwood Manor was haunted by the Mirror's Grip, a malevolent entity that lurked within the depths of an ancient-looking glass. Those who dared to gaze into its depths were said to be consumed by madness, their souls trapped within its twisted reflection for all eternity. One fateful night, a group of unsuspecting teenagers ventured into Blackwood Manor, drawn by tales of its dark past and the promise of adventure. Among them was Sarah, a brave and curious soul who had always been drawn to the unknown. As they explored the shadowy halls of the mansion, Sarah and her friends stumbled upon the mirror, its surface gleaming ominously in the dim light. Ignoring the warnings of the others, Sarah stepped forward and gazed into its depths, her reflection staring back at her with hollow eyes. In that moment, Sarah felt a strange sensation wash over her, a cold, creeping dread that seemed to seep into her very bones. She tried to tear her gaze away from the mirror, but it held her captive in its icy grip, drawing her deeper into its twisted embrace. As Sarah's friends watched in horror, her reflection began to contort and twist, morphing into a grotesque mockery of her true self. The once familiar features of her face twisted and warped, her eyes gleaming with malice as she reached out from the other side of the glass, her hand clawing at the air. With a cry of terror, Sarah's friends tried to pull her away from the mirror, but it was too late. The mirror's grip had claimed another victim. As Sarah's screams echoed through the halls of Blackwood Manor, her friends could only watch in horror as she was dragged into the depths of the mirror, her soul trapped within its cursed reflection for all eternity. From that day forth, Blackwood Manor became known as a place of unspeakable horror, its halls haunted by the tortured souls of those who had fallen victim to the mirror's grip. And as the moon rose high in the night sky, casting its eerie glow over the mansion, the mirror gleamed ominously, its surface shimmering with the souls of the damned. Title: Maze of Madness. In the dimly lit basement of an old, creaky house, two brothers, Jack and Ben, huddled around an ancient arcade machine. It was no ordinary game. It was Pac-Man, a relic from a bygone era, rumored to hold mysterious powers that few dared to uncover. As Jack and Ben inserted a coin into the slot, the screen flickered to life, and they were instantly transported into the pixelated world of Pac-Man. At first, it seemed like a dream come true, a chance to escape the monotony of their everyday lives and embark on an adventure unlike any other. But as they navigated the maze-like corridors of the game, Jack and Ben soon realized that they were not alone. Shadows lurked in the corners of their vision, their movements mirroring those of the ghostly inhabitants of the game. And with each passing moment, the boundaries between reality and fantasy began to blur, trapping the brothers in a nightmarish labyrinth of their own making. As they delved deeper into the twisted world of Pac-Man, Jack and Ben encountered strange and terrifying phenomena, a maze that shifted and changed with every step, ghostly apparitions that seemed to materialize out of thin air, and a sense of dread that hung heavy in the air like a shroud. Desperate to escape the clutches of the game, Jack and Ben raced against the clock, their hearts pounding in their chests as they searched for a way out. But the more they struggled, the more the game seemed to conspire against them, its malevolent presence growing stronger with each passing moment. With nowhere left to run, Jack and Ben found themselves face to face with the ultimate challenge, a showdown with the dreaded Pac-Man himself. As they battled for survival against the relentless onslaught of ghosts and ghouls, they realized that their only hope lay in confronting the dark forces that had ensnared them in their twisted game. With a final, desperate effort, Jack and Ben rallied their courage and fought back against the encroaching darkness. And as the final ghost was vanquished and the maze faded into nothingness, they found themselves standing once more in the basement of their old, creaky house, the arcade machine silent and still before them. But as they looked around, they realized that something had changed. The world seemed different somehow, as if they had glimpsed a reality beyond their wildest imagination. And as they exchanged a knowing glance, Jack and Ben knew that they would never forget the horrors they had faced in the maze of madness that was Pac-Man. Title: The Baneful Night. In the small town of Willow Creek, nestled beneath the watchful gaze of towering pines, a phenomenon occurred that would forever alter the course of history. The moon was replaced with a colossal banana, casting an eerie glow over the unsuspecting town. At first, the residents of Willow Creek were filled with wonder and awe at the sight of the massive fruit hanging in the night sky. Children pointed and laughed, while adults marveled at the strange spectacle unfolding above them. But as the days passed and the banana remained, a sense of unease settled over the town like a shroud. Strange occurrences began to plague Willow Creek, as if the very fabric of reality had been torn asunder by the presence of the monstrous fruit. Crops withered and died, their once vibrant leaves turning brown and brittle under the unnatural light of the banana. Animals grew restless, their cries echoing through the night as if warning of an impending doom. But it was the effect on the townspeople themselves that was most unsettling. As the nights wore on, whispers of madness echoed through the streets, their voices tinged with a primal fear that seemed to seep into the very soul of Willow Creek. Dreams became twisted and nightmarish, filled with visions of a world consumed by darkness and despair. In the heart of the chaos, a young girl named Lily found herself drawn to the banana that loomed over her town like a specter of doom. With each passing night, she felt its pull growing stronger, its presence haunting her every waking moment. And as the darkness closed in around her, she knew that she was the only one who could unravel the mystery of the baneful night. With trembling hands, Lily set out into the depths of the forest, guided by an otherworldly intuition that seemed to pulse within her veins. As she ventured deeper into the shadowy embrace of the trees, she could feel the weight of the banana pressing down upon her, its malevolent presence threatening to consume her very soul. But Lily pressed on, driven by a fierce determination to uncover the truth behind the monstrous fruit that had cast its shadow over her town. And as she reached the heart of the forest, she stumbled upon a sight that filled her with dread, a portal of swirling darkness, its depths beckoning her into the unknown. With a sense of foreboding, Lily stepped through the portal, her heart pounding in her chest as she faced the unknown horrors that lay beyond. And as she disappeared into the darkness, the banana above Willow Creek began to tremble, its monstrous form pulsating with an otherworldly energy that threatened to tear the very fabric of reality asunder. Title: The Whispering Woods. Deep within the heart of the ancient forest, where shadows dance in the flickering light of the moon, lies a darkness that few dare to speak of, the domain of the Skinwalker. Legend has it that the woods are haunted by a malevolent spirit, a creature that roams the depths of the forest, assuming the forms of its prey with chilling precision. They say that to encounter a Skinwalker is to invite madness and despair, for it preys upon the very essence of one's being, leaving nothing but fear and destruction in its wake. One fateful night, a group of unsuspecting hikers ventured into the Whispering Woods, their laughter echoing through the silent trees as they sought adventure beneath the stars. But as they delved deeper into the forest's tangled embrace, a sense of unease settled over them, a primal instinct warning them of the danger that lurked in the shadows. As the moon cast its eerie glow upon the forest floor, the hikers became aware of a presence lurking just beyond the edge of their vision, a shadowy figure that moved with unnatural grace, its eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. Panic gripped the group as they realized they were not alone in the woods, and their laughter turned to desperate cries for help. With each passing moment, the Skinwalker drew closer, its form shifting and twisting with an otherworldly fluidity. It whispered their names on the wind, a siren's call that lured them deeper into the heart of darkness. And as the hikers stumbled blindly through the underbrush, they became ensnared in the Skinwalker's deadly game of cat and mouse. One by one, the hikers fell victim to the creature's insatiable hunger, their screams echoing through the silent forest as they were consumed by the darkness. And as the night wore on, the Whispering Woods bore witness to a tragedy beyond comprehension, a testament to the horrors that lurked in the shadows, waiting to claim their next unsuspecting prey. But amidst the chaos and despair, a flicker of hope remained, a lone survivor, haunted by the memory of that fateful night, determined to unravel the mystery of the Whispering Woods and bring an end to the reign of terror that gripped the ancient forest. And so, as the moon dipped below the horizon and the first light of dawn broke through the trees, the survivor set out into the darkness, a beacon of hope in a world consumed by fear. Title: The Choking Comfort. In the sleepy town of Willowbrook, nestled beneath the shadow of towering oak trees, there was a quaint little antique shop known as Whispering Treasures. It was here that Sarah stumbled upon a seemingly innocuous item, an antique quilt with intricate stitching and a faded pattern of roses. Drawn to its old-world charm, Sarah couldn't resist the temptation to purchase the blanket, unaware of the sinister secrets it held within its threads. Little did she know, the quilt harbored a malevolent presence, one that hungered for the warmth of human flesh. That night, as Sarah snuggled beneath the quilt's comforting embrace, she felt a strange sensation, an invisible pressure pressing down upon her chest, constricting her breath. Panic seized her as she struggled to free herself from the suffocating grasp of the quilt, but it was no use. The fabric seemed to tighten its grip with each passing moment. In a desperate bid for survival, Sarah clawed at the quilt, her screams muffled by the oppressive weight bearing down upon her. But as darkness closed in around her, she felt a strange sense of calm wash over her, a sinister whisper echoing in her mind, promising an eternity of warmth and comfort. Days passed, and Sarah's disappearance sent shockwaves through the tight-knit community of Willowbrook. Rumors swirled of a cursed quilt lurking within the confines of Whispering Treasures, its insatiable hunger claiming unsuspecting victims in the dead of night. Determined to unravel the mystery surrounding Sarah's disappearance, her friend Lily embarked on a journey into the heart of darkness. Armed with little more than her wits and a burning desire for the truth, she delved into the shadowy depths of the antique shop, where the quilt lay waiting, its threads pulsating with malevolent energy. As Lily approached the cursed quilt, she felt a chill run down her spine, a primal instinct warning her of the danger that lurked within its folds. But fueled by determination and a sense of righteous fury, she pressed on, determined to break the curse that had claimed her friend's life. With trembling hands, Lily reached out to touch the quilt, her heart pounding in her chest. In that moment, she felt a surge of raw power coursing through her veins, a primal force that defied all logic and reason. With a defiant cry, she tore the cursed quilt from its resting place, unraveling its threads and banishing the malevolent presence that had haunted Willowbrook for generations. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the curse was lifted, and peace returned to the once troubled town of Willowbrook. But the memory of Sarah's tragic fate would forever linger, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the seemingly ordinary world. And as for the cursed quilt, it lay scattered upon the floor of Whispering Treasures, its threads severed and its power broken, a silent testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unspeakable horror. Title: Heirloom Haunting. In the quaint town of Ravenswood, nestled among the whispering pines, a young woman named Emily found herself the unexpected heir to an ancestral estate. The passing of her estranged great-aunt, Lady Eleanor, left Emily with a grand manor shrouded in mystery and whispers of a dark family legacy. As Emily stepped through the imposing iron gates of Ravenswood Manor, she couldn't shake the feeling of unease that washed over her. The grand facade of the estate loomed before her, its weathered stone walls bearing witness to centuries of secrets and shadows. Inside the manor, Emily found herself surrounded by the remnants of a bygone era. Antique furniture draped in dusty cobwebs, faded portraits lining the walls, and the faint scent of decay lingering in the air, all whispered of a past steeped in tragedy and sorrow. But it was the discovery of a peculiar wardrobe hidden in the attic that sent shivers down Emily's spine. Amongst the moth-eaten garments and forgotten treasures, she unearthed a dress unlike any she had ever seen. A tattered Victorian gown, its fabric threadbare and stained with age. Intrigued by the dress's eerie allure, Emily couldn't resist the urge to try it on. As she slipped into the faded fabric, a chill swept through the room, and a sense of foreboding descended upon her. It was as if the very walls of Ravenswood Manor were alive with whispered secrets, secrets that beckoned her deeper into the shadows. That night, as Emily lay in bed, the manor seemed to come alive with strange and unsettling sounds. Footsteps echoed through the halls, phantom whispers danced on the edge of her consciousness, and the faint glow of candlelight flickered in the darkness. As the hours passed, Emily drifted into a fitful sleep, haunted by dreams of a woman dressed in tattered Victorian clothing. The figure moved through the corridors of Ravenswood Manor, her face obscured by shadows, her eyes filled with an unspoken sorrow. Night after night, the spectral presence grew more insistent, its ethereal whispers growing louder, its phantom touch colder. Emily found herself drawn deeper into the web of the manor's dark history, unable to escape the relentless grip of the past. Desperate for answers, Emily delved into the secrets of Ravenswood Manor, uncovering long-buried truths and forgotten betrayals. But the more she unearthed, the more the ghostly figure seemed to tighten its grip, its spectral presence suffocating her with each passing moment. In a final, desperate attempt to break free from the clutches of the past, Emily confronted the ghostly apparition in the moonlit halls of the manor. With trembling hands, she reached out to touch the woman's face, seeking solace in the depths of her sorrow. But as their hands met, a searing pain tore through Emily's soul, and she was consumed by a blinding light. In that moment of revelation, she understood the true nature of the ghostly figure. The woman in tattered Victorian clothing was none other than Lady Eleanor herself, trapped in a never-ending cycle of torment and despair. As the first light of dawn broke over Ravenswood Manor, Emily found herself alone once more, the weight of the past lifted from her shoulders. But the memory of Lady Eleanor's haunting presence would forever linger, a reminder of the price paid for the sins of generations past. Title: Celestial Aberration. In the quiet town of Willow Creek, the moonlit night took an unthinkable turn. As the townsfolk looked up to the heavens, terror gripped their hearts. The moon had undergone a grotesque transformation into a nightmarish amalgamation of flesh and dairy, a monstrous concoction that defied the laws of nature. The once serene night sky now bore witness to a colossal horror, a pulsating mass of meat and cheese, grotesquely suspended in the cosmic abyss. Whispers of a celestial malevolence spread like wildfire, casting a suffocating veil of fear over the town. It wasn't long before panic set in, and Willow Creek descended into a surreal nightmare. As the night unfolded, the abomination in the sky seemed to exert its influence on the town. Unearthly winds howled through the streets, carrying with them an ominous melody that resonated with the despair of the townspeople. Strange apparitions materialized in the shadows, their eerie forms dancing beneath the sickly glow of the monstrous moon. The once close-knit community fractured under the weight of supernatural dread. Residents reported nightmarish visions, whispers of forbidden knowledge that echoed in their minds. Shadows took on a life of their own, morphing into grotesque entities that stalked the terrified townsfolk. Desperation drove a group of courageous individuals to embark on a treacherous journey towards the malevolent moon. The night was fraught with unseen horrors, as if the very fabric of reality had unraveled. Each step towards the celestial aberration filled the air with an otherworldly cacophony, a symphony of terror that seeped into the marrow of their bones. As they approached the monstrous moon, its pulsating energy seemed to feed on their fear, manifesting nightmarish illusions that twisted their perceptions of reality. The very air became heavy with a nauseating blend of meat and cheese, an olfactory assault that intensified their dread. The closer they came to the heart of the celestial horror, the more the fabric of their sanity unraveled. Whispers echoed in their minds, revealing eldritch secrets that transcended mortal understanding. Reality itself seemed to warp, bending to the malevolent will of the abomination that now loomed above them. Just when it seemed the group had reached the point of no return, a cosmic revelation unfolded. The heavens themselves seemed to rebel against the aberration, as if the universe sought to rectify the blasphemous distortion. In a cataclysmic display of cosmic wrath, the moon convulsed, its monstrous form contorting and writhing until it collapsed upon itself. As the nightmarish presence dissipated, the tortured town of Willow Creek emerged from the cosmic maelstrom, its people scarred by the indescribable horrors they had witnessed. The memory of the night the moon transformed into an unspeakable horror would forever linger, a haunting reminder of the fragility of their reality and the malevolence that lurked within the cosmos.